Welcome to GYG. We're in North Wales for Event 5 of the Wera Tours British Kart Championship, and we greet IAME, KZ2 and Bambino for their rounds here at this fabulous circuit. The weather is holding off for the time being, but the chance of rain is very high around this Welsh circuit, but we've got plenty of spectators, furry ones, including normal people as well. Catch all the action on the Motorsport UK YouTube channel, all brought to you by Alpha Live.
Bore da, croeso I Glanegos, dydd tadau hapus. Am around pumed pencampwriaeth karting Bryderic Wera Tours Motorsport UK 2022. There we are, Anthony. Good morning.
Good morning. There you go.
For those of you that don't speak Welsh, that is good morning. Welcome to Glanegos. Happy Father's Day.
Yes,
and
indeed.
This is round 5 or event 5 of the 2022 Motorsport UK Wera Tours British Karting Championship.
Indeed. If you didn't know who we were, I'm Anthony Jordan. That was Henry Beaudette speaking gibberish. Well, no, Welsh.
I have a. Can I pick you up on one thing?
Go on.
Fantastic open.
Thank you.
They're woolly friends.
So yeah, I know.
Not furry
I
friends.
thought that this morning. I thought they are woolly, but
They're
furry works still.
Furry works.
But they are woolly.
But here we are. Look at this. We're in Conwy, North Wales, in the foothills of the beautiful Snowdonia mountain range. 1,100 metres of this circuit. It is first half, as you can see there, very, very fast. The second half, amongst the most technical anywhere in the UK.
Yeah.
Can't believe this circuit's 20 years old this year.
I know, it's nearly old as me.
Nearly as old as you. And we are nearly 300 foot above sea level.
Yeah.
It's one of the highest tracks in the country. But we're in North Wales. We're just a little bit closer to God.
Oh.
That's what it is. That's all it is. Well, what have we? 300 metres, 900 feet. Sorry, I'm getting my feet and metres mixed up. So, what have we got on tap for you today, ladies and gentlemen? Well, this is the fifth round, the fifth event, the third round of the championship for IAME Cadet, Junior and Senior X30 and KZ2. The second round for the Bambino Championship. We have 11 races. We had 7 races yesterday. We had all the heats for IAME and the X30 classes and 1 Bambino heat. So today we've got both KZ2 heats, we've got 1 Bambino heat, and then we've got the pre-finals for IAME Cadet, Junior X30 and Senior X30, and of course we have the finals for all 5 classes.
Yes, indeed.
The weather is set fair for this. It's a little bit cloudy, a little bit overcast. I think you said this morning it was a bit muggy.
It's a bit muggy, yes. Well, it's not cold out there. It's quite warm still.
And I've got to say that we've been we've got Michael Burke from Australia already saying hello on the live chat from Bathurst. Okay, now compared to Australian heat waves, British heat waves
last 2 days
are nothing. But the last 2 days have been unseasonably warm.
Yes.
Well, I say unseasonably. We are in the middle of the summer.
Yeah.
But it's been today is a bit cooler, which is going to be more helpful for the drivers. But for those of you, for the drivers, speaking of the drivers, and our friends in Australia will be very keen to hear this. We have many Australians. We have 2 racing.
We do, yeah.
Gabe Balanca has come across. He's doing Rotax normally, but he's doing this round in IAME in Senior X30.
Yep.
But also from the FIA Formula 2 Championship in KZ2. We're going to see them shortly. Amongst the 4 guest drivers, we have a certain Jack Doohan.
We do, indeed. Jumping Jack Doohan. He is joining us.
The son of multiple MotoGP world champion Mick Doohan. Now, Jack is one of 4 guest drivers in the KZ2 class. We've got Rhys Ushijima, who is in FIA Formula 3. We have Formula 3 Rafael Villagomez, who is another FIA Formula 3 driver, and Stefan Bosdanjevic. Here we go. Bosdanjevic, who is a FIA GT driver.
Yeah,
GT4
Porsche.
driver. Porsche GT4
Porsche.
driver. So the Pierce Sexton racing team have come back to the championship. Rhys Ushijima has competed in the British Championship before, but for the other 3 drivers, it is their first time here in the Motorsport UK Wera Tours British Kart Championship. And now look at this. Now you're looking from the main building, the spectator area, one of the main spectator balconies here at Glanegos.
Covered in mechanics and
covered in mechanics, have you? I mean, the backdrop, the Snowdonia mountain range is the background of the circuit. it's just behind that camera shot. The start-finish straight here at the bottom of the circuit. Now, top left-hand, you can see the downhill section, the compression corner, Devil's Elbow. That is one of the trickiest parts of the circuit. But to the left of the camera shot there, Club Bend, Turn 1, which is Club Corner, and then the Dragon Straight leading up the hill through Turn 2 into Spoon Curve. That's incredibly fast. Once you get out the Spoon Curve, from Turn 4 onwards, it is elevation, constant elevation change.
Oh, it really is.
Up, down, left, right, you know. It does mean that overtaking is not as easy here as at any other circuit that you go to.
You say that. I mean, a lot of drivers, yes, they do agree with you when you say that. They do say it's quite difficult to overtake here. But there are some drivers who think it's really easy to overtake here. So maybe they've just got more circuit knowledge. You don't quite know. But yeah, a lot of drivers, it's 50-50.
Yeah, and this is not a circuit where, I mean, the Dragon Kart Club, I believe, hosts a couple of events here. But there's not many of the drivers here have got a vast amount of experience. Local knowledge does really, really pay dividends. And of course, for drivers like Jack Doohan and Rhys Shijima, Stefan Bostaniewicz and Rafael Villagomez, this is their very first time here. I mean, they have picked one of the hardest circuits to come and race at in the UK. We're looking at the formation of the grid in KZ2. So, folks, ladies and gentlemen, and again, if you're watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, then you can comment in and we'll see your conversation. If you're watching on the Motorsport UK Facebook page, the Motorsport UK YouTube channel, unfortunately, we haven't got your comments coming live into the commentary box here at Glenagors. But we do appreciate your support. And, of course, yes, happy Father's Day.
Yes, indeed, yes. All the lads and dads who are here racing this weekend.
Yes, we've got a lad and dad on the camera crew.
Yeah,
yes.
We did. Yeah, we were cameraman short. So one of the cameramen, Andrew, one of the cameramen, just said, oh, my dad's probably free. He'll probably come down and have a go. So, yes, if you're wondering, at the top of the course, just around Turn 2 area, that's Andrew's dad on the camera.
Making his debut.
Making his debut in the British Kart Championships. There we go. But I've seen his camera work already. Top quality stuff from him.
Top notch,
He's very, very good. But yeah, no, a fabulous day worth of racing that we've got ahead of us. Like you say, KZ2, they are prepping themselves for their first heat of the weekend. And they're kick-starting our day as well. So a fantastic race to start the day with.
Exactly. I mean, and again, KZ2 continues to go from strength to strength. We've got 23 drivers. I think that Ashley Goodlift not here this weekend. He's Byron Kittle, Robert Cronin. Sam Ward not here this weekend, who after finishing on the podium at Warden Law. I'm not quite sure why Sam is absent. Absennol in Welsh, that is. Absennol. Who are we looking at there, Anthony, on the chat?
P1 Rye. How are we all? Well, we're all good, thank you. How are you, P1 Rye?
Fair to middling. Fair to middling.
Are you speaking Welsh again?
No, that was just me saying fair to middling.
Oh, right. Cool. Well,
without further ado,
yes, ladies and gentlemen, first race of the day is upon us. KZ2 is coming up next. Yes, indeed. And live pictures from the grid here at Glenagors. And as you can see, drivers getting themselves prepped, primed, ready for their first heat of the day. And what a first heat I reckon it's going to be.
Yes, indeed. And, of course, there's looking at number 46 kart of Morgan Porter, Caden McQueen. And the number 42 kart, there's number 3 of Joe Charlton. You can see that number 10 kart there, Josh Price, qualifying on the top. Well, there's Josh. Now, normally we talk about Josh as the only sort of ex-single-seater convert back to karting, but of course not this time. So the ex-BTC driver has got plenty of company in terms of those who have got into car racing and coming back to karting. And again, a lot of the drivers, they use karting to keep themselves fit. When there's a break in the car racing calendar, what better way to keep your reactions sharp than a bit of karting? There we go, out of turn number 1. That's Club Corner. You can see already the elevation changes.
Well, we could talk about the track, or we could probably talk about the grid.
Well, let's talk about the starting grid, Anthony. I think we should.
I think let's talk about the grid, or hopefully we'll get that up in just a moment's time. But yes, while we wait for that grid, do continue, please.
Well, I was just looking at the front. I mean, the scenery speaks for itself. I mean, there's just an uphill section there through turn 2. Now, that is Spoon Curve, and then it's downhill through the Carousel Corner. You can see there just the elevation changes. Now, this is Compression Corner they're coming down through, and then you're coming into Devil's Elbow there. I mean, they call it Compression Corner because it really does compress the body. 2 rolling laps for the KZ2 karts. It'll be a standing start. Now, the start-finish straight is very short indeed.
It is.
That final corner there, Paddock Bend, Paddock Bend, we're going to see some lunges into there, ladies and gentlemen, without a shadow of a doubt.
It is a very common corner to overtake on, and then they come in towards turn one. Turn one's actually a very difficult corner because, as you can see from that picture there, it really shows it quite well. It really drops down. It's negative camber that they've got as they come out of the corner.
Exit going uphill, Dragon Straight. Then there's a kink halfway down Dragon Straight, which is still flat out, and then we're up into this section down towards Carousel Corner. There you can see driver going through there. Now we can have a starting lineup, or should we tell the viewers?
Well, we'll have it very soon. Patience, lad.
Patience is a virtue, of which I've got very little of.
Yeah. There we go. That's why we commentate. There you go.
Well, championship leader, championship standings at the moment. Number 4, Charlie Turner, leads the point standings by a single digit over Dan Kelly. But Dan Kelly is starting right at the back of this one. So obviously a problem for Dan in qualifying yesterday. But Dan, there's the championship leader, number 4, Charlie Turner, going through. He'll be starting this one from 4th on the grid. There's Dan Kelly, the number 29 anti-fearless racing driver, 23rd. Now he's got his work cut out for him. So the championship points are dished out at the end of the 2 heat races and then for the final. So they're scoring 2 lots of points. It's going to be Tom Adams and Bradley Barrett on row number 1, Rhys Ojima and Charlie Turner on row 2, Morgan Porter and Rafael Villagomez row 3, Caden McQueen and Josh Price row 4, Miles Murphy and Joe Charlton round out the top 10, Jack Doohan starting 11th. Green flag at the back of the grid is waving. So when the lights go out, what's happened there? That looks like it's a false start. We got one driver stalled on the start line. That looked like a very uneven getaway, Anthony. Are we going? Yes, we are. We're off and running.
It's green flag, yeah. So I'm not sure if that was a jump from Tom Adams there on the start-finish line for the Rush Performance team. The rest of the field didn't seem happy with that one.
Yeah, there was lots of hand signals saying, that's false start, false start. Now, there is one of the comp kart drivers. That's the number 23 at the back of the field. That's Stefan Bostaniewicz. Here we go. Battle for the lead, though, as they come through turn 6 and now beginning down the hill. That's Compression Corner. Is that Shane? No, it's not Shane Daly. Bradley Barrett behind.
Yeah, it's Bradders.
Bradley Barrett behind Tom Adams. There's Devil's Elbow. Down the hill through Paddock Bend. At the end of lap number 1, it's Tom Adams leaving Bradley Barrett, Charlie Turner, Rhys Ojima is in 4th position. Then it's Caden McQueen running in 5th, followed by Miles Murphy, Joe Charlton, Derek Morgan, Shane Daly and Ashley Lewis round out your top 10. Spencer Shinner, Hannah Lang, Jack Doohan, Lewis Halliday, James Glenister, your top 15. And Anthony, you're pointing.
Yeah, 2 drivers have come to a stop out of the top of the Spoon Corner. Looks like Morgan Porter and Rafael Villagomez who have had a coming together. Shame for Rafael. He had a good qualifying. He was starting on the 3rd row in P6.
Alongside Morgan Porter, so potentially territorial dispute there. So we're down to 21 runners. Josh Price, who qualified up in the top 8, running in 21st after stalling at the start. But Tom Adams, again, under pressure now. Bradley Barrett, so gets a bit of a slipstream. The only place on the circuit you can get a slipstream is coming down this long straight here, up the hill towards Spoon Curve. Barrett in P2. Looking pretty aggressive behind Tom Adams. Down the hill towards Carousel. We come through the Carousel Corner. And now uphill once again. This is through turn 6 and 7. And now down. This first right-hander is Compression Corner. Then into left, the second half of Compression. Now Devil's Elbow. Literally, it's like a roller coaster. Out of Devil's Elbow into Paddock Bend. It's a one-line racetrack through there, especially this KZ2. Behind the top 2, Turner, Ojima and McQueen rounding out the top 5 with Miles Murphy in 6th.
There we go. So nice trains starting to form, but of course a question mark over Tom Adams' lead for the time being, of course, because of that potential jump. Obviously, we couldn't see the starting line, we can't make that call. We have no idea whether it was or not, but the rest of the drivers seemed to be slightly unhappy with that one.
Caught unawares.
Caught unawares, yeah, I think good way of doing it. But like I say, still leads the way. We're looking here at the battle a little further behind on your screens. This is the battle for around 3rd place. Charlie Turner leading that group with Rhys Ojima just behind. Caden McQueen, great start for Caden. You know, he's really shone in this championship so far. He has struggled at the beginning half of it, but he is slowly starting to come in. There is a car in the pit lane. That's the number 10. That's Josh Price.
So a great day on Saturday, and it's a poor start to things on Sunday. McQueen looking aggressive behind Ojima, the American driver. I think his dad's from Hong Kong and his mum's from the United States, Rhys, from what I recall, but he's racing under the Stars and Stripes banner here this weekend. But McQueen is having a little nibble round his rear end at the moment. Down the hill, through compression we come. But again, we'll see some overtaking here in IAME, I am sure, but in KZ2, unless you make a mistake and miss a gear, then there's a move. Oh, McQueen home.
That's what we're talking about into that final corner. Yes, a couple of you saying on the live chat that it was quite risky in the final corner purely because of the massive curb on the inside. And you are correct in saying that is a ginormous curb on the inside. You do want to avoid that one. But it's really one of the main places you can get a cheeky one down the inside.
I think if that was in the final, McQueen wouldn't have backed out.
No, he wouldn't. He'd have gone for it.
Dan Kelly, fastest lap of the race, 40.05. Oh, they're dropping like flies. That is Jack Doohan. Oh, poor old Jack Doohan out of the race. So it's Les Miserables. That's not Welsh, that's French. Yeah. For Jack Doohan. But now, Dan Kelly is up in the 15th position, fastest lap of the race. James Glenister, opening round winner in the number 22 kart. He is only 15th. In fact, Dan Kelly has just gone past him. Now here comes Miles Murphy. Murphy up the inside of McQueen. Murphy makes the move.
Yep.
So Miles Murphy, the number 37 Demon Tweaks driver for More Racing, is now up into P5 at the expense of Caden McQueen.
Indeed.
The top two, Tom Adams and Bradley Barrett, sort of have got a comfortable advantage at the moment.
They are. They're slowly edging away as well from the number 4 championship leader Charlie Turner for Rush Performance. Now he's on the same pace, but he's just not clawing that gap. He's slowly falling into the clutches of Reese Usajima, who is catching at quite a rate of knots. Now Reese has raced at this circuit before. No, I don't think he has.
No, he hasn't raced here before.
He's never raced at this circuit before, I will say. So yeah, he's got a bit of work to do.
Raced in the British Championship before, but not in at this circuit. But up the hill, out of Carousel, through turn 6 and 7. Now Bradley Barrett has really got a little bit closer to Tom Adams through compression. Now into Devil's Elbow. Will we see Barrett have a little nibble up the inside going into paddock? No. They complete lap number 8 with 4.5 minutes to go. You see how Adams gets a little bit squirrely through turn number 1. He's checking over his shoulder.
Yeah, and like I say, turn 1 is a very crucial corner because if you do mess up turn 1, you've got the long straight uphill and you can lose so much momentum.
Yep.
It's so easy to get swamped by the pack if you just lose the back end. And I was watching practice on Friday and I could see drivers going through that would clip the inside curb just that little bit and it would cause the back to step out. And as soon as that happened, they were just swamped. And it was, yeah, you've got to really be careful. Very tough corner is turn 1.
Yep, and Turner holding off. There is the two leaders. There's Turner 3rd, Usajima 4th, Murphy 5th, McQueen 6th, then Joe Charlton and Derek Morgan. Charlton in 7th, and Dullboy Morgan in kart number 48. There he is. Privateer entry is Derek on the right chassis. So only driver here on the right chassis. Shane Daly, the O-Plate winner, is 9th. Spencer Shinner is up in 10th place. Hannah Lang doing well in 11th, followed by Kelly in 12th. Halliday is 13th. Glenister, Lewis, Cole, Gould, Lee Ward. Then Bostanievich is is 19th, the only other driver running. So we've lost Doohan, Price, Porter, and Villagomez.
Yeah, so plenty of action still out there. 3 minutes to go then on the timer. Remember, ladies and gents, this is just a heat race, and there is no championship points for this, but there are classification points for their pre-final later on.
So for those of you that are new, so the two heat races, the finishing positions of the two heat races, they give you your intermediate classification. The intermediate classification does two things. It dishes out heat points for the championship for each driver, and it also decides the starting lineup for the final. And then, of course, there are points to final. Here we are, battle for the lead. Anthony, the Rush Performance number 17 of Tom Adams, and the Sodi Vitesse number 6 of Bradley Barrett, nose to tail once again. And well, Barrett doesn't seem to get a great exit out of Devil's Elbow.
No, well, I think he's just eyeing it up for later on in the day. I don't think we're going to see a move from Bradley Barrett. Again, I could be completely wrong. He could go for it, but I don't think we're going to see a move. I think he's just going to stay behind till the end of this race. He's just learning what Tom Adams is doing because he knows that Tom's quick.
Yes. No, I mean, certainly Barrett looks quicker than Adams through this part of the circuit.
He does.
Crucially, Adams gets a good exit out of these next two corners, which means Barrett is not close enough for a lunge coming into Paddock Bend. Let's see. There's Devil's Elbow. Turner in 3rd. Then it's Usajima. Yeah, they're bottoming out. Now, Barrett looks good here. I wonder if he's going to be close enough for a move. But again, Adams just eased out a little bit. But coming up the hill into Spoon Curve is where Adams could be under pressure coming into this corner here. But covers his line, defends a little bit. Through to Spoon, through his turn 4. Downhill towards the carousel now. That's an opportunity potentially later on. 90 seconds to go for Barrett, but certainly Barrett's kart looks quicker. But of course, Adams has track position.
Yeah, that's the crucial one. All meanwhile, now Charlie Turner's broken away from Rhys Usajima. Rhys is doing a fabulous job in 4th place for the time being. Miles Murphy still there in 5th. No changes really in the main field. Dan Kelly's had a fabulous race. He's up 11 places, up into P12, kind of in the mid-pack group. There's about 4 groups out there, and he's in that one, in the middle of it. But again, it's just been a fairly tame race in this one, as Hannah Lang's just dropped down to P13 now.
Oh dear, well, so on a circuit where it's supposed to be difficult to overtake, and we're seeing that really by looking at Barrett. Barrett looks quicker. Oh, is he? I thought he might have just eased Adams a little bit wide there through carousel. I mean, certainly Barrett looks like the quicker kart, but I mean, he hasn't been able to overtake because it's such a difficult track to overtake on. Yeah. However, on saying that, Dan Kelly's gained 12 places.
Yeah, exactly.
So passing is possible. Oh, Barrett there a little bit getting sideways to the final corner. That's going to affect his exit speed. And again, he's now Adams having to defend. Adams, one of the youngest drivers in the field.
And he started to look behind him as well now, isn't
an
he?
awful lot. Yeah. Yes, he's with 18 seconds plus a lap to go. He really is defending. Downhill now towards carousel. Nothing happening there. And of course, Bradley Barrett's going to have to take a bit of a chance, a bit of a risk as the clock strikes 0. So next time they pass the start-finish line, they'll get the last lap board. And so Barrett, there's Turner, 3rd, Usajima 4th, Murphy and McQueen, 5th and 6th. But Adams' Rush Performance kart is good out of the final corner, opens up 3 or 4 kart legs over Barrett. And of course, Barrett then, all this time, and you can see Barrett there, the back end stepping out of the kart. He's really pushing it, Anthony.
He really, really is. And like you say, more comments coming in say you've got to work your neck muscles in this one. And very much so, because this is such a tough track. And with the speeds that these drivers are going as well, it's really going to pay dividends. And again, not close enough for that lunge down the inside. He keeps looking it through into the kind of entrance of turn 7 before we get in towards compression and Devil's Elbow. But coming through there, absolutely no issues. Like I predicted, he's not going to go for the overtake. He's just going to stay behind. Tom Adams, he's going to take the Heat 1 win. Absolutely fabulous drive from Bradley Barrett. Charlie Turner, great drive as well. Really close in at the last section of that track. Managed to finish in P3. Rhys Usajima, absolutely fantastic. First time here, P4
welcome
finishing.
Back, Rhys.
Yeah, welcome back to the British Champs race. Fabulous effort there. Miles Murphy crossing in 5th place from Caden McQueen. Joe Charlton, great result, finishing P7. Derek Morgan rounding out the top 8 from Shane Daly. And Dan Kelly finishing in the top 10, 13 positions gained. What a result.
And I just noticed going across the bottom of the screen there was Jamie Smith, who's mechanicking for one of the Pierce Sexton drivers. I think he must be mechanicking for Rafael Villagomez. Jamie, he looks after Oliver Behrman in the FIA Formula 3 Championship as well. But back into karting this week. So Adams, Barrett, Turner, Usajima, Murphy, McQueen, Charlton, Morgan, Daly, Kelly, Shinner and Halliday, your top 12.
Yes, indeed. There are the pending Paul Klassen results.
Pending Paul Klassen, yes.
Paul Klassen is here.
The chief scrutineer.
Yes, indeed.
Technical director for the championship. Yes, I think that's the correct term.
It's a good title, that one, isn't it?
Yes. There's Jamie Smith. He's got to get those leg muscles working. He's
got a smile on his face, though, as he goes.
He's thinking, if you had to break down, why did you break down the furthest possible part of the circuit?
Right at the top. It will mean, of course, a slight delay for our next race, of course, because that's going to take some work to get that sorted out. Is he smiling or is he exhausted?
That's a grimace. Well, you see, Jamie, Jamie, he looked after Nick Arthur for the Richard Lock Racing team back in the day, and then he's worked with Oliver Behrman for years and has followed Oliver into car racing. But obviously, he's as an international mechanic, there's some international drivers. So Pierce Sexton has brought Jamie back this weekend. There goes Morgan Porter rolling his cart back, and Jamie's thinking, why couldn't you do that, Rafa? There's Rafa. What's the Villagomez?
Now, what do you reckon?
Hang on. Audio. A bit heavy there, Jamie. Go on, work those quads. Work the quads.
So not sure what happened, but of course I think purely due to the contact, so hopefully they can get that kart ready and racing again for their next heat. Speaking of next heats, more racing is coming up. We're going to race 9 now, heat 2 for the Bambino class. Yes, indeed. Bit of a smaller grid this time around. 5 rows, 9 drivers in total we should have on the grid. But there is only 4 karts there. But there are more than 4 drivers there.
Yes.
So,
now, what has happened? I mean, they were just sightseeing this morning? I mean, I can completely understand. Oh, there's 5 drivers and 4 karts.
Well, Austin Oman's there, but he hasn't got his kart yet, so he was sitting on the floor.
Here it is.
There it is. On cue, the number 7 kart gets wheeled in. Now, pay close attention to how they sometimes get these karts off the trolley, because sometimes it's just Dad, and he just lifts it off with his...
Oh, Austin's at the front of the kart. Don't drop it, Austin. Oh, good lifting technique there. Back straight. Lift with your legs, not with your back. There we go.
There we go. Good stuff, good stuff. There we go. So, fantastic. We're still missing a couple there. Well, actually... What? 3. We're still missing 3 karts, from this from this
we
grid.
did have a Bambino race yesterday, Anthony.
We did, yes.
Would you care to tell the people what happened in it?
I can indeed tell you. So, in Heat 1 yesterday, Riley Murrow took the race win after gaining 2 places.
Riley's our championship leader. Did you know?
I did know that, actually. Yeah, championship leader taking the race win. Austin Oman finished 2nd. He qualified 2nd in that one as well, so didn't gain or lose any position. Chester Fawkes finished in P3.
Chester, of course, won the final at the opening round at Warden Law, but he's only 2nd in the championship.
Indeed. Lewis Kakaldi finished in P4. I've learnt that last night because I struggled. Sorry, Lewis, about that. He finished in P4 in that one. Ethan McClelland finished in P5. Charlie Page finished P6. Cole Teal finished in P7. Harper Das in P8. And Jensen Biglands finished the grid in P number 9. We have got a couple more cars.
Yes,
We've got
I think
8.
1, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yes. So who we... Well... Let's have a look. We've got the number 38. That's Chester Fawkes on pole position. Austin Oman is number 7. Behind him, Riley Murrow is there. The number 18 of Andrew Cacaldi. No, Lewis Cacaldi is there as well. Ethan McClelland is there in the number 23. Charlie Page is there in the number 33.
I think it's Jensen Biglands.
I think it's the big lad himself, Jensen Biglands. No, he finished last yesterday, didn't he? I wonder if there's something that's not quite right there. Maybe the driver's not well. Maybe there's an equipment problem. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. When the wind
it does kind of look like they're trying to put them to sleep slightly, doesn't it? Yeah, rock them backwards and forwards.
Nap time.
There we go. No, they're primed and ready. They're very much awake. They were probably awake way before we were.
Oh, yeah. Harper Das there, the number 95 kart. But, yeah. This is the lullaby. You just rock the karts back and forth. Shh, 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 shh.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, I think the reason what they're doing right now is I think they're just cleaning out. They're cleaning out something just by giving them a little rev or anything like that. It's just getting everything going because they are very small engines. So they're so wee. So they're very prone to clogging up with debris and things like that. So I think it's just to make sure all is working well, the throttle is good, and I suspect the brakes are good as well. Because I think
if you just keep the engines running and they're standing and not doing anything, you're burning the clutch, number 1, but also you're running the risk of the engine oiling up and the plug getting fouled.
Yes, that is a common issue that we saw actually at Warden Law as well with a certain class as well.
Yes, with the armies, yes.
They get going. Have we got all 9 there? Did one?
2, 4, 6. No.
No. Okay, so we haven't. So
8 drivers. Now this will be another standing start.
It will be, 4 strokes, of course.
No. They're Coma engines, but they're just standing starts because they're so wee.
Well, they're 4-stroke.
They're 2 strokes. They're Coma, 2 strokes.
Are they 2 strokes?
Yes. Should we look at the starting lineup and we'll get back to this?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Okay,
here's the starting grid, ladies and gentlemen. Chester Fawkes and Austin Oman on row number 1. Riley Murrow and Lewis Cacaldi on row number 2.
Row number 3, Ethan McClelland and Charlie Page. Cole Teal and Harper Das will round out the top 8. And the entire grid is Jensen Biglands not on
Sadly
the
not
grid.
There.
No.
Now listen. Buzzing
it does. But
2-stroke, not 4-stroke.
Yeah,
that's the technical term. or
yes, yeah.
Ladies
Okay.
and gentlemen.
Fair enough. Yeah. Okay.
The reason they do a standing start is just because it's safer.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Makes sense.
There we are. No. But they don't. But these Bambinos, they don't like to be stationary with their engines running for very long. That's
now, a bit of confusion there, of course.
Yes. Light confession.
Starting them one grid slot or grid row further back this time around. I suspect that's so
We've
they
lost
can
one
see
as well.
the light.
We're down to 7.
We are down to 7, yes. So.
Harper Das is not there. Now, what's happened to Harper Das? Well, the cart is sitting there. They're looking for the lights. Unfortunately, we can't see the lights. Now the lights are green. We're off and racing. And Chester Fawkes gets the early jump. Riley Murrow slots into second place. So Austin O'Man in the number 7 cart. 3 wide already. 4 wide.
Oh, you got to be careful.
4 wide. Look at that. 4 wide. There's only 7 of them. Can we get 7 wide? 4 wide down Dragon Straight. Here we go. It's Chester Fawkes in the lead. Now, Riley Murrow made a good start in second, but he's been pushed back to 3rd by Cole Teal. Here comes Cole Teal, number 44. He started 7th and is already up to 2nd. Murrow trying to go around the outside. Oh, he's getting squeezed wide. Cole Teal on the inside coming into Carousel.
Well, Cole Teal, round of applause from the back to the front, nearly.
Yes.
So, yeah, great start from Cole. But Chester Fawkes, like what he did at Warden Law, yeah, he's on those novice plates, but he's not showing that he's a novice here, leading the way.
Yes, he is. Riley Murrow into 2nd now, so Cole Teal's dropped back to 4th place. And there's a move for the race lead. Riley Murrow coming out of Devil's Elbow. Now, that's the only... Bambino's the only class where you can make that move at that corner.
Yeah.
And he does it. So Murrow leads. They're all defending down the inside, down Dragon Straight. Now...
You say that. I think they're more just taking the optimal line.
Yeah. Minimise the distance.
Yes, exactly.
Around the circuit. Yeah. So it's an 1,100-metre circuit, so if you can get round in 1,095, then you're doing well. And sideways action there. That's... the number 23 car, Ethan McClellan, they're getting a little bit crossed up. McClellan's now into 2nd place. Teal's 3rd. Fawkes back to 4th. So Murrow, yesterday's race winner, trying to make a breakaway. And again, very, very different lines to all the other classes here. At the back, the number 33 car of Charlie Page, running the risk of just getting dropped a little bit. But we've still got 6 of our 7 starters. All in a line. Murrow, McClelland, Teal, Oman, Fawkes, and then the number 18 of Lewis Cacaldi.
Oh, you just saw there. Really tried, did Austin Oman there, to go down the inside at turn number 1. Just had the nose cut off there by Cole Teal. So, yeah, you've got to be very careful with that one. But, yeah, as they go through, now, look at this. Ethan McLennan has really closed up now to the back of Riley Murrow and is looking like going for a bit. No, thunk about it.
Thunk about it. Thunk against it.
Thunk against it, yeah.
Down the hill. There we go. This is lap number 3 now into Carousel Corner. Murrow, McClelland, Teal, Oman, Fawkes, Cacaldi, Page. And, of course, this is where, I mean, slipstreaming is still absolutely vital for the Bambinos.
That's
here.
A 4-stroke.
That's a 4-stroke, yes. that is one of the Motorsport UK's finest paddock generators in the background there. But Murrow able to hold off the number 23 of McClelland. Teal and Oman, 3rd and 4th. Fawkes is in 5th. And then Cacaldi in 6th. Charlie Page still runs in 7th. There we go, 2 by 2 by 2. It's like Noah and his ark. Up the hill.
You feel like they're just the revs just aren't getting up to the top. They're like they're stationary before they get to the top of the hill. So they really, really do struggle to get right up to the top there. Like, it is a very high hill. Then they rev right back up again as they whiz down here into the carousel.
There, it gives you some idea of the elevation change.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's got to be the steepest hills, ups and downs in British karting anywhere here at Glenagorse. Nowhere is there more elevation change than there is here.
Looked like Austin Oman was going to go for the move there on Cole Teal for P3. Looks potentially like that move has been completed as well. It has been, as Cacaldi with a 5-second time penalty. Now the number 18 driver is currently in P6. not sure what's happened there, but has received said 5 seconds.
Well, I mean, possibly a jump start, though normally that's
Maybe.
a 3-second penalty. Maybe it's because he's Scottish. Who knows? Who knows? 4-kart battle for third place, led by the number 7 of Austin Oman, followed by Teal, Fawkes and Cacaldi. At the moment, that 5-second penalty will not... Well, Charlie Page is 4 seconds behind this group, so Cacaldi's 5-second penalty is only going to cost him 1 position as it stands, although as the rate they're pulling away from Charlie Page, there'll be more than 5 seconds in front of him before the end of the race. We've got 5 minutes to go, so half distance, and Moreau still holding on. McLaren was looking a little bit racy behind him coming through turn 6 and 7. Now down the hill we go. No changes yet. Teal runs a little bit wide to compression corner and Devil's Elbow. There's Paddock Bend. Oman starting to pull away a little bit.
Still over 4 minutes left on this one, so plenty of time to close that gap. If those two ahead start going side by side a little bit more, they will do so. Everyone pulling out of the slipstream there. Don't you stay in the slipstream, just push everyone along. That's what you want to do. You've got to get as much momentum and waft up this hill in these karts as you possibly can. So if you all start pulling out of the slipstream, you're all just going to go the same speed and not gain anything.
Exactly.
You'll just kind of stay where you are, really.
Stall out.
Yes, essentially. So yeah, you need to all stay in that one long line up the hill as much as possible. Now, slightly opened up now, this one has, between Morrow and McClelland. McClelland's still there, though. This one's still going strong. Chester Fawkes trying to come back at Cole Teal. Chester obviously leading earlier on in this race. So
briefly led, for about 2 corners. But has dropped back and has stayed in 5th position for the last couple of laps out of paddock. Things getting a little bit spread out now. And Fawkes, he's got to tuck in and get right on the rear bumper of the number 44, going side by side. That's not going to help him. Use the slipstream, use the fact that the number 44 is cutting the air. You can just, there's more like it, going into Spoon Corner. They were both using the slipstream created by Austin Oman.
Sunshine.
Sunshine. Well, of course. Sunshine's on the righteous. And yeah, very well. It does. That's why it's always sunny in North Wales. Just that little bit, like I said, just that little bit closer to God.
Oh dear. Well, there we go. 3 minutes to go then of this second race of the day. Race 9 of the weekend for the Bambino class. And again, they're giving us a fairly tame show for the time being. As again, look at that there. Chester Fawkes trying to get past the 44 of Cole Teal, but Cole just holding off for the time being. It always looks like they're going for a lunge, even though it's probably just a different racing line, especially when they go through the Devil's Elbow section. Is all the same of that one. Now again, look at that, side by side. Again, all Calder needs to do is just stay behind both of those and he'll close kind of somewhat both back in.
With the 5 second, I mean, Cacaldi's now 6 seconds in front of Page, so the 5-second penalty is not going to cost him a position.
No.
So Cacaldi at the moment is down, is 6th on the road. He should finish 6th. In the race itself. Page is 7th. Teal has closed back up on Austin Oman here, up the hill, out of Carousel. Fawkes and number 38 also there, so now Oman, who he's defending, that's the standard Bambino race line out of turn 6 and 7. Down the hill, now we're going to see a lunge at some point here from Teal or Fawkes on Oman, possibly. He's thought about it. Now let's have a little look coming up into Paddock Bend, not this time, but Austin Oman, he's going to have to defend. What? He's going to come under pressure going up to Spoon Hill, Spoon Curve at the start of this next lap.
Saw the hand gestures, sorry, just at the side of the shot there, just saying push, 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 push. Yeah, stop, going for it, go, push them along. So, yeah, you can just see that is starting to come in. Sorry, do continue.
Well, no, he's Austin Oman under pressure, and Teal really using that slipstream into Spoon there, but can't make it past. Now, through turn 4, down the hill, Oman checking behind him. Will Teal duck out? Yes, he will. Into the Carousel, Cole Teal into P3. Sweet as a nut. Up the hill, out of Carousel, into turn 6 and 7, and Austin Oman gets him back, side by side. Oman on the inside, makes the move. That opens the door for Chester Fawkes. So Teal goes from 4th to 3rd to 5th in the space of 3 corners.
There we go. And who said you couldn't overtake around this track?
Well, yes, of course, that would be me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that would be me.
There we go. Less than a minute to go then. 30 seconds remaining on the timer. So this will be the penultimate lap. They'll see the last lap board as they reach the start-finish line this time around.
It was a commentator far greater than myself that said, I don't make predictions that are wrong.
Yep.
I make prophecies that immediately turn out to be incorrect.
Yeah.
Side by side, here comes Chester Fawkes. Oh, he's squeezing Austin Oman there up onto the curb. Chester Fawkes into P3, Teal up into P4, Oman down to 5th.
Yeah, and that will have just been, he's not looked behind him and he doesn't know that he's there. So,
well, yes.
So, yeah, it'll have just gone for the move and that's allowed.
Now Oman fighting back.
Can't do it. No.
Nope.
Gets the nose cut off there and has to retreat back into P5, or P4, I should say.
Kirkcaldy taking a wide line into turn number 6. Down the hill. Oh, side by side. Oman. Oh, that would have been risky in compression corner, trying to get up the inside there. Devil's elbow. Out of the elbow into paddock bend. Oman looking good. He's going to try and cut across. Oh, side by side, wheel to wheel contact there. Oman's got the inside line into turn number 1, club corner. Makes the move, but just look at the amount of ground they've lost to number 38 of Chester Fawkes.
Yeah. Keep an eye on Kirkcaldy as well, because that momentum, which he struggled now at the top, you can see now they're starting to pull away because they were nose to tail. You see the difference there of being in a pair versus on your own. Really, really couldn't catch up just at the end of that one. We are on the final lap. Battle for the lead has opened up to about 1.3 seconds now, so Riley Morrow has really kind of just pulled the pin a bit.
And I noticed that Ethan McClellan has faded a little bit, like you said, but he's faded to the point where he's, I don't think he's going to be under much pressure.
I don't think
this is the final lap.
Yeah.
It's been a great drive from Ethan McClellan, who is only 11th in the championship. There's only 9 drivers here this weekend. He's going to move up there. But so Riley Morrow, 2 wins out of 2 in the heats today, so he's going to take maximum heat points. That is going to give him 65 championship points, and it's going to help him extend his lead over Chester Fawkes in the championship. So Riley Morrow takes the checkered flag, Ethan McClellan 2nd, Chester Fawkes is 3rd, Austin Oman, Cole Teal and Lewis Kirkcaldy are next, and we're waiting for Charlie Page.
Charlie Page crosses the line.
So Lewis Kirkcaldy 6th with a 5-second penalty, but he finishes 9 seconds in front of Charlie Page. So Lewis Kirkcaldy will still be 6th, Charlie Page 7th. Harper Das went out on the opening lap, and sadly Jensen Biglands failed to start.
Yes, that is a shame, but there is your race winner, Riley Morrow, the 22. A good result, of course, your current championship leader.
Yes. You know,
2 wins, 0 points.
Despite there only being like 7 karts who actually started that race, with Harper Das sort of going out on the rolling lap, pretty good excitement as well. Now there is the clubhouse here at Glenagorse. We are situated, see at the top on the centre top screen underneath race 9 there on your screens. There's that windowless room.
Yes.
That's where we are.
Yeah, we can't see the track at all, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, there's our producer James trying to wave as well. Oh,
there you go. Now, okay, so maybe Harper Das didn't come into the pit lane then.
No, he stopped at the top end of the circuit.
Another one who's
There's Mr. Das
who's
having a little bit of a jog, Sunday morning jog.
Proper worker, and he's got to go up that hill.
Oh, rather you than me, sir.
Yes, indeed. Well, that seems to be a common trend today. Let's break down at the top corner. Let's make him run.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dad. I know it's Father's Day, but
Father's
sorry.
Day,
Happy Father's Day.
But at least Harper's had the thing to roll that cart back down.
But now his dad's going to have to run back after him.
I'm sure that was Harper. Dad has exit stage left. So there we go, 2 races down. The next race, the start of the pre-finals, and it's going to be IAME Cadet up first.
Yes, indeed. From one of the smallest grids on track to one of the biggest that we've got this weekend.
Yep.
IAME Cadet, 17 rows in total.
Yep, race 3.
Race 3?
Tree. Indai Tree.
Oh, right, okay. You're
Welsh.
speaking Welsh again.
Yes,
right, okay.
Indai Tree, pedwar pimp, quech, soith, eith, now, ddeg.
I don't know Welsh.
Well, not everyone's perfect.
Oh, dear.
Okay, so the heat races yesterday, Anthony. We had a double win for Henry Domain. for Oliver Roller Motorsport, and it's an Oliver Roller Motorsport lockout of the front row of the grid. And in fact, 3 ORM karts in the top 4.
Yeah, they have had a good weekend so far here at Glenny Gores, have ORM. Yeah, Henry Domain took the heat win in Heat 1 from Kit Bolowski and Jacob Ashcroft. So ORM, Fusion ORM for the top 3 in that one. Heat 2, again, Henry Domain, like you said, double winner from that one from Jacob Ashcroft, who improved from Kit Bolowski, who finished in P3. So again, changes in that one. But like you say, ORM, I think, showing a bit stronger performance here.
Yes, because we'll get into the statistics later on with the final. But of course, Fusion Motorsport are on, I think it's a 6 or 7 race win streak in the finals. There is the number 24 Fusion kart of Anthony Witkowski with his mechanic Reese Wade. Reese, an early contender for Kart Mechanic Bingo, I believe. There is the number 66 kart of Teddy J. Porter. Now looking back. Right, okay, so just to the right of that, Reese Wade, he did have the Fusion shorts, he had the radio tucked in behind him. Well, there's one of the Ollie Roller mechanics as well. IAME Cadet, always the best contenders for Kart Mechanic Bingo.
Oh, yes, definitely
but
so.
A couple of the more senior mechanics and dads there. Do we trousers? Kart mechanics don't wear trousers.
Well, it's the same temperature
No,
as
they don't. Look at that, they wear tight-fitting shorts that cut off just above the knee. You know, they got the logos, I mean.
But it's chilly. That's fantastic.
Nice beard.
Yeah, it is chilly out there though today. It's 13 degrees. It's the same temperature here as it is in Bathurst, according to Michael Burke.
Really?
It's winter there, and it's the same. It's winter in Australia, and it's the same temperature as the summertime here.
Joseph Smith with the SWRD team. Now, welcome back, Will Green in the number 54. Will missed the last round at Wardenlaw due to an injury. There's the number 82 kart down at the back of Henry Clark. And a look up there, you can see Alex T there standing behind the number 9 kart.
Morning, Noel. How are we?
Oh, she's over. That's the Royal Oak, Michigan arm of the Macaulay Bishop International Fan.
Okay.
There we go. Oh dear. We've seen a little bit too much of Jarlath Sayers mechanic there. Moving swiftly on. There is that right kart of Joseph Smith, the number 27 of Jensen Graham, our championship leader, Jensen Graham, no less. Didn't finish the opening heat race, so he is starting. Where is he starting? He's starting 20th. Now, there's Barry Ashcroft on the right of the screen. Jacob's dad standing behind the number 8 kart. Toby George standing behind Noah Baglin's kart. Noah was wearing an England top yesterday.
Oh, how dare he?
Well, in Wales, that's it's capital punishment.
Yeah,
well, you know,
quite literally, quite literally.
But there's 33 entries in the IAME Cadet class. Great shot there. Of course, dominated by Fusion and Oliver Roller Motorsport, but we do have other drivers for other teams.
Yeah.
Looking down at the best of them is actually Joseph Smith, starting 22nd for the Simon Wright Racing Development Team. We've got Jamie Green Racing, represented by Will Green and Jarlath Sayer.
Luca Narroway, Croc Promotion driver.
Luca Narroway for Croc Promotion. Edward Haynes is a privateer, as is Henry Clark and Jonty Restrick. Amar O'Hees. Still here.
Not a dare.
Amar O'Hees. That's the number 1 downloaded tune on Apple Music.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's beaten out Kate Bush running up the hill from Stranger Things.
Has it?
Amar O'Hees, because Wales qualified for the World Cup.
Right.
I won't sing it.
Good.
Amar O'Hees.
Button. There we go. Perfect. There we go. Karts fire up, and IAME Cadet pre-final is coming out onto the circuit. Now we'll have a quick look at the grid because there is lots to go through. And it will be a rolling start as they exit out and start their testing the steering. So, front row lockout then for ORM, Jacob Ashcroft and Henry Domain. Henry Domain starting on pole position of the two of those. Kit Bolowski and Noah Baglin will round out row number 2.
Row number 3, Riley Cranham and Jesse Phillips. Row 4, George Edgar and Lewis Islin.
Ethan Woodward and Kanish Grau on row 5. Blair Smith and Antoni Witkowski on row number 6.
Row 7 is Austin Newstead and Henry Carter. Row 8, Teddy J. Porter and local driver Sky Parker.
About 25 miles away from the circuit here, Harley Hodgson Wells and Aaron Richardson on row 9. Harley Musk and Jensen Graham running at the top 20.
Archie Levitt and Joseph Smith share row 11 with Leonardo Gorski, newcomer to the championship this weekend, and Will Green, the returning Will Green, on row 12.
Colby Patterson and Jarlath Sayer on row 13. Jensen Ackerman and Luca Narroway round out row 14. And the final rows, Kazra Kamyab, Edward Haynes, John T. Raystrick, Henry Clark and Laith Khan. Race underway, green flag.
Yep, safely through turn number 1. 33 IAME Cadets hammer their way down Dragon Straight, up the hill towards Spoon Curve. Look at that. And it's an ORM 1-2-3 at the moment. Domain, Ashcroft and Noah Baglin running 1-2-3, and already they're going to try and work together. Kip Malowski earns a warning flag already. Only done 3 corners as Kit, but obviously getting his elbows out early doors. There's that black livery car, very easy to spot there, number 54, Will Green. And down the hill now through Compression Corner. This is Devil's Elbow.
And it really shows there, doesn't it, the undulations that they go there when they hit those curves. They jump, don't they?
Look, and if you look at the karts coming out over the curbs there, I mean, all these F1 drivers moaning on about porpoising. Have a think about the poor backs of these young cadet drivers. I mean, they're bouncing around like a can of Mexican jumping beans.
Well, they're malleable.
Ah, yes. Oh, and there's a change to the lead. That looks like Noah Baglin making a move on Jacob Ashcroft. Was it the number 22, number 63 kart of Baglin? No, it wasn't. It was the number 5 kart of Henry Domain moving back into the lead. So Domain leads Ashcroft, Baglin in 3rd, George Edgar, the O-Plate champion, is in 4th. Then a slight gap back to Ethan Woodward, Blair Smith and Kit Bolofsky.
Yeah, so a breakaway from the top 4 at the moment. George Edgar part of that top 4 as well. Slowly breaking away. His teammate Ethan Woodward just behind in P5. Also, actually, I tell a lie, it's Kit Bolofsky who's just behind, actually, and the number 9 who's made up places back up into P5 after a bad start. Has dropped already several places.
Jarlath Sayer getting squeezed. Sorry, Anthony.
No.
Jarlath Sayer was about to have the mother and father of all accidents there going through turn 1, but saved it. He was getting eased wide by Harley Hodgson Wells there, and unsettled the number 49 Jamie Gee racing kart, but Jarlath did hold on.
Just.
There is the number 5 of Henry Domain leading Ashcroft, Baglin. Now the 3 ORM karts haven't been able to push away from Edgar and Bolofsky. In fact, Bolofsky has caught George Edgar in 5th position. And we've now got a 5 kart breakaway with a little gap back to Ethan Woodward in the number 83 Fusion kart, running in 6th position.
There we go. Top 3 now starting to break away. Fusion have struggled here this weekend, which is not something that we usually see. Their karts, top of the hill, they do seem to fall away from the ORM karts. They are breaking away slightly, but they have closed back up in this latter section of the lap. They seem to be working better in the twisty part, not the open straight bit.
You know, it's that, you know, the scales 50-50, of 50-50. Do you go for out-and-out speed or handling? Yeah. If you go for handling, which means that you're great through this part of the circuit, then you're going to sacrifice a little bit of the out-and-out speed, which is the first half of the lap. But if you don't do the first part with the top speed sort of section of it, will you not be close enough then when you get to that twisty section? You'll close in too late. And that is why anyone will say this is one of the most difficult, challenging circuit place to come to on the British Championship calendar. There is the numbers. Oh, there's Bolofsky and Baglin coming together. Now, they had a little bit of a contretemps on the last lap of the final at Warden Law, which was Bolofsky had a penalty for that, and there was a little bit of wheel-to-wheel dicing there. But Baglin going over the grass, coming through turn number 4, and he's dropped back to 5th position. So Domain and Ashcroft still run 1-2. Then it is Edgar, Bolofsky, Baglin. Kanish Grau is up into 6th position in the number 22 kart. with Blair Smith and Teddy J. Porter now 7th and 8th. Well, this is not something that we've seen much of this year. Of the top 8, we've got 6 ORM drivers and only 2 Fusion drivers. As Ethan Woodward fails to 9th, Sky Parker having a great drive at her home track. She is up 6 places to 10th place. Archie Lovett from 21st to 11th. And then Jesse Phillips, who won the opening round of the championship at... he won the Warden round. He won the last round of the championship at Warden. He runs in 12th. Then it's Anthony Witkowski, Austin Newstead, Henry Carter, Lewis Islin, Riley Cranham, Jensen Graham, our championship leader, still only 18th. Followed by Will Green and Harley Musk. That's your top 20. All 33 starters still running. There's the number 25 card on your screen. That is Sky Parker. So the young Welsh lady.
There's lots of practice here, obviously local track.
And
so yeah,
10th at the moment. In the championship, she's 10th as well. So she's been very consistent this year. Can we get up towards the top 6 now? Can young Sky?
Have to see what we can do then. 6.5 minutes plus that 1 lap to go. Starting to close in here now between these 2 or 4 drivers, I should say. Domain still leading from Ashcroft. No changes there. 2 just behind as well. 2 RRM, Baglin and Kanish Rao. Kanish with the fastest lap of the race earlier on. That's been taken away now by George Edgar and the O plate. And again, just slossing in. You can just see all of them looking behind. No one defending. Everyone just saying, right, come on, let's just keep going. Here we go. Here we go. Don't worry about anything. Let's just pull away from the main pack. We'll overtake at some point. Oh, and there's an overtake now. So Graham down, or Edgar, sorry, down the inside. Oh dear, and Bolofsky going wide, and Ashcroft going wide as well. So Ashcroft now down into P4 here. So both Fusion drivers of Edgar and Bolofsky go through. And that chops and change on that one.
Yeah, it's like so the ORM team had a nice 3-kart cushion at the front.
They did.
And the 2 Fusion drivers, Edgar and Bolofsky, have sort of picked them off one by one.
Yeah,
like, you know, now
away.
There's just Domain leading to catch and pass. 5 minutes to go, so still plenty of time left. There's Sky Parker behind the number 83 kart of Ethan Woodward. And a little signal there from Ashcroft. To say, okay, let's go. No, it wasn't. It was, it was Blair Smith giving Teddy J. Porter a little signal there. So here's the top 4 round the carousel. Edgar and Bolofsky 2nd and 3rd, but they are being sandwiched by the number 5 of race leader Henry Domain and the number 8, 4th place man Jacob Ashcroft.
What Henry Domain could do here right now as well, because he knows he's got, well, if he's looked behind him, he knows he can see a lot of his teammates close behind. So if he decided to, I'm just going to start to slowly edge this one back a little bit. Bring my mates into this.
That's a distinct possibility, and you can do that. That tactic would work at a place like Glenagorse, and he is starting to defend, so he's starting to back the pack up ever so slightly just to bring Baglin and Kanish Grau back into play. Change Kit Bolofsky into P2.
Yeah, exactly. So again, while they're doing that, that's allowed. Look how quickly they've closed up.
Oh yes,
just on that one there. So up in towards Spoon. He just edged it, came off the throttle a little bit early. Yep. Goes into the tighter line here.
Oh,
now he's under pressure
he's left
though.
The door open though.
Slightly. Bolofsky goes through, but slots back in. Not the normal common thing that we'd see where he gets nerfed out the train and all the way back to that group. He managed to go back and there we go. There we go. Final corner. That's the sort of lunges we're talking about there.
First paddock bend lunge of the day, indeed. Courtesy of Henry Domain in kart number 5. Yeah. Now we're back to 6 karts up front, and again, Domain. Now that was but he's left the door open again for Kit Bolofsky. Bolofsky getting pushed along by his teammate George Edgar, and George. Now the ORM tactic has not worked because Bolofsky and Edgar are suddenly 1-2.
But now he's got teammates with him, but the teammates seem to be scrapping as well because Ashcroft's just gone through as well, and that's Ashcroft's not gone through. Baglin went through, so Ashcroft's now just gone back to this group.
Yep, he's gone to the back of the group, and you've got the number 22 of Kanish Grau. Have noticed as well, what does Kanish Grau have?
A race suit. He's got an ORM race suit.
I think it's by me absolutely bullying Oliver Rowland into buying him one. I think that's what he's got to be thankful for.
Yeah, potentially so. 3 minutes to go then.
And instantly, that pack is spreading out again because Bolofsky and Edgar aren't backing the pack up. They've pressed the loud pedal. They pulled the pin. Henry Domain has a little look at the inside. I mean, Domain twice. He was deliberately trying to back everybody up to get his teammates into the action, but twice he left the door open. So 2 small errors there, I have to say, from Henry Domain. Now he's got to try and fight back. 2.5 minutes to go. And of course, Bolowski and Edgar are not defending whatsoever. There's the chasing group.
Yes, this is 7th downwards, led by Blair Smith, the number 45. Jesse Phillips in that group as well, with Teddy J. Porter. Sky Parker's there. Archie Lovett, Ethan Woodward, Anthony Witkowski, Riley Cranham also. They've all dropped down quite a few places. Archie Lovett's had a good race so far. 11 positions gained, the same as Leith Khan, actually. The number 78, currently in P23, gained 10 places so far in this race.
Leith Khan started at the back and is already up to 21st now, position. Yep. The leading non-fusion RM driver is Jamie Green Racing's Will Green in kart number 54, that all-black liveried kart. Very distinctive kart to see. There is the chasing pack. Here's the lead group. It's a sextet.
There we go.
Oh, and Bolowski dives to the inside there. Edgar was having a little nibble, and that's brought everyone a little bit closer together. 90 seconds to go, out of paddock. Now, you can see Edgar, nose cone, planted on Bolowski's rear bumper. Pushing. 8 wheels working together. Domain is right there as well.
You can see Kit just going, come on, go. Really pushing that kart forward. And back
Henry
down
Domain, up into P2.
Back down the inside. It didn't work. There we go.
Well, it worked to an extent, but then, of course, Domain was the 3rd driver in that, so it was 12 wheels working together. And, of course, Domain, with his nose resting on the rear bumper of Edgar's kart, when they turned to go uphill through turn 2, he could keep his nose on the rear bumper, and the sort of the natural trajectory would just ease Edgar wide and open the door for Henry Domain.
Yeah.
No contact, just ease.
Just ease, yeah. That's how you do it. Let's see what happens this time around then. Up the hill they go. Big look over the shoulder from Bolowski and from Domain. They can see they've got a little bit of a gap now.
Now let's have a look, see if the same tactic will work. Now he swings
Wide.
wide. Cut back underneath, coming through turn 4 possibly. No, down the hill towards the carousel. Edgar's back in contention. Oh, Bolowski having to defend, so next time around they'll get the last lap board. Domain up the hill. Bolowski is going to have to defend, and if Henry... Oh, no, he doesn't defend, and there goes Henry Domain. Great opportunism there from Henry Domain. Oh, and George Edgar passes them both, and so does Noah Baglin.
Well, Bolowski didn't know that was coming from that one, and had to really dive out of that one, really lost momentum, and that just allowed Edgar to come straight through now, taking the lead on the final lap. Here we go then. Bring it home then, boys, as we're on the last lap, race 10, pre-final for IAME Cadet. And again, big look over the shoulder from Baglin. Baglin looking like he wants to go for the move here, potentially into Spoon Corner. No, they both go wide.
Oh, Henry Domain around the outside, he goes too wide. And that's going to cost him 2nd place, is it? Yes, it is Edgar and Bolowski. Domain back to 3rd, Baglin is 4th. No, make that Baglin... Yeah, he is 4th. He just holds off Kanish Grau and Jacob Ashcroft at the back of this. Oh, Jensen Graham, technical flag, championship leader. Well, he's going to be the championship leader no more. And side by side, Domain at the inside of Bolowski. Bolowski off. Oh, hey, over the curb. Wow, Air Jordan.
Well, dear me. Well, he's going to take the race win, but something tells me he's not going to finish that race on top. And it's 3 wide there, and the teammates gesticulating to each other. So at the end of that one, Kit Bolowski, after cutting the grass, going for a trip on holiday, going a little bit higher than everyone else.
I mean, some air traffic control needs to be made aware of that flight. But he'll say, well, I was forced off wide, which he was. I wonder if we can see a replay. Let's have a look at that again.
So
we'll pick it up just before that. Yeah. So Domain at the inside of Bolowski. He hits the curb, bounces Bolowski onto the grass. Bolowski, over that curb there, misses Devil's Elbow. I mean, Kit Bolowski will tell you there was no way he could regain the circuit.
No, especially there.
That is going to run and run. There's going to be, so provisionally, unofficially, Kit Belowski crossed the line first and took the win in the pre-final. George Edgar second. Kanish Grau, I mean, in amongst all that, the Oliver Roller Motorsport drivers all sort of clattered into each other coming out of the final corner. It was 3 wide. Rao in third, Baglin in fourth, Ashcroft fifth, Domain in sixth, Jesse Phillips is seventh, Blair Smith 8th, Teddy J. Porter 9th, Archie Lovett finished in 10th, ahead of Riley Cranham, Ethan Woodward, Lewis Islin. Sky Parker dropped to 14th there at the end, followed by Antoni Witkowski, Austin Newstead. Jensen Graham, he finished 17th, but obviously was technical flag, so he will not be classified 17th. Will Green is 18th, then Henry Carter and Lace Khan. Here's some of the back markers. John T. Restrick there in Kart 67, one of the privateers. Luca Narroway, the promotion driver, he finished 33rd. And, well, I mean, Lewis Hamilton's been complaining about his back. But Kit Belowski, wow, that was a... I mean, normally you've got to pay about 18 quid at Alton Towers for a ride like that.
Yeah, that did look like a fun ride, didn't it?
The 20th, Colby Patterson pushing his kart back. And of course, that is the entrance to Parc Ferme. And of course, you're trying to line 33 karts up to go into Parc Ferme. Doesn't always fit. I mean,
I suspect when his mechanic told Kit Belowski, you know, straight line the corners as best as possible, that's not what I quite had in mind.
But I mean, Belowski will say, well, I got pushed off, which he did. I mean, Henry Domain hit the inside curb coming into compression corner. That pushed Belowski off over the grass. At that point, you're a passenger, you're going downhill, the grass is dry, but it's still obviously not as grippy as the race circuit.
No.
Bounce, 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 bounce. You know, what could he do? You're not going to then stop and pull at the side of the circuit on the last corner.
No.
So that's going to be one that will run and run. Next race, it's the second pre-final, it's Junior X30 up next. Woohoo!
Yes, indeed. You seemed happy about Junior X30 coming up next.
Well, I'm just as happy. I think the stewards also think, oh, let's not look at that cadet race again.
Yeah.
There's Mondi Junior Canini, our South African friend. There's Ian Bishop, fine figure of a man. Macaulay's dad. There's number 33 kart going through on its trolley. That is Cameron Pratt Thompson, his kart.
Jong's kart also just going through, the 18th starting on that 16th row at the back.
31 drivers.
Yeah.
We've had a few drop out of the championship. Now, one driver that is missing is Henry Jocelyn for Mick Barrett Racing. Now, that's not because he's withdrawn from the championship. That is because the FIA Academy is racing this weekend down in Cremonza in Italy. And, of course, Henry Jocelyn is Britain's representative in that.
Yes.
So he's effectively using this as his dropped round.
Yeah.
However, I did notice qualified 44, not great. In the heats at Cremonza, charged to the field. First race, penalty for contact. Second race, penalty for a nose cone. So, I mean,
it does show that, again, British drivers will go for those overtakes.
Yes, many lunges.
Many lunges.
Many lunges.
There we go. We breed the best here in Britain.
Absolutely. But, of course, Henry Jocelyn isn't here. 31 drivers are here. Gabriel Stilp leads the championship after that fantastic win at Warden Law. There's Mr. Excitement, Reggie Dewey, who is mechanicking for Freddie Lloyd. Now, Fast Freddie Lloyd, quite a spectacular driver in terms of, you know, a little bit leery now and again. Obviously, you want a calming influence.
Yeah.
Just to chill. Yeah. So you get Reggie Dewey.
Yeah.
Mr. Excitement himself.
Mr. Excitement.
But it's working. It's working. Freddie Lloyd, 12th on the grid, and 9th in the championship is Fast Fred.
What a combination.
Now, let's have a look. There's number 51 kart of Fred Green. That is the Jamie Green Racing Tony Kart driver. Jamie Green Racing, new team, obviously run by ex-DTM, multiple DTM champion Jamie Green. Coming on very strongly, you know. I've got many drivers. There's a privateer driver number 77, Ryland Eschberg. But, you know, Jamie Green, you know, and it's not just the Green family members. I mean, you've got Jamie's son and nephews racing in that team, but also some other drivers as well. And they are, you know, getting better and better. I mean, we just saw in the IAME race where, you know, you're the underdogs when you're not with Fusion or ORM. You know, the best placed non-Fusion ORM driver, a Jamie Green Racing kart.
Yeah, well, Green finished P18 in that race, so yeah. Again,
possibly P17 was the There's number 14 kart. There's Jack Hobson.
Yep, the BMR
BMR.
team. Yep, he's,
someone was saying hello to Jack Hobson. Come on, Jack Hobson, OH Management.
There we go.
Obviously, Jack is Hobson's choice.
Now, you can pronounce that OH Management. I like to go, oh, management.
Oh,
management. Oh dear.
Chloe Chong is there. There's number 18 kart. The Anglo-Canadian driver.
Yep, starting on that 16th row.
Morgan Moore. Ah, look at that.
You can just see it.
You can just see Snowdonia. Look at that little peak. Look at that.
You can
just
see the
peeking
little
through.
peak there.
Yeah, there, and some Demon Tweaks flags, some Wera Tour flags.
That's a Motorsport UK flag.
Flora and fauna.
Yes,
here
green.
In Glanigors. And there is the BMR kart of Jack Hobson. Tony Kart chassis.
Oh, well, there you go. More coming. Come on, Morgan Moore.
Morgan Moore. Oh,
Morgan
Moore. He's starting down in 30th place, the number 93 premium karting entry. There is the MDL racing team, the Mark and Dave Litchfield racing team.
Jack Cox.
Now,
I
mean, they're very strange-looking sheep. They're almost like cows, those sheep are.
Henry, what are you doing in a field? Get back in the commentary
Where? I mean, yeah, some good freesias they are. Roast beef.
There you go.
Sorry.
Oh,
there's number 51 of Fred Green. Now, I did notice that they're normally, I mean, there are plenty of sheep in them, their hills. You know, Wales and New Zealand, Anthony.
Yeah.
The only two countries in the world, officially, more sheep than people.
Ah, well, Falkland Islands?
Possibly. Yes, yes, okay. Falkland Islands. Is that a country? No, it's not a country.
It's not a country.
That's a protectorate.
It is.
It's part of the British protectorate. Yes. There's number 75 kart of Jack Nettleship. See, ladies and gentlemen, you don't just come here for karting. You come here for life knowledge.
Sheep knowledge.
Well, I mean, I'm very knowledgeable when it comes to certain things.
Yes. We'll brush past that.
Yes,
very
moving
quickly.
Swiftly on.
Josh Agambar.
Yeah, there's Freddie Lloyd.
Yep.
Andy Potter next to him. Andy Potter, he's Wes Swain's mechanic. There is the number 53 kart of Zach Green. There's Rylan Ashberg. See, Rylan Ashberg, privateer driver, does very, very well. The leading privateer on the grid. And I'm looking down, the only privateer on the grid. So the leading privateer by default. There's number 99, Taylor Orridge. Croc Promotions driver. The 23 of Sam Longley for Strawberry Racing. Now the championship points, Mr. Jordan, are absolutely thrilling.
Oh, they're spectacular.
They're spectacular. Gabriel Stilp leads by 10 points from Fionn McLaughlin. Intriguing, I think, would be the word. Then another 10 points further back, 8 points further back is Leo Robinson. Brandon Carr is 2 points further back in 4th. Then Henry Jocelyn, who's not here, so he's using this one as a drop round. Harry Burgoyne Jr., championship leader after round 1, has fallen to 6th in the championship here. Then it's Jack Nettleship, Macaulay Bishop, Freddie Lloyd and Zach Green, your top 10 in the championship. There's the number 11 kart of Joey Brown. Optima Motorsport, that's Scott Cheney's new team. And there is Lee Manchester on the left, and one of our other Motorsport UK stewards on the right.
Right at the top of the hill.
Yep.
There we go. Morgan Moore again there for the premium karting team, and I've said it once. I'll say it again. I do like that sticker kit.
Oh, yes, you do. Oh, Red Eye. Ah, there's Dayton Coulthard. Red Eye Events. Methinks that's one of David's companies that he's used to hey, Possibly. Red Eye Events. Getting a bit of sponsor exposure there. Dayton Coulthard for the SWRD team. Dave Boyce. So if there's a Scottish Formula 1 driver that has come out of karting, as sure as eggs are eggs, Dave Boyce will have been in charge of running them.
Yeah.
From David Coulthard, Alan McNish, and then obviously there were other sort of Harrison Newey, who's not Scottish, but he's Adrian Newey's son. Dave Boyce ran him for years. Rory Cuff, Dave Cuff's son, who was a contemporary of Michael Schumacher in karting. Boise ran them, and Dayton Coulthard for the Simon Wright Racing team, and Boise's in charge of that operation.
Now, the timing screen's just updated, meaning we're possibly going to get going, so I suspect our cameraman probably doesn't want to be standing there for much longer.
Why not?
Well, he might get taken by one of the carts. Yes. There we go. I think he heard me. There we go.
Starting lineup, Anthony.
Indeed.
Take it away.
Indeed. Thank you very much. It is a big one that we've got out there, and it's starting with Gabriel Stilp. You know, one of the crop promotion drivers. What can they do from that front row? Theo McLaughlin and Macaulay Bishop, Brandon Carr on row number 2.
Leo Robinson and Cameron Pratt-Thompson on row 3. Jack Nettleship and Cian Garrity on row 4.
Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Josh Agenbar on row 5, Eden Spanswick and Freddie Lloyd round out row 6.
Zach Green and Wesley Swain start on row 7, Ryan Ashberg and Fred Green on row 8.
Isaac Phelps and Monday Jr. Canini start on row 9, Leo Brown and Taylor Orridge start on row 10.
Jack Cox, Sam Longley, Nathan Clifford and Lewis Bird are up next.
Jack Hobson, Charlie Morrison-Jones on 13, Dayton Coulthard and Joey Brown on row 14.
The grid rounded out by Flynn McDermott, Morgan Moore and Chloe Chong.
There we go. Karts make their way out on circuit, testing that steering as they should indeed.
No, this is going to be a good one. I am absolutely convinced because Junior X30 has been very, very exciting all year. Championship, the top 2 in the championship start, top 2 on the grid. Gabriel Stilp in the number 42 kart comes out of Paddock Bend. They come to the line. Lights are green. We're off and racing. And round the outside goes Fionn McLaughlin to take the lead. Gabriel Stilp, a poor start as they plunge down Dragon Straight up the hill towards Spoon Curve. And Stilp, the poleman, has dropped to 3rd. McLaughlin leads. And from the outside of row number 2, Brandon Carr goes into P2.
Yep.
Stilp 3rd. That's a great start. Macaulay Bishop in 4th.
Yep, great start then from the entirety of the grid. Much cleaner than some of the previous races that we've seen here so far today. But again, good start nonetheless as they go through, nearing the end of the first lap. Brandon Carr a little bit squirrely there, out of position. Had to bring it back onto the racing line there. That's allowed that Croc Promotions kart of Gabriel to close back in slightly. There is still Macaulay Bishop there in P4. They cross the line, so it's McLaughlin from Carr. Still Bishop, Robinson, Nettleship as they go through. Garrity, Burgoyne Jr., Thompson and Agenbar, the top 10.
Up the hill, the field spreading out nicely, and a couple of drivers understeering going into Spoon Curve. But Fionn McLaughlin now coming under a little bit of pressure from Brandon Carr. So we saw Brandon Carr racing Junior Rotax 2 weekends ago at Larkhor in Scotland, then nipped over to the United States to race in the SCUSA Super National Series for the Bennick team, where he did very well. And of course, that seat time, he's riding a real wave of confidence this year, is Brandon Carr. Likewise, Macaulay Bishop, after winning the Junior Rotax race at Larkhor, now finds himself, again, a win is the best medicine. If you're struggling a little bit, a win is the best medicine you could take.
Oh,
and Bishop there looking good in fourth. Oh, still Pep over the grass! And what happened there?
Well, it looked like he was just going to absolutely send it into Spoon there, was Still, but now he's
Brandon
really...
Carr's in the lead.
Well, yeah, I know, Brandon Carr's in the lead, but, I mean...
that was...
Let's see a replay. Yeah, let's see what happened there. I think Brandon Carr was leading the way up the hill. Yeah, we were right. So it was just Still going for the move down the inside into Spoon. You could just see out of the slipstream and... Yeah, tried it.
Mirror signal manoeuvre. Oh, no.
Yeah, couldn't do it.
Yeah,
so slotted back. So there we go. I was right. So, again, slotting back his position. Still there, so it's not shaking him up too much. McLaughlin's still there in P3 from Bishop in P4.
No, Jack Nettleship running in 5th position. That red and white Birrell ART kart for the Jade Racing team. Fast Freddie Lloyd.
Showing that he's fast, yeah.
42.54 seconds.
Currently P12 at the moment. Let's have a look at some of the big movers in this race. Taylor Orridge has had a good start. The 99 for the Croc Promotion team, up 5 places, up to P15. Jack Hobson, another fast driver out there, up 9 places from the start.
Lewis Bird.
P16, yep.
He's taken flight.
Yes, indeed.
Up 7 places to 17th. And Dayton Coulthard,
up to P20 now, gaining 7 positions. So, yeah, plenty of positions being gained out there. So, again, shows overtakes can happen.
Yes, up the hill. Overtakes are possible, but they're tricky, as Gabriel Stilp has shown. They don't always work. So Brandon Carr, Gabriel Stilp, Fionn McLaughlin and Macaulay Bishop, your top 4. Jack Nettleship, Cian Garrity for the MTL Motorsport team running in 6th. Then Harry Burgoyne Jr. in 7th, Robinson in 8th. But look at that, you've got KR Sport, Croc Promotion, Fusion Motorsport, Dan Holland Racing, the Jade Racing team, and MDL Motorsport.
And Strawberry.
And Strawberry. 7 different teams in the top 7 positions. Now, obviously, there's a Cosmic chassis, there's a Croc chassis, the Xspirit chassis, the Lando Norris kart, the Birrell, So lots of OTK products, but the Croc and the Birrell, obviously different, as obviously not OTK products.
Multicoloured Tony karts.
Yes, multicoloured Tony karts, yes. But then obviously, but different chassis as well.
Yes,
the Croc, which is, and the Croc and the Birrell showing well here as well. Up the hill towards turn 7. This turn 7. Now they begin the descent down through compression corner, compressing your vertebrae. Then Devil's Elbow. Now Stilp up the inside in the paddock. Yes, there's a move. You can just tell that the tail of the Croc was swishing around, and Stilp retakes the lead.
Paddock bend overtake, 0.2.
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you, Gabriel Stilp.
Brandon Carr really pushing Stilp along, coming up the hill towards Spoon there on lap number 7. 7.5 minutes to go. McLaughlin third, Bishop in fourth, and now everybody else starting to fade a little bit. 5th position. So the top four have broken away. I thought I saw a glimpse of Harry Burgoyne Jr. Yes, I did. Up into 5th position. Then it is Nettleship in 6th. The number 33 Kart of Cameron Pratt-Thompson is next. Leo Robinson is down to 9th position. Where did Garrity go to? Cian Garrity.
Still there. I think he was trying to go for the move a little further back because one of the premium karting drivers has come out. So Cian Garrity went down actually to P10. After Josh Agenbar just managed to get through compression corner. So again, overtakes are still coming in through that section there as the clouds are starting to clear. Gabriel Stilp now with the fastest lap of the race as well, 42.12 as they'll go through. Now we are on lap number 8 now, 7 laps completed, 6.5 minutes to go, so plenty of time left in this race. Get more big movers there. Hobson, obviously we spoke about him earlier, he's up 10 places now. Up
Dayton Coulthard, the number 28 Kart.
Yeah.
The Red Events sponsored driver.
Yeah, he's right in a twisty pack there, really, isn't he?
He's about to get squeezed by Sam Longley, though, and he stood his ground. Fair play to young Dayton. I mean, this is karting education 101. Dayton Coulthard is doing. Most drivers, they spend years going through cadets and what have you. They don't always jump into the British Championship straight away. By the time they get to juniors, like we are now, and they enter the British Championship under the guise of the watching world, they've got oodles and oodles of experience. Not so with Dayton's. This is Dayton's karting education, and it's just happening on a bigger stage than everybody else. And of course, he's got the famous name, which adds pressure, whether he likes it or not. You know, it's a bit of extra pressure. So he's having to learn on the job, as it were. And I have to say, even comparing from where he was at Shennington, which was at the back, to where he is now, which is at the sort of the tail end of the mid-pack, that's very impressive. He's on a right chassis.
That's right.
But the right is not necessarily the weapon of choice amongst many teams. In fact, looking down there, he's the only driver on a right chassis in the field. So again, that's not the easy option. Is just go and buy a Tony kart because there's a million of them and the setup's really easy. Yeah. So no, we're going to do things differently because that is making Dayton work. Yeah. He's got to work on, which is from an engineering and a driver feedback standpoint, that is equally as important. So the young lad, he's got the Scottish crash helmet, but I think he's based in London, is doing quite well, I have to say.
Yes, definitely so. 4.5 minutes, that is the battle for 6th place on your screens. Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Leo Robinson having a good scrap. Back here at the race lead, Gabriel Stilp still holding on from a very close Fionn McLaughlin. Yes. McLaughlin really has closed that gap now back up, and they are starting to break away. The gap's about 0.8 of a second. Looking at the sector times, they are, well, they're not faster actually, I will say. So that gap is starting to come down. Macaulay Bishop's still there in P3, and down the inside here goes McLaughlin. Move. And actually, you know what? That move was done before they even got to the corner.
Was an excellent move.
So that must have been a bad exit potentially out of turn 1 from Stilp, or maybe a good one from McLaughlin.
But of course, this is a 7-round championship, so this is the 3rd round of the 7th-round championship. Coming into this weekend, Stilp led McLaughlin by 10 points in the championship. He gained another 3 points in the heats. So he extended his lead to 13 points. So McLaughlin has to start. There's championship points available for this race. So McLaughlin has to start stemming the tide. Because suddenly a 10-point lead becomes a 20-point lead. And you think, I got 4 rounds to go. But then you know, if you don't start clawing back those points, then suddenly you're at the end of the season and you're not winning.
No,
So
exactly.
McLaughlin has got to start pushing on and gaining points back on Stilp.
Right.
Bishop is third, Carr is fourth. Macaulay Bishop, eighth in the championship. He'll be thinking, I'm not out of this one yet. Not by a long shot. In fact, none of the top 10 will be thinking that they're out of championship contention.
No. We're still fairly early doors into it. Like, well, I say fairly early doors. We're near halfway sort of thing, aren't we? So, you know, really got to watch out for that one. Again, bumping out of that final corner there, just showing the momentum that these drivers have got. Brandon Carr looking good in that slipstream there on Bishop. And again, pulling to the outside, going to try and go for the switchback here. It's a move that drivers really want to try and pull off, but unfortunately, if a driver doesn't defend, it's not going to happen.
Yes,
sort of thing.
You need a bit of cooperation.
You do, yeah. You can go wide all you like, but if the driver in front doesn't, then you know.
Now, Harry Burgoyne runs in fifth behind this battle you're watching on your screen. And Burgoyne closing in that green and white strawberry racing Tony Kart. Robinson is sixth. Pratt Thompson is seventh. Geraghty is eighth. Orridge is up from 20th to 9th. Great drive from Taylor Orridge. Josh Agambar runs 10th. Then it's Freddie Lloyd. As I say that, there's a problem for Freddie Lloyd. Oh dear.
No, I think he's good. I think it's just a transponder.
It was a transponder issue, was it? We got a change.
Yes, Gabriel still back down the inside. Same corner that it happened for McLaughlin as well. Spoon corner at the top of the hill. So now still back in the lead. And while this is happening, that's allowing Bishop, it's allowing Kart, it's allowing Burgoyne Jr., Robinson, Pratt Thompson to all start to close in now. 90 seconds left on the timer, plus that one lap. And again, still looking confident out there. Looking at that kart going through the section, it looks planted to the track. It's not hopping, it's not going down, it's not getting air at any of the corners. It's not a stiff chassis, but it might be twisting it slightly.
Dim porpoisio.
Yes.
No porpoising.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. That's Welsh for you. And there's Bishop. And I've got to say, Bishop and Brandon Carr, with a minute to go, they're not out of this one yet. As Stilp and McLaughlin check over their shoulder, Bishop and Brandon Carr are thinking, right, heads down, let's wagons ho to the front.
Yes, exactly. Let's see what they can do. But for the time being, all is well. All is calm.
We've had some issues down. Morgan Moore out of the race. Jack Cox out of the race. Dayton Coulthard out of the race. Dayton Curse, the commentator. I'm bigging him up, and then he retires.
I think Dayton did retire yesterday as well, as Joey Rank gets a 5-second time penalty. Also,
that's going to drop him from 25th down to probably 28th and last, the 28 karts that are still running.
Yeah.
22 seconds to go. Still, McLaughlin, Bishop and Brandon Carr lead. Burgoyne is fifth, and it's Robinson, Geraghty, Pratt Thompson, Agambar, Orridge, Hobson, Lloyd, Zach Green, Spanswick and Fred Green. That's your top 15. Jack Nettleship has fallen all the way back to 17th position. Wes Swain has slipped back to 19th. Monday Junior Canini 21st. Oh, there's been a switcheroo.
There has indeed, yeah. I didn't actually see where it happened on track, but McLaughlin's retaken the lead. Last lap board out now. Now, Stilp is going to have to go for a move here. Are we going to see it? Good exit out of the first corner, right in the slipstream now. Pulling out straight away. They are side by side. Stilp's on the outside here. Keep an eye on Bishop. He could send one down the inside. No. Thinks against it. Slots back. Brandon Carr also in the mix of this one as well. Now, big look over the shoulder from McLaughlin. Stilp not making the move there. We could potentially see a move in towards turn 7. It is a favourable move before they get to the compression. No, he's not going to stay behind. I think McLaughlin's got this.
Well, let's have a look. The last corner, Gabriel Stilp has shown all season he's not afraid to put in a risky move, but he's bound. Oh, he messed up Devil's elbow there. He got a little bit sideways. That's cost him his momentum. Fionn McLaughlin takes the win in the Junior X30 pre-final. Stilp second, Bishop third, Brandon Carr fourth. But again, he lined up. He went for a half move at compression corner, but then the kart snapped out from underneath him coming through Devil's Elbow, and that sort of put paid to any thoughts he might have had.
If we could see a replay of them going through Devil's Elbow, I'd very much like to see it.
Which I think you can.
Purely because, obviously, going through, you could really see the kart got air. That's the first time I've seen it actually get air through that section, and it just hopped offline, and that's what really slowed down. It had to hit the brakes, hit the anchors quickly, and then get it back onto the track. But if we could, that'd be great. If we can't, never mind. But here's they look at the
the race results.
Yes.
Yes, the pending Paul Classic results.
Results.
Now, if you have a look at the side of the screen there,
there
you can see somebody has stopped the car park there, mate.
Aye.
That is Dayton Coulthard's cart, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm
now, the
last lap. Let's
Yeah.
have a look at the last lap coming down through compression corner. Where, here we go. Now,
so really slow it down through here.
So, yes, they're still having a half a move, thought about it, but no. Oh, then
you see how quickly it checked in the back. Yeah,
hooked the rear wheel across the curb. Now, talk about lack of grip. I mean, in the wet, there's obviously the dry track, there's a wet track, and then like there's no track.
He looked like he turned in too early for the corner there.
Yes.
So yeah,
can't turn when there's no wheels on the ground.
No, exactly. Well, there we go.
So that was the end of Junior X30. Fionn McLaughlin now brings that back. So we're back. Status quo is resumed. Gabriel Stilp gained a couple of championship points in the heats and lost a couple of championship points in the semi-final. I got football on the brains here. It's World Cup football on the brain. In the pre-final, so Stilp still holds a 10-point championship lead going into the final.
There we go. Well, there we go. Next race coming up very, very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. Senior X30 is coming up next. So race 12 of the weekend. Pre-final time for Senior X30. 11 rows, 21 drivers we have for the Senior X30 grid here this weekend. And of course, they'll all be getting themselves primed and ready. Let's have a recap of what happened yesterday, because we did have 2 heats yesterday, of course. Calai Atkins taking the race win from Thomas Fleming, Bart Harrison finishing in 3rd place. Any retirements? No retirements. So all 21 karts did finish. And I have to say, no penalties as well.
Oh, that can't be right.
I know.
Dearly me.
Heat number 2.
Cast dispersions.
Heat number 2 was Thomas Fleming. Calai Atkins finishing in 2nd from Aaron Walker. Actually, we did have a retirement. Brad Pennell not finishing, and 2 penalties in that one. Connor Clifford and Oscar Joyce.
Now, Anthony, are you ready for a public service announcement?
Oh, do pray tell.
Now, obviously, this weekend we're in God's country, North Wales. Next weekend is the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
It is, yeah.
It is, yes.
Yep.
And the Wera Tools are going to be there.
Are we?
Well, you aren't.
Well, no,
the championship is.
Oh, tremendous.
Louis Harvey's kart's going to be there. So Louis Harvey, one of our senior road tax drivers for Argenti Motorsport, is going to be at the Goodwood Festival of Speed on the Wera Tool stand. So anyone going to the Goodwood Festival of Speed next weekend, which I highly advise, it's an absolutely fantastic event. Please have a wander over to Wera Tool stand and have a little chat with Malmesbury's finest, Louis Harvey. But don't call him Lewis.
No.
But again, do you know what? Great stuff. I mean, Wera Tools really getting behind the British Championship, obviously courtesy of their sponsor, but also, translating that, they've got a stand at the Festival of Speed. Now, they sponsor drivers of the British Touring Car Championship, they sponsor Ginetta Junior drivers, but they've got a kart, they've got, a successful kart from the British Championship on stand. That's really good sort of sponsor implementation.
Yes.
And, of course, they got Louis Harvey there as well.
And they got Louis Harvey.
There we go. There we go.
Sorted.
Go and speak to Malmesbury's finest.
I've been to the Goodwood Festival of Speed. That's fabulous.
But when you went, but Louis Harvey wasn't there, was he?
No.
Well, there we go. More. And more's the pity because of it.
Yeah.
But next weekend, please go along and have a look at the Wera Tool stand at the Goodwood Festival of Speed and have a chat to Louis Harvey.
Is it going up the hill?
Pun? Oh, do you know what?
Should we send it up there?
Oh, I would love to see a kart going up the hill. Well, I mean, Tom Longfield last year did what's the hill climb near Shennington? The Shelsley Walsh.
Right, yeah.
Last year, Tom Longfield, who finished 2nd in the KZ2 Championship, took his KZ2 kart up the hill climb at Shelsley Walsh.
Yes, he did, yeah.
And absolutely wowed everybody.
Yeah.
Someone's asking me a question. Henry, do you reckon Sam Shaw, what?
Dropped game.
Well, Rusty, I mean...
he asked this question a lot.
I mean, I got game, he got game, we got game, you got game. It might feel good, it might sound a little something, but damn the game if it don't mean nothing. That's Public Enemy.
There we go. And you've become public enemy #1 for doing that.
Or I can do Time to Play the Game, which is Triple H in World Wrestling.
I just want everyone to know who knows it as well that you have also now just lost the game.
I've got game. Born with game.
I lost the game as well because I thought about it. So, yeah. If you think about the game, you've lost the game.
Ah, see.
There you go.
Okay, moving swiftly on. So, we've done that. I mean,
you're reading
I'm having a look at the... Oh, hello. Hello. My fan club.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, honey.
Hi, honey. I'm sorry, my wife is talking, but I'm sorry, wife. I'm with my karting wife. I'm with my karting wife, Anthony.
Pipe down in the live chat, all right? He's mine.
21 drivers in Senior X30. Aaron Walker leads the championship, but Bart Harrison, Aaron Walker gains a point on Bart Harrison after the heats. Harry Platten in third place. Well, Thomas Fleming's going to be starting this one from pole position. He is fifth in the standings. Kalai Atkins, seventh in the championship, but the first-time winner last time out at Warden Law starts second. Then it's Sam Heading for the MDL Motorsport team. He's gone back to the MDL team. Spiritual home of Sam Heading.
So,
Anthony, yes.
Harry Platten's been struggling this weekend, it has to be said. He's had a couple of mechanical gremlins. I think he said he had a chat with him yesterday evening, and he said he's replaced
everything.
3 engines. Ooh. He's put 3 carbs on it, and they've changed the wiring loom, and they still can't find an issue anywhere.
Oh, dear.
And it's just slow.
Oh.
So look, we'll have to see whether or not they have managed to find the issue anywhere along the lines. But if you replace everything, surely you've taken out the issue somewhere. But it's where do you look next?
Yeah, exactly.
Where do you look next after replacing everything?
Sometimes Wagon just ain't happy.
No. So it is a shame on that one. But hopefully, he's starting from the 4th row, the inside of 4th row as well. So, he's got a good starting position. It's not the end of the world from there. And, of course, this is the pre-final. Plenty of time to be gained, plenty of positions to be gained as well as we go down to
Louis
the...
Johnson Cool. There's Brad Pennell, the PF International team. There's Oscar Joyce returning to championship in the number 95 kart, just off screen there. There's the back of the grid, Gabe Belanca. So, hello, Australian fans. Gabe Belanca is back he's from Perth, I believe. Winton. Good luck to Hayden Eldridge. Is that Hayden Eldridge?
Hayden Eldridge saying good luck to Harry Platten in the finals.
And I'm watching for the first time, says Alex. I can't read that.
So I'm watching this for the first time. Who is the favourite? Is there a Nigel Mansell level star among them? From Alex Gromov.
Well, I mean, no one's got a Nigel Mansell style moustache.
No one's got that sort of, Patini yet.
Chris Gast, hello from Western Australia. Go Gabe. Yep, go Gabe.
There we go.
There is the McBarrett
that's
Racing
a lovely
team.
hat there.
Oh, that's a proper bucket hat.
That's lovely, that is.
That's Harry Platten's mechanic. Now, we haven't got audio going out the paddock here, so they can't hear us making fun of them.
Yeah.
But that is I mean, the Stone Roses would be happy with that bucket hat. The Charles Leclerc jacket, the Harry Platten mechanic there. There is Bart Harrison, second in the championship, the Harrison Holmes sponsored driver. Sam Heading, and there's your pole sitter, Thomas Fleming. Who, again, has done a bit of Rotax racing this year, so the drivers keep the seat. There's Kalai Atkins, the Jamaican flag on the side of his car, Jamaican colours on his crash helmet.
One at Warden Law.
Yep.
So I want to keep that streak up.
Oh dear, look at that. Ben Platt and Mark Litchfield, Stretch, or Dan Barrett there. Wakey, Dan. Scott Allen, Big Rob, and Sam Shaw. Oh, a rogues gallery if ever there was one there. There's Alistair Cresswell's kart. That is Marcus Littlewood's Bailey-sponsored machine. And there is the S8 racing car of Oliver Greetham. And, all right, good to see, hello, there standing just behind Oliver Greetham, Alex Short from S8 Racing. Now, while we were at Lark Hall 2 weekends ago, Alex was testing at PFI and had a bit of a whoopsie. Was spent a little bit of time recuperating. He certainly looks better now, so I hope that he is in rude health. He obviously is. He's back at the helm of the S8 Racing team. So I hope that good to see that Alex Short is well. Gave us all a bit of a scare, did Alex there when he decided to park it, park it in the grandstand. I said park it, not cark it. Park it in the grandstand at PFI. So they're 21 kart. Now again, grid numbers in Senior X30 down this year. However, very, very strong indeed. Let's have a look at the starting lineup if we can.
I think we shall do that indeed. As the karts make their way out onto the circuit to start their pre-final race 12 of the weekend for Senior X30 and for the entirety of the grid here at Glanny Gores. Thomas Fleming starting on the front row with Calai Atkins alongside... yeah, I said Calai Atkins.
Is it Calai? No, Calai. Behave yourself.
Sam Heading and Aaron Walker on row 2.
Bart Harrison and Gus Lawrence, Harry Platten and Sam Shaw.
There we go. Archie Tillett and Alistair Cresswell round out row number 5. Harvey Ryby and Marcus Littlewood on row 6.
Connor Clifford, Oliver Greetham, Louis Johnson Cool and Harry Cottrell on row 7 and 8.
Brad Pennell and Nat Thomas on row 9. Oscar Joyce and Finley Harrison round out the top 20. Gabe Belanca rounds out the grid. Our Australian driver on the 11th row.
Yes. Now, we're in the land of sheep, the home of the dragon. What can the wallaby do from the back of the grid? That was my animal references.
Yeah, well, very good animal reference there. Here we go then, onto the start-finish line, and it looks like potentially we're going round again. No, it's green lights. We're off and racing. Calai Atkins then not with the best start, now dropping right down the order. Looked like it was going to be a false start, and it looks like he's dropped down to about 5th, 6th place now.
Alistair Cresswell! Well, now that's our new cameraman. Well done there, new cameraman, for not evacuating your bowels on spec as the cart come towards you, but for keeping that. Alistair Cresswell, high, wide and handsome, but he gets going again. So we're down to 21 in the race, but 20 in the main pack of karts. Fleming leading Aaron Walker, and that looks like Sam Heading into P3. So Harrison is down to 4th. Calai Atkins down to about 7th or 8th place, Anthony.
Yeah, so not the best start there for Calai. They cross the line then, so Fleming leads from Walker. Heading, Harrison, Platten, Lawrence, Atkins, Tillett, Ryby and Sam Shaw, the top 10. Marcus Littlewood still there in P11 from Clifford. Johnson Cool.
Change. Aaron Walker.
Now in the lead.
And that was I mean, Aaron Walker, he hasn't won a final yet this year, which is going to bug him. Down the hill, it's Walker, Fleming, Heading, Sam Heading in kart number 7. And under pressure from Bart Harrison. Harrison sends it at the inside. Good move there, Bart Harrison. But look at that, Anthony.
Look at the gap.
Yep, that's cost him 10 kart lengths. Gained him a position on lap at the end of lap number 2. But it has cost him 10 kart lengths. And that 10 kart lengths is going to take a while to close up.
But now, Sam Heading could, he could be smart about this. Was that
Calai Atkins?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, looping it, going into, oh dear. So it's this season is total case of feast or famine for Calai Atkins and the number 41 Mad Croc kart. And that looked like that was a solo effort as a spin as well. And he's back in the race. All 21 drivers still starting, but Calai Atkins is down in probably about 20th place now.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see, especially in the pre-final, because of course, ladies and gents, if you are unaware about karting and pre-finals, this race right here will determine their starting grid for the final later on today. So if you finish first, you start first for the final. Easiest way of putting it.
Walker, Fleming, Harrison, Heading. Harrison has closed that gap back up, so it's taken him about a lap and a half to close that 10 kart length gap back up to within lunge range. So already Harrison has made one really good move coming out of this corner and diving into that corner. Fleming mirrors Harrison's manoeuvre by retaking the lead. And again, this is bubbling up nicely because Gus Lawrence and Harry Platten. So Harry Platten, they threw everything, including the kitchen sink at that GP plate kart. And it seems, Anthony, to have worked because he's up in the top 6.
Yep.
And in that lead group critically.
Yes, indeed. So let's keep a very close eye on that one as... like Sam Heading was just coming out of the slipstream there and having a look down the inside of Bart Harrison, but that's failed. There's the group a little further back now as well. That will be Archie Tillett, Sam Shaw, Harvey Ryby, Marcus Littlewood, Connor Clifford, Brad Pennell, Louis Johnson Cool. They'll be in that group just behind as well, and they're closing in as well. So it's, only because of those moves and the final corner, it's just allowed nearly the entirety of the pack to really just bunch up and close in, which is absolutely fabulous for the viewers at home and for us here.
Yes. Lawrence into P5. 6th is Platten. The next driver along will be Archie Tillett. No, it looks like Sam Shaw has passed Archie Tillett for 7th place. The 6-car train. Kalai Atkins.
He's coming back.
Yes, he's coming back. He is 20th.
Yeah.
He's a second behind 19th place driver Nat Thomas. Gabe Belanca up to 17th position. Finley Harrison has gone from 20th to 15th. And Brad Pennell from 17th to 12th.
So good starts.
Yeah, so Pennell in 12th place now. Thomas Fleming continues to lead. Podium, 2nd place in the opening round at Shannington for Fleming. Didn't have a great weekend at Warden Law. I think he retired from the final at Warden Law or finished well down the order. I think he may have retired, you know.
I could look through my stats and find out.
Well, no, I mean, I'm looking at the championship points, and I think he finished well down the order. Yeah, I think he did retire, actually. Yes, he did retire for the final. But he's leading this one. Walker, Harrison. Oh, Harrison there. No. Heading, Lawrence, and Platten.
There we go. They're doing a good job, these drivers here. Just keeping it line astern. Nice little look over the shoulder there. And again, Harrison just pulling out of the slipstream slightly. Testing the waters potentially, but it wasn't close enough for a move there. Maybe it was a slightly just closing the door maybe on Sam Heading, as once again Bart Harrison has gone backwards actually.
Yes.
He's lost a position there, so Sam Heading has gone through.
Yep, and Sam Heading did it and didn't lose any ground. Now here's the second group.
They are closing in.
Yep, Sam Shaw, Archie Tillett, Harvey Ryby, Marcus Edward, Connor Clifford, Brad Pennell, Louis Johnson, Cool in that group. I think even Oliver Greetham might be. No, it's Louis Johnson Cool 13th place is the last driver in the second group of karts that's closing in. And up at the front, though, Fleming beginning to inch away. Walker under pressure. Walker having to defend, going down Dragon Straight.
And what's happened to Aaron Walker?
Well, he's cleared off, is what he's had. He hasn't. That's Fleming is cleared off. Walker is defending. Walker really under pressure here from Heading, Harrison, and that has meant that he's got a transponder issue.
Yes. That's what was fussing me.
So, I mean, if you have a look on the scoring pile on the left-hand side of your screen there, you can see Aaron Walker. His name now moves back up to second. But obviously, for some reason, his transponder didn't pick up last time around. But Ian Rogers, our timing and scoring aficionado for motorsport-timing.co.uk, is on the case.
He is on the case. And Yaz is in there as well. Yaz, one of the timekeepers. So doing a sterling job as well. Yeah.
Oh, there's a move. Sorry, Anthony.
No.
That's Sam Heading getting his elbows out up the inside of Walker. Walker cuts across the track there, and he's lost 2-3 places. Make that 4 places. Harry Platten muscles his way through. So Aaron Walker from 2nd to 6th. And it all started when Sam Heading for the MDL team really just forced the issue, pushed Walker wide going into Spoon Curve, and that affected Walker's line all the way through turn 4 and down the hill towards the carousel, lost all sorts of momentum, and he's now down in 6th position with Archie Tillett, Sam Shaw and Harvey Ryby right behind him.
Yes, indeed. 4.5 minutes to go then, plus that 1 lap. They go up the hill now towards the top set. Great shot that is. Whizzing. The speed that these Senior X30 karts have got is absolutely fantastic. And of course, these are the, essentially direct drive. They're single speed.
Yes.
1 gear, it's just go and stop. There's no gears or anything like that. So, yeah, they just go, and they do reach an incredible speed when they get to the top of that hill, completely unrestricted.
Yes, between 75 and 80 miles an hour by the time you get to the braking zone.
Proper waft.
Proper waft. Now, Harrison, following the number 7 kart of Heading, onto another lap through Club Corner, up Dragon Straight. Fleming leads by nearly a full second. Lawrence, the O plate, is 4th. Oh, there's a move. There is Harrison up the inside of Heading, and now Sam Heading is, what is happening to Heading is exactly what happened to Walker a lap ago. You get pushed wide going into Spoon, that messes up your line through turn 4, and then you're under pressure and offline all the way down the hill towards the carousel. So Heading goes from 2nd back to 5th or 6th, I think.
Well, Fleming will be loving this.
Oh, yes.
He's driving away now. He's, cheers, guys. See you later. I'm off.
And, he's just got track position at the right time. Harrison and Heading have been the 2 most aggressive drivers in the race. As you can, so aggression. They've been making most of the moves, but it has cost them ground. It's good for us, bad for them in terms of their chances of winning this race.
Definitely so. More chopping and changing all the way through the field as well. Finn Harrison still there, P14, up 6 places at the moment. Callum Atkins doing a great recovery drive, now up into P15, has constantly set fastest lap after fastest lap. So is doing a great job out there for the time being. We'll have to see where Callum comes to at the end of this race. Into the final corner we go then. And Platten still there, doing a good job now in P4. After, you know, sorting out those gremlins with the karts that they had over the heats yesterday, not having the best results, and we were really kind of not a happy bunny at the evening was Mr. Platten with his hair all in the wind. So, you know, but he's got good waft today, which is good to see.
But of course, this is a race like this is helping Harry Platten when there's lots of chopping and changing.
Yeah.
If there is a slight waft deficit in that kart, then the fact that they're battling is masking the problem ever so slightly.
Maybe.
I mean, let's look at his lap times. 41.74. Well, that's actually a tenth quicker than Thomas Fleming's lap. So yeah. I would say problem solved, Anthony.
Yeah, potentially so. So yeah, I think all is well. Technical flag.
Oliver Greetham. Oh dear.
Where is Oliver so far
19th.
in this one? He is, yeah.
So he was down towards the back of the field. There's Kalai Atkins recovering well. He's just swept past. Who is that? He's just swept past Louis Johnson Cool, and that would put him 13th. So Kalai, there's the recovering Kalai Atkins. The next target he has got is the number 11 Jade Racing entry of Marcus Littlewood. So there's Aaron Walker getting a very good drive into Paddock Bend, almost tripped over Harry Platten. Yes, Anthony.
Thomas Fleming had a very, very bad lap on that last lap.
Ah, yes, he did.
And now he's under immense pressure from Harrison. He's really closed in, so I'm not sure what happened on the lap, but it was a 42.5 compared to a 41.8 from the rest of the field. So
I'm looking at bad middle sector.
Yeah.
So the sector they're in now, there was obviously a problem for Fleming because he was about half a second down just in that sector alone, and so he thought he'd escaped, but looking at that though, his best lap is a tenth slower than everybody else. So he's not got the quickest kart. He did have track position, 45 seconds to go, Anthony, and now he has got company in the form of 77 Bart Harrison, the O-plate of Gus Lawrence, and a change. Oh my word, yes.
That direction change from Bart Harrison there, that just shows the sort of space that they do have at that top section of track. It is chopping and changing in the background. Aaron Walker there is under immense pressure from Sam Heading, Harry Platten, all of that guys who are battling for position. He has managed to get past Platten. Platten's down into 5th place now. 14 seconds left on the timer. They'll cross the line probably on 0. Maybe? No, I think they'll cross the line with the on.
It's going to be close. 0. It's going to be close. Timekeeper's nightmare. Timekeeper's nightmare.
Oh,
1 second to go. Yeah, right, that's bad news for Fleming. Good news for us.
Yeah,
so
indeed.
Fleming looking over his shoulder. Harrison and Lawrence right there. Walker is 4th. 5th position is Platten. Then it is Heading, Tillett and Shaw. 2, 4, 6,
8. Who do we appreciate?
Yes, well done, Andy. Excellent. You took the words right out of my mouth. Because 8th for the lead, led by Fleming. And again, Thomas Fleming, the pace has really slowed down. They're all lapping in the 42.1, 42.2 second bracket. Everyone's fast lap of this race is a 41.7. Apart from Fleming, who's only did a 41.8.
Yep. Well, there we go. We're on the final lap now. Finn Harrison getting himself a warning flag as well. He's opened up a gap now, has Fleming. They come into the braking zone, loses said gap. Obviously, that's probably just the concertina effect kicking in slightly. Gus Lawrence goes slightly defensive as they go down into the carousel. Comes back out now. Aaron Walker right on the tail end. Not going to go for a move down the inside as they go around turn 7. But he is going to go for it. Side by side into compression. And Gus Lawrence holds on to it. Only very just, though. Here comes Fleming, though, out of the final corner. Absolutely fine and dandy. No worries about it. He'll take the pre-final win from Bart Harrison. Lawrence Walker will finish in P4 from Platten finishing 5th place, gaining 2 positions. So hopefully those gremlins have sorted themselves out. Sam Heading crossing the line in 6th place from Archie Tillett 7th. Sam Shaw, Harvey Ryby and Connor Clifford rounding out the top 10.
11th, Brady Pennell. Clyde Atkins in 12th. Marcus Littlewood 13th. Then Louis Johnson Cool, Harry Cottrell, Finley Harrison, Nat Thomas, Oscar Joyce, Gabe Belanca, and Alistair Cresswell, with Oliver Greetham failing to finish. There is a view of the karts returning to the paddock. There's the clubhouse. And again, just there. I'm biased, but I think that this is one of the most beautiful settings for a kart circuit that I've ever been to.
It is. Yeah, I can completely agree with that.
There's a track in South Africa, which is just in the KwaZulu-Natal mountains, which is just stunning. I mean, it's a million miles from everywhere.
Yeah.
But, you know, you want to look at some street that is potentially beats this, but only a bit.
Only a bit.
There are very few. I mean, Golspie, up in the north of Scotland, you've got the North Sea, which occasionally makes its way onto the circuit when the weather is bad. Oh, there's snow, hello.
Yeah, you can see the peak a little bit better this time,
yes,
right?
Yes. But there we go. So we have one race to go. There's a couple of the drivers coming in. Now let's have a look. There's Harry Platten there, talking to Ben Platten there, just shaking his head. Clyde Atkins will rue that mistake.
I think, if we can, can I see Cresswell's drift again?
Oh,
I just really want to see it.
First lap going into turn 2, please, Mr. Producer.
I'd love to see it again. It was absolutely fantastic. How we kept it out the tyre wall for one, because it's so easy for it to just go straight on into the back.
Yep.
He absolutely leathered the throttle and just
here we
kept
go.
it out of the
tyre.
Here we go, race start. Oh, there you go, offline on the marbles and whoosh around. Oh, God, I wouldn't want to be the person who has to clean that.
Did not take his foot off the loud pedal. Good lad.
Did not indeed. Right. There we go, that's the fun over for that one.
Race 12 in the books.
Yeah.
One race to go before the lunch break.
Indeed.
Race 13, second heat, KZ2.
Yes, indeed. KZ2 is coming back out onto the circuit. Let's remind ourselves that what happened in heat number 1 earlier on. Charlie Turner took the race win from Reese Ujima. Miles Murphy finished in P3. Now, was that because of penalties? Because Tom Adams, Rush Performance, who did cross the line in the race lead.
Yes, Tom Adams and Bradley Barrett were 1-2.
Yes, they were. Bradley Barrett also with a penalty as well. I'll do some digging. I'll see what it was for.
Well, I would hold on to your spade a minute, Anthony, because it doesn't take a genius to work out, and I mean, even I can figure that one out.
It was both jump starts for both Bradley Barrett and Tom Adams.
Yes, I thought that the race start was a little bit messy, and well, but I mean, Tom Adams and Bradley Barrett. This is the grid for this race was set by qualifying yesterday, so the 2 heat race grids are set by time qualifying. So Tom and Bradley do get another chance to start the race correctly.
We also have 4 retirements from Heat 1 as well, of course. Australia's Jack Doohan, Josh Price, Morgan Porter, and Mexico's Rafael Villagomez. All 4 retirements now. Of course, 2 of those drivers, Morgan Porter and Rafael Villagomez, they had a coming together at the top of the track at Spoon Corner, or at the exit of Spoon Corner, I should say. So hopefully they have got their karts retwisted back in a sensible position where it is.
I mean, you're looking at the circuit. Jumping. I mean, my hand-drawn diagram of the circuit is
pretty spot on.
I've got to say it. I mean, my GCSE in art is really coming through.
But I think it's a skill that one has.
I mean, artistry is a skill.
Drawing a kart circuit or any circuit just off by...
Now, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, karting fans around the world, cast your minds back and please let us know in the chat, you know, when you were young, as we're looking at...
That was a very long time for you.
Did you not spend hours, you're a race fan, did you spend hours just designing in your home
I did.
The ultimate kart track or race track, you know, you're going to drawing out, you know, it looked like all sorts, and, you know, there we go. I did.
I still do.
Oh, okay, fair enough. There's Hannah Lang and the number 91 kart. I mean, a very strong start to the first heat for Hannah, but then faded a little bit towards the end. The E-plate, the English champion, that is Dan Gould. There's number 9 kart of Ashley Lewis.
There's another right chassis there. Who's running the right chassis in this?
It would be Derek Morgan, Delboy. There he is.
Morgan.
There's Ian Thompson, mechanic extraordinaire. Joe Charlton. There's the right.
That's
right karts, and it's really good to see. So we got right karts in IAME, in Junior X30, in KZ2, excellent British-built kart chassis. I mean, you know, there is... See, now, Mrs. Moore made fun of my beard yesterday. There's Jamie Smith and Sam Moore having a chat with Josh Price. There's Joe Charlton. Well, I don't know, my beard gives me wisdom. Yes, karting wisdom. Joe Charlton with a balaclava. I mean, last time I saw one of them, I was going into a post office. But the less about that, the better. No face, no case, Gov. Your Honour.
There we go. Well, obviously, Tom Adams and Bradley Barrett, they are starting from the front row again this time around. There is a couple of our guest drivers there. Reese and Rafael Villagomez. Reese
saying, now, Rafa, you've got to get his turn 3 is right, then turn 4 is downhill. And I'm like, okay, yes. They're all having a good laugh. I mean, again, Reese is FIA, they're both in FIA Formula 3. Pierce Sexton Racing Team. There is Morgan Porter, still got the stuff on his tyres after his dad, Mr. Porter. There's his son, let's have a look. Oh, there's a bit of a likeness there, I have to say. There's Caden McQueen's kart. What's that said? The Cube Disability Adventures. I think Caden is an ambassador for that.
Yeah.
You know, despite Caden's outgoing personality, he does a lot of work for various sort of organisations and charities, and acts as an ambassador because, you know, when he's not throwing water at you in a
when he's not throwing water at me,
he's a very professional,
very charitable,
professional driver. There's Miles Murphy. Now, we did speak to the young man Luke on the paddock show yesterday, and we did do a deal that, I mean, if Miles wins, he gives Luke a crash helmet.
There you go.
Yep. And I mean, what is said on the paddock show works, because we told Oliver Rowland, like in East Grow, a race suit.
It did.
So, Miles, when you watch this back, there we go. There's the deal. There is behind Miles Murphy, Jack Doohan in the number 32 kart, sat down. There's a famous crash helmet, if ever there was one. For those of you that like 90s bike racing, Mick Doohan. Similar crash helmet design there, the same sort of, stars. I had a crash helmet a bit like that. Mine was modelled on Anthony Gobert. For those of you that like your mid-90s superbike racing, Anthony Gobert. Mad Anthony Gobert. There is the O-plate, Shane Moore. Shane Daly Shane Daly for Moore Racing. Deary me. On the Synergy chassis. There's one more of the Rush drivers. That is Spencer Shinner.
Yeah, indeed. He's primed ready. Having a chin wag, you know, chin wag for the rest. Oh, an apron, a karting apron.
Yes.
Oh, I love it.
Got it. I mean,
Lewis Halliday's mechanic, sporting an apron.
Yeah. So the Rush performance. Now we've lost Alan Kenyon. Isn't here this weekend, so he hasn't made it. Neither is Sam Ward. Hopefully they'll be back. There's Lewis Halliday's kart. The number 56 Energy Course chassis. Oh yeah, a TM Engines apron nonetheless. Now he's let himself. Great start to kart mechanic bingo. Let himself down a little bit. No earpiece. No. Trainers are a pretty standard colour.
Not colourful.
No earpiece. Radio not tucked in.
Got the snazzy hairstyle.
But he's got, well, I mean, a plain black T-shirt. Dear me, no official team T-shirt. There's a look at the grid. Well, I mean, he's let himself down.
We're not angry.
No,
we're just disappointed.
Yes. There, the back of the grid, all on his own. Dan Kelly, kart 29. Obviously, a problem in qualifying yesterday. And he's deliberately, he's sitting away from everybody else at the back of the grid. Doesn't want to be, him and his mate, they don't want to be close to anyone else. They want to be in their own zone.
Let me cast your mind back to qualifying.
Yes.
The top 22 drivers were separated by 0.8 of a second.
Wow. With Kelly being
2.2 seconds off the pace.
So he obviously had a mechanical failure very early in that qualifying session, which has put him in a thunderous mood, and you can see him there at the back. Totally in his own world. He wants to be away from everybody, focused, zoned in. And, you know, that's that shot there tells you an awful lot about Dan Kelly's sort of mental approach to this race. It is Machine Gun Kelly. All guns blazing. This one, it will be.
Pink hair, bad taste in clothing.
Yes, I mean, that's Dan. Yeah. Yes. There's the back of the number 32 gun. So there is Jack Doohan. He's got a koala on the back of his crash helmet.
They're vicious, they are.
They're not. They're cuddly, and they are national symbol of, well, sort of not a national symbol of Australia, but, you know,
Why can't koala bears get jobs?
Oh, I don't know.
Because they don't have the right qualifications.
Hey! Boom, boom. Ah, there we go. Michael McIntyre, eat your heart out. He's a really bad comedian.
Is he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, there's Jack Doohan. From FIA Formula 2 to Glanagorse Park in North Wales. I know where I'd rather be. Glanagorse every day of the week. Problem for Derek Morgan. Now the right gets underway.
Gets it going, and all three mechanics nearly get run over.
Yep.
There we go.
So this will be 2 rolling laps, I believe, if which, and then a standing start. We'll have a look at the starting lineup. Take it away, Mr. Jordan.
Let's have a look at the starting lineup, shall we? Let's see whether or not they can pay attention to the lights a little bit more this time, because Tom Adams and Bradley Barrett are starting on that front row, Rhys Usajima and Charlie Turner on row number 2.
Morgan Porter and Rafael Villagomez on row number 3, Caden McQueen and Josh Price on row number 4.
Miles Murphy and Joe Charlton on row 5. Jack Doohan and Derek Morgan will round out row 6.
Row number 7, Shane Daly and Ashley Lewis. Row 8, Spencer Shinner and Dan Gould.
Row number 9, Lewis Halliday and Hannah Lang. James Glenister, I should say, and Charlie Cole on row 10.
Row 11, Lee Ward and Stefan Bostaniewicz, and then Dan Kelly starting at the back.
There we go. So, Karts, I think they've already had their first of the rolling. They're on their second now, and they'll be making their way to the starting grid this time around.
So they've been rolling.
Absolutely not. Do not. Well, even though that is an absolutely fabulous song.
Yes.
Limp Bizkit.
Yes.
I am a bit of a rock fan. So, yes.
There's the drivers getting themselves limbered up for this one. And again, even now, Dan Kelly separating himself from the back. I mean, look at that. He's just separating himself from everybody else. He is absolutely in his zone. Well, I think Dan Kelly is due for a top 10 finish in this one, overtaking spaces at a premium, of course, in this class. As we saw, overtaking is possible, but it is tricky. You've really got to time it right. And Dan Kelly, second in the championship. As they line up. And of course, such the size of the grid in KZ2, the back markers are starting around the final corner.
Yeah, suboptimal.
And look at Stefan Bosniewicz. He's angled that kart. Oh, he's been caught. That's not... He's actually starting away there. Dan Kelly again.
Yeah,
look at that at the back. He's staying a row back from everybody else.
Yeah.
But he's got that kart lined up. We'll have a look at the front, but keep an eye at the back as well. Adams and Barrett. Engines rise. Lights out. We're off and racing. It's a poor start again from Josh Price. I don't believe it. That's 2 out of 2. That Price has fluffed his lines at the start. Adams leads. Barrett round the outside on the marbles and on the grass.
Yeah, and he's not going to be able to get that back onto the track quickly. He'll have dropped right down the order there, and will have to recover from the back.
He's behind Miles Murphy, and he's behind, he's about 7th or 8th place. But up at the front, it's a great start from Rhys Usajima in the number 31 PSR kart. And as well, Rafael Villagomez up in the third position. Charlie Turner, the championship leader, is in 4th place. Then it's Morgan Porter in 5th. Joe Charlton in 6th. Adams leads. The top 6 are clear. Murphy 7th. Barrett, after that moment, down to 8th in front of McQueen. And behind McQueen, it is Jack Doohan. Then it is Derek Morgan, Shane Daly, Ashley Lewis, James Glenister, Josh Price. Have we got to change? No, Rhys Usajima thought about it. He's thinking about it again, Anthony.
Well, he thought about it again, tucked back in, and then Villagomez thought about having a go as well, slot back into position. So they are still 2 and 3 for the time being. Charlie Turner, the number 4, had a great start off the line, couldn't get the gap done though, because the front 2 of Adams and Bradley Barrett just closed the door, couldn't get through and had to concede, and that's actually dropped him down a couple of places now as well. So as he goes through, well, actually no, tell a lie, still 4th. So he started 4th, he's still 4th. So there we go. 8.5 minutes to go then on this one, and again, Tom Adams still comfortably leading this time around without this time the shadow of a doubt that he hadn't got a jump start.
Yeah, no, that was a good clean start from everybody. There's the number 6 car at the back of your screen there, Bradley Barrett. So still in contention, but again, a lot of track position he's got to try and make up. There is Adams, Ushijima, Villagomez. Well, Tom Adams only at his birthday, 17th birthday, about a month ago now, went to the European KZ2 Championship in Genk. 80-odd drivers, qualified about 75th, but then during the course of the heat races, almost made it into the main final itself. So he gained a lot of ground. Then he came to Warden Law for the second round of the British Championship, was helped a little bit by the rain, but got a podium, second place, and now finds himself leading again after winning Heat 1 on the road and then getting a penalty. He's now got, Formula 3 driver Rhys Ushijima and Rafael Villagomez behind him. This is a huge, huge test of his mettle. Yeah. Because I'll tell you now, no one expects Tom to win this race against two Formula 3 drivers. But to his favour,
certainly going to give it a go.
He's going to give it a go. He knows the track better than his two pursuers, and he's got that track position. So minimise the mistakes. The kart is good. The setup is good. Here comes Ushijima to the inside. Not quite. And they're pulling away. Villagomez in third. Oh, there's Spencer Shinner out of the race, pulling his kart to the side. So we're down to 22 runners. Josh Price, I think, has also retired.
Yeah, so he's dropped right down the order to 23rd. So not sure. Rhys Ushijima with the fastest lap of the race in second place there. So despite the fact Tom Adams leading this one, Rhys is following Tom. Now he's learning a lot probably from Tom.
Oh, so such a good line, such a tidy line from Ushijima.
I just saw Josh Price off in the distance there as well.
Touring back towards the pits to retire, I believe.
Maybe a coming together between those two.
Oh, there's a move. No. Adams left the door open.
Yep.
And Ushijima, again, that's cost Rhys a bit of momentum there. 6.5 minutes to go. Dan Kelly is up 7 places to 16th at the moment. But, Adams, even when Rhys went for a move, he gave Rhys racing room. He left the door open, but Rhys just couldn't get the move done. And Adams was able to maintain momentum on the outside. This is a really, really strong performance.
Yeah. We're
from
going
the youngster.
Yeah. Obviously, Dan Kelly was second in the championship going into this weekend. Tom Adams was third. Tom has now obviously put himself up to second in the championship. Just a few points behind. But you've got to remember, Charlie Turner, current championship leader, is still there in P4.
Yep.
So, unless Charlie starts to go backwards, which is highly possible in this, because they've got Morgan Porter right behind, Joe Charlton, Bradley Barrett, Miles Murphy, all fabulous names in KZ2 in the UK.
And Morgan Porter, what has Morgan Porter got more of than Charlie Turner? Grip on his tyres, because he went out on the opening lap. And there is a move. Oh, a Porter up the inside of the carousel, muscles his way through. Charlie Turner now to defend from Joe Charlton and the number 6 karter, the recovering Bradley Barrett. Behind Barrett, a little bit of a gap back to Miles Murphy in 7th. Jack Doohan, Miles Murphy in 8th rather. Jack Doohan is 9th, followed by Caden McQueen, Derek Morgan, Shane Daly, Ashley Lewis, James Glenister. Then Dan Kelly, 15th, now ahead of Lewis Halliday, Charlie Cole, Hannah Lang, Lee Ward, Stefan Bustaniewicz, Dan Gould. The last driver still running the English champion in 21st position. Adams, fastest lap of the race.
Yep, good waft.
So far from being intimidated by the illustrious company sitting about 6 inches off his bottom, Adams has responded and is rising to the challenge. Oh, Jack Doohan is giving Miles Murphy a proper workout.
Yeah, Jack Doohan very sideways there at the exit of the compression section of the track. Really tried to get that nose down the inside here, but Miles Murphy, again, a very experienced KZ2 driver. What can he do here? Look over the shoulder there from Doohan. Doohan now going to the outside. Is he going to try and switch back here? Tried it there, but Miles Murphy closed the door, and that's allowed Caden McQueen and everyone behind to close in now as well. Derek Morgan's there. Shane Daly, the O-plate's there as well. 4 minutes left to go, and Doohan really strutting his stuff here.
And of course, Doohan, who retired from the opening heat, his grid position for the final will be affected badly by that DNF in heat number 1. So he really needs to pick up as many places as possible to salvage a decent grid start for the final. Behind him, Derek Morgan there, getting muscled along by Caden McQueen, 10th and 11th place. Shane Daly right behind him, but Doohan is looking really aggressive. Now have a little look at the inside. No, Miles Murphy hangs tough at the moment. They're losing ground. But they're losing ground to those in front of them, but this is a great battle. Oh, And you can see this, so that what I've noticed about the Formula 3 and Formula 2 drivers, they're able to get to change gear and get the karts turning much tighter than some of the regular gearbox drivers. Quite sure why that is. Now, will Doohan? No, he won't make a move with the paddock bend. Nothing happening there. He gets alongside. No, he's able to get the kart, you know, under power without swinging out too wide at the exit of the corners. Derek Morgan, independent driver extraordinaire, now closing in on FIA Formula 2 driver Jack Doohan. Only the British Kart Championship, can you say that?
Yeah, there we go. Morgan Porter there with the fastest lap of the race. That'll be due to his fresher tyres after not taking part for the majority of Heat 1.
Yep.
2.5 minutes to go.
I tell you what, Morgan Porter's closing on the leaders. He's got past Rafael Villagomez, who's running in 4th position, and he is now closing into the 2020 British Senior Rotax Champion, is making inroads into the lead held by Tom Adams and Rhys Usajima.
Yep,
and Usajima isn't as close to Adams as he was about 2 or 3 laps ago. Adams, he's weathering the storm. Now, is Usajima giving his tyres a little bit of respite before we go back and head back into the last couple of laps? Usajima very strong around the carousel, up the hill, through turns 6 and 7, now down into compression corner here. There. And Devil's Elbow. And still, Porter closing on Usajima. Villagomez in 4th, holding off Turner and Barrett. So Barrett up to 6th position. Joe Charlton's slipped back to 7th. Jack Doohan has passed Miles Murphy. So has Derek Morgan. So Doohan now runs 8th, Morgan 9th, and Miles Murphy 10th. But with 90 seconds to go, Anthony, this top 3 battle is a good one. It
is a very, very good one as well. So we've got... Well, like you say, we've got several different karts in this one, haven't we? Rush Performance, PSR, Morgan Moore, and there's the move. There's the move for the lead. Usajima gets down the inside, and here comes Tom Adams straight back.
Wheel to wheel.
As I don't care, you race in Formula 3, I'm coming straight back at you, lad. And Morgan Porter goes through as well, but that just shows, again, British mentality in karting. You know, we do breed the best in karting. They will go for the move if it's there.
Absolutely.
They will stick it down the inside, and Tom Adams holds on to that lead, and that's certainly shaken up this front pack, because here comes Morgan Porter round the outside. Can't quite get the move done. Slots back in. Looks to go to the inside. Again, thinks against it. Slots back in. But great stuff from these 3 drivers.
Tom Adams is probably saying to Rhys Usajima, I know that you race in Formula 3, but tell me this, Rhys, how many E-plates in Junior Rotax do you have? Didn't think so. I've got 2. Morgan Porter, however, has got 4. 4 fresher tyres. And now Tom Adams, there's not a lot you can answer for that. You know, grip is grip.
Yes, it is. Round turn 1 they go. Right on the rear end. 2 good exits there, both from Adams and Porter. Up the hill they go. Porter to the outside once again. You hear the scraping as they go through. And again, down the inside, there goes Porter, well timed, and he pushed Tom into that one. Not physically, well, I mean, didn't push the kart, but no,
because he knew he had the grip then to turn the kart in much smoother and much easier and tighter than Adams. And now Morgan Porter, as the clock strikes 0, has got this in the bag. But Adams is Adams has absolutely done a fantastic job in this race. He's now got Usajima and Villagomez and Turner and Barrett behind him, so that battling has brought the top 6 back together. Charlton runs 7th, Doohan is 8th, Morgan 9th, Murphy 10th, then it's Shane Daly, James Glenister and Dan Kelly up to 13th position. Caden McQueen has fallen back to 14th. Ashley Lewis is next, then Lewis Halliday, Charlie Cole, Hannah Lang, Lee Ward and Stefan Bostanjevic.
There we go. So timer strikes 0. Final lap board is out. And the checker flag will be seen this time around. Of course, this is Heat 2. The KZ2, they don't have a pre-final, do they? They just have their 2 heats and then their final. So this is essentially the points they will accumulate from this one will determine where they start for their final. And out of the final corner for the final time on the final lap comes Morgan Porter to take the checker flag from Tom Adams, Rhys Usajima. Rafael Villagomez crosses in P4, gaining 2 places from his starting position. Charlie Turner finishing top 5. Bradley Barrett, Joe Charlton, Jack Doohan, Derek Morgan and Miles Murphy rounding out the top 10.
And do you know what that is, Anthony?
Go on.
That is Morgan Porter's first win in KZ2.
It is.
Of any kind. Well done, Morgan. And also for More Racing. Good job for More Racing.
We'll have some more of that, please.
Yes, please. Hey! Boom, boom. And the fastest lap as well of the race to boot, 40.31 seconds for Morgan Porter. Adams, Ushijima, Villagomez, Turner, Barrett, your top 6. There's a rundown of the provisional.
Pending Pool Classic provisional race results at the end of that one. But yeah, Shane Daly finishing 11th place from James Clenister as well. Dan Kelly finishing 13th place, gaining 10 positions from that one for the back of the grid. Caden McQueen finishing P14 from Ashley Lewis, Lewis Halliday, Charlie Cole, Hannah Lang, Lee Ward, Stefan Boston-Yevis, Dan Gould, and 2 retirements, Josh Price, or 3 retirements, sorry, Dan Gould of the E-Plate, Spencer Shinner, and Josh Price. Josh is not having the best of luck,
no,
is he, this
he
year?
really isn't. But so that effectively is a 5-round championship.
Yep.
The end of the heats, so when the points are calculated at the end of the heat races, and gives us the intermediate classification. So whoever wins the intermediate classification effectively gets maximum championship points, which is 65. Sorry. Second in the intermediate classification gets 62 points. Then third in the intermediate classification gets 60, and so on down in increments of 1. We would be at the halfway point. So the final for KZ2, a little bit later on, is the start of the second half of their championship.
Yeah.
And again, it'll be very, very exciting indeed. Turner, who hasn't got the quickest kart here this week, will be leading that championship. Dan Kelly, who was started this weekend 1 point behind him, out of position, so he's going to be salvaging. So Tom Adams, in his debut season at just the age of 17, is playing himself into championship contention, ladies and gentlemen. But we will find out what happens later on. That is it for this morning's track action, ladies and gentlemen. There will now be a break. You can enjoy the paddock show that we recorded yesterday evening for your viewing delectation, and we will be back with the finals for all 5 classes at approximately 1:30 this afternoon. Half an hour. Watch the paddock show. Enjoy. See you in a bit. for the IAME's Junior Senior X30 and the KZ2.
Yes.
And we've got some surprises.
By that time, they'll be back and we can have a chin wag with some of their
Now this
drivers.
circuit, I mean, so the third round for IAME Junior Senior X30 KZ2.
Yeah.
We had Chennington flat, fast. Warden Law, sort of quite flat, a bit technical. This is like a combination of the two. The first sector of the track is extremely fast.
Yeah.
But then the second half of the lap, it's the most technical half. Undulations, up and down, constant. So you've got to really find a balance.
Chassis benders.
Chassis benders, yeah. I mean, it is literally a roller coaster.
Yeah, it really is. Devil's Elbow, as you go through that sort of section, it is, well, quite literally probably one of the most scariest parts of the circuit, probably in the UK, if not the world.
Exactly, but so it's finding the right balance between speed and the fiddly bits.
Yes.
You know, which is going to be a fascinating thing. But it's just, I mean, it never rains in Wales.
Welcome
ever.
to Wales, ladies and gents.
It never rains in Wales. This is a little bit of light.
Heat number 2.
Oh, what there?
Wasn't it? I'm searching heat number 1.
Heat number 1 was 7th.
Oh, yeah, it was 7th. Oh, you've gained places in both heats then, so you've had a good day.
Yeah.
Is it first time at GYG, or you've been in many times?
The last time I was here was probably when I was about 10 or something.
Right, so there's a bit of a gap between you person.
And it's not the easiest circuit to learn, is it?
No, it's probably one of the hardest circuits we go to because the third sector is really quite tough to get around it fast.
Now, you're obviously from London, but you represent Algeria because Algerian mum. What do you think of the Welsh glasses? Where are you?
DHR, yeah, we've got...
Let's have a look. There's Macaulay Bishop over there.
Macaulay Bishop over there,
Reg,
yes.
you Mr. Excitement. Your arches were there?
I don't know.
There was a massive bag you bought, yes?
Yep.
Yep. And your teeth are falling out as we speak. Sam's went, seeing as that he was not present for round 2.
Where is Oscar?
Where is he? Where is he?
Where's Oscar? Oscar? How are we?
I'm all good.
Well, more importantly, how's today gone?
It's been tough, you know, like we haven't been out racing for like over 2 months in Chennington. So we've struggled a lot. Like our pace is there, but it's just this track is really hard to overtake. Like one small mistake on an overtake can just push you right back down. So
that's the one.
Good stuff.
Nice, calm, easy day in the final, and then what happened?
Well,
you crashed. No, yeah. There we go. So we're not. Well, how's it gone today?
okay.
Okay, well we'll leave it at that because when you started predicting things for the final at Wardenlaw, it went a bit wrong. Who's this young man here? Jonty Restrick. Oh, hello, Jonty. How are you? You are in a different team.
I'm not in a team.
You're a privateer. Ah, one of our privateers in IAME, yes?
Yes.
How has it gone today? What's it like being as a privateer against all the Fusion and the Ollie Rowland drivers?
It's been okay. I've had one really good race and one that's not that good.
Tell us about the really good race then. Well, don't dwell on the not so good race. What happened in the really good race?
The kart was set up perfectly and I just went for it.
Kart was set up perfectly, apparently. There we go. Well done. No, yeah, wrong mechanic, but there we go. So, congratulations. So, tomorrow, where are you starting?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Well, we'll wait and see. There we go. Well done, Jonty. There we go. One of our privateer drivers in IAME.
Right, well, I've got Luca here. Another one of our IAME Cadet drivers. So, Luca, how's today been?
It started off quite rough but ended really well.
Oh, excellent. I mean, what are your predictions for tomorrow? Are we feeling confident?
Yeah.
Excellent. And I mean, we were talking, I think kart setup is quite important. Who is doing your spanners this weekend?
My dad.
And is he any good?
Yeah.
Are you going to give him a shout out?
Yeah.
Yeah? Say, Dad, you're the best at mechanicking.
Right, Gricey in the back there. The last time I saw Gricey, he was at the Indy 500 on a stag weekend. There we go.
Lovely.
Right, here we go. We've got through the cross. Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm not too bad. This is weird. This is like the Matrix.
Hello.
I'm watching you.
Watching you. Aha.
Oh, no. Right, anyway,
there we go. Look at that. Here's the hair.
There's Mr.
Oh, right. Paddock pooch alert. Oh. Right. Okay. First things first. Who have we got here?
I'm Lisa, Brad's mum.
Oh no, I know that. But who have we got there? Gus Lawrence. There we go. Hello, Gus. How are you?
How are you doing, all right?
Oh, I'm doing very well, thank you. Even better now that we're in Wales.
Yes, it's surprising the weather today. It was beautiful yesterday, now it's turning for the...
We like to keep you on your toes, see, that's the thing.
It started to rain in that heat, there, spit a little bit.
How did it go?
Yeah, it was fine, we started 8th and I finished 5th. Yeah, it was a good game, it spread out quite a bit, which meant I couldn't catch up at the end, but it was good for what.
So, I mean, we've got just over 20 of you, but it's a very good, top-quality field in Senior X30. This circuit, of all the circuits I think we're going to visit this year, if there's going to be a track where there's not going to be a great deal of overtaking, you might see a breakaway and things getting it spread out, it's going to be this one, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we said last week the club race was my first time at the track, so it was good to come here. But yeah, once it spreads out, it seems to be quite a fast-flowing track, which sometimes means you don't get much overtaking on the later part of the race, but it seems to be quite close this weekend, so it proves me wrong, but yeah.
Well, good luck. Cheers, Gus. Thank you very much. Right, Anthony, what have we got there?
What have we got where?
Well, you were looking at your mobile telephone device.
No, I was looking at the Senior X30. We've got race 1, Calais Atkins.
Calais
took the race win in Heat 1. Again, he's showing some speed.
So, Senior X30, Aaron Walker leads the championship.
He does, yes.
But he hasn't won a final yet.
No, he's not.
Harry Platten won at Shenington, Calais Atkins won at Warden Law. The Croc team are the strongest X30 team in the paddock at the moment. It's got to be said. You've heard it here first.
They are pushing it pretty quickly, aren't they? The biggest sneeze in the world coming out. I think
ORM or Fusion? Bigger awning? I think ORM's awning is slightly bigger.
I think they're the same size.
Do you? Well, we'll have to find out. There we go. There's 12 drivers in there, 12 drivers in Fusion. Rush Performance, Charlie Turner, championship leader in KZ2.
Oh, now,
yes, okay.
Damage report. So, obviously, Rush Performance, KZ2, they were racing here last weekend in another championship.
Yes,
they're back this
another
weekend.
irrelevant championship.
Back this weekend. While they were unloading the chassis, they noticed a huge gaping hole in the chassis underneath it, so they had to swap out the chassis last second.
For Charlie?
For Charlie,
oh, right, so Charlie's on a new wagon. Here's Brandon Cut. Brandon's been a busy boy. So, Brandon, podium at Larkhall in Junior Rotax, and then you went off to the States and did a bit of racing stateside. Tell us about that last weekend.
Yeah, it was good. It was really warm. It was like 40 degrees, but it was somewhat different, somewhat good, and it was a good weekend. Qualified pole, just didn't have the speed in the final, but you can't get it every time.
So that's with the Bennick team, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it was was it Scoozer?
Yeah.
What was?
Yeah, Scoozer Pro Tour, I want to say, but I think I'm like third in that championship, so it's not too bad.
So we've gone for 3 titles this year, 2 in the Great Britain and 1 in the USA. Well done. Keep going. Good luck.
Thank you.
Right then, let's have a look. Hello. Here's a young man.
The glasses look better than the beard.
The glasses. I'm not getting much beard, love you. The glasses look better.
No, the beard needs to go.
Okay. Oh, wow.
It makes you look old.
I had it trimmed specially for this round.
Look old.
I am old. That's the thing. I'm old.
You're
Now,
not that old.
I mean, it's lovely to speak to you. I want to speak to this young man here. This is Luke Moore. Yes. Tom Moore, who owns Moore Racing. This is he's your dad. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I've been told that you like a bit of commentating. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I've been told that you've got a favourite commentator, haven't you?
Yes.
And who would that be?
Heavy.
Hey, there we go. If you said Anthony Jordan, then I would have given you a right. So, who are you here supporting? What do you think is going to happen in KZ2?
Miles.
Miles Murphy. Right. Okay. Miles Murphy. Are they just come back from qualifying? Have they? Now, what's your role within the team then? Right, sorry, carry on.
No.
I'm just saying.
Just having a chin wag, yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm his number one guy.
Hey, it's fine. You know what? Not jealous in any way, shape or form. Anyway.
I was a bit worried that he was going to say Anthony, but he didn't.
He did earlier. I had a good chat with him. Now we've got the usual. We've got Praga here. That would be Mondi
Junior Canini.
Yes, yeah, indeed. He's had a good old weekend. Had a good chat with him. More about. I think visor strips have been the big one for me. I've been like, drivers, put your visor strips on.
Oh, right. Oh, yes. Because, of course, they race lots of different championships. Every different championship's got a different visor strip, and, of course,
But it was the same for every driver, nearly. And there's Formula K, obviously, they'll be coming back from qualifying in just a moment's time. Jamie Green Racing, they've had a pretty, I think, eventful weekend so far.
Well, I think you should enlighten us a bit more, Mr. Jordan.
I think we'll pop into Jamie Green Racing, see who we can have a chat to. We have a driver on his mobile telephonic device over in the corner. Hello. Yes, smart yourself up. Who do we have here?
Fred Green.
Fred Green, right, okay. There are so many Greens, it's hard to remember which one I'm talking to. Yeah. Fred, how's it been today, lad?
Qualifying's a bit rubbish. Because I'm at the back in the championship, I had to start at the back, which meant I didn't get a 2, which ended me in 18th, I think. First heat was really scrappy. I think it ended up 22nd after a nose. And then the second heat got up to 12th.
2019. But
thank you.
Excellent there, Mr. Green. Right.
So I wonder about, so the practice KZ2 timed qualifying. Tom Adams, provisional results, pending Paul Classen. Oh, hang on.
We're on the wrong side. Sorry. Yeah.
Right, Tom Adams, Bradley Barrett, Reese Ushijima, third. Rafael Villagomez was sixth. So we got 4 guest drivers.
We do, yes.
Reese Ushijima, who is in FIA Formula 3. He's raced in this championship before, though, as Reese.
Yeah.
We've got Rafael Villagomez, who is GT, FIA GT. No, he's Formula 3.
Yeah, he is also Formula 3 as well.
And then we have Stefan. Go on, then you say this one. Stefan Bostanjevic.
No, Bostanjev.
Stefan Bostanjev. He's a GT driver.
Yes, yeah.
And then, of course, we have none other than Jack Doohan.
Yeah, Jack Doohan.
Son of the legendary Mick Doohan, FIA Formula 2 driver.
Indeed. He'll probably be in the F1 paddock very, very soon as well.
Well, he's only qualified 11th here.
Well, again, you know, it's different, isn't it?
Yes,
it's
of course
different.
it is.
They come back here to learn those skills that they need. You know, the reaction times, fitness as well. It can really take it up.
There's a bit of a lull in the Formula 2 and Formula 3 season.
They've got to keep fit somehow, haven't they?
And that's what you've always seen. Michael Schumacher used to do it all the time. Felipe Massa, after his injury, he came back and did lots of karting before he got back in the car. Vettel races karts. I mean, Rubens Barrichello and Antonio Pizzoni still race karts competitively now, even after their Formula 1 careers have finished.
Exactly.
They'll all tell you the same thing, that nothing, any Formula racing in the world, nothing compares the reaction speeds, how quick everything's happened to karting. Here we go, right. Oh, hello.
Right, there we go, bump into you.
Anthony's off, he's seen somebody knows.
You waved. Nat Thomas, how are we? Nat, how's your day been?
Half and half.
Half and half. You seemed happy.
I'm happier now. If you ask me off qualifying, I'd be well miserable.
Really? Yeah. Really? So,
Where's
those from?
But I made them.
You made them? No, you didn't.
I did. I bought.
I don't believe that.
£3 in a joke shop, and then made those in work.
Joke shop for people who are themselves a joke. Right. Excellent.
I had to make them bigger than the Scottish ones.
That is very true, very true. But prediction for tomorrow, what we think, and more about the track. You've raced here quite often, haven't you?
I've never been here before.
You've never been here before?
I did a test here 2 weeks ago, and that was the first time I've been around here, and it was a lot of sort of baptism of fire. First time racing around here, couldn't do the LGM beforehand. Just trying to pick up what we can and see where we are really. We ended up bottom of the pile in qualifying, which is always encouraging. Made up a couple of paces in the first heat and then made 6 in that last one. So just going to keep working at it, keep chipping away and see where we get to, really.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the main thing is. So overtaking here, you finding it okay then?
Yeah, it can be quite difficult. You've got to get quite creative sometimes. But yeah, you've got the conventional places, the last corner and then the top of the hill. It sort of forms a bit of a train quite early on. So as long as if you can get things going quite quickly and keep yourself out of trouble, you should be all right, but there's very little margin for error, so you've got to try and sort that out.
Yeah, it's a narrow circuit here, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not a lot of margin for error, and as we found a couple of times, you can end up running wide and pick up some grass and it just completely ruins it. So yeah, just keep chipping away at it and see what's going on towards the end of the day. It's about being there where you need to be, right? So
exactly, it's a good attitude that is. Who's on your spanners?
Who's on the spanners? Big Matt Lodge.
Big Matt Lodge.
Himself. The main man himself. This is how I got the old Renault merch, actually.
Oh yeah. He sorted you out with that.
That's it.
Exactly. You're repping the wrong team though, right now.
I know. I was say
There you go.
There's the Viral Art team.
There you go. Sorting it out. Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Nat. Best of luck for tomorrow. Enjoy your racing. We'll leave you in peace.
I know we said that we're in the Jade Racing, the Viral Art team. We've got an interloper here, Alistair Cresswell.
Identity crisis.
Tim Wilson, Motorsport Graphics. Alistair, coming over from TKM this year. It's gone okay, but it's a steep learning curve, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big change from junior TKM to senior X30, but we found the transition all right, and we're in top 10s every race we've been in, winning club rounds and top 10 in British, so it's good. Yeah.
Why have we got the different graphics kits?
Well, I'm still with Tim. He's just at Shenny this weekend, so he's not here.
Oh, fair enough. Well, he's having a weekend off. Why not have a weekend off? So there we go. I mean, looking good. Because of course James Pashley came over as well, and it didn't go so well for him. I think he might have withdrawn from this round.
I know he's racing at Shenny in X30, but I think he might have stopped doing British. He hasn't had the best of luck.
And he's a double British champion, so just go to show that it's not a case of just hopping out of one seat into another. The engines are completely different. The way that they make the kart handle, feel, how you want to drive them is totally different, isn't it?
Well, yeah, James was on a Berlin TKM, but I completely changed everything. Chassis, engine, tyres. It's just been difficult to get into it, but we're there.
Well, good luck. I'm sure you'll keep pushing on. So last year's championship runner-up in junior TKM, Alex Cresswell.
Yes.
There's a comp kart going through.
Yeah.
Outside there.
So,
Who's that? Ah, right. So we'll follow that comp kart because
because
belongs to the Piers Sexton
yes.
racing team, who have brought all our guest
pretty
drivers.
Much all of our guest drivers, yes. So we'll head up there in just a moment.
We shall.
The team. Now, Optimum Performance, again, another team who I think have had a fairly, average weekend.
Where's the new team?
Say again?
New team this year.
It is a new team, so, and again, one that's running the same sort of livery as
KR Sport, yes.
Yeah, so.
And Vision Motorsport
and
as
Vision,
well.
yeah. So it's very, very, very difficult for us. MDL Motorsport as well. I'm pretty sure they've had a pretty good day as well. I'm going to waffle, Henry. I'm going to check the stats.
There's just one. Harvey Rivey's in here. Who have we got? Mr. Jack Cox. So this is Kian Garrity. Ed Spanswick, he's moved over. Right, this is an expansion. So this is the Mark and Dave Litchfield run team. Hello, gentlemen. How are you? Mr. Spanswick, how's it going?
Yeah, good, very good.
A change of scenery?
Yeah, lovely change. Here we are with MDL. Wonderful stuff. New chassis.
So what chassis is this?
Synergy now.
Okay.
Yeah, excellent stuff. So, yeah, all looking good.
And how's Ed doing?
Ed? Eden. Yeah, he's doing good. Yeah, he's progressing now, getting better. So, all looking good.
Excellent, thank you very much. Right then, let's have a little wander this way. We've got to go and find...
We do have to go find noisy compressor as well.
Oh, yes, that's not good either.
Pain there, right. So, here we go, yes.
Do you know, by Jove, Anthony, we've got through this without getting rained on.
We have got this. It's been gently raining all the way through the night. Right, let's have a chat in here because this is all where our guest drivers are.
Oh, right, okay, well, you can take it away because you've been
yet.
cavorting with them all day.
They're not here yet.
What,
one of them's here.
One of
them's here.
How's it going? Long time no see. Welcome back to the championship, Reese.
No, I'm Stefan.
Oh, why have you got... No, I thought you were different. Oh, you would have thought that they would have got you your own races. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, Stefan, how are you finding the British Kart Championship?
I mean, it's my first time here, second time in KZ on a proper track, so it's quite hard compared to the GT4 car, but yeah, awesome grid, quite competitive. I have a few more steps to kind of gain and learn, but overall, yeah, super day. Excited for tomorrow, and I'll give it my all. Let's see.
I mean, obviously, you have chosen one of the UK's hardest circuits to learn. It's a very, but of course, you've chosen the circuit in Wales, which is great, you know. You've got a lot of progress to make tomorrow. What went on behind the scenes to get you all here?
I mean, we're based in just north of London. I live in London myself, and I mean, every weekend we try and find some spare time apart from the racing and do as much of practice testing as possible. I mean.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Glanny Gores for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. I'm your commentator, Anthony Jordan. Joining me in the commentary box is Henry Beaudette, but he's currently out of the commentary box. He's currently getting some grids for us, so he'll be joining us in a moment. You can see there on the dummy grid the Bambino class getting ready for their final. It's race 14 of the weekend. Let's have a look at the starting grid as the drivers make their way out onto the circuit to start the last of the 5 races we will be seeing today. Riley Morrow, of course, with an absolutely lockout performance. 2 race wins in the heats. He will be starting on pole position with Chester Fawkes alongside row number 1. Austin Oman and Ethan McClelland will round out row number 2. Lewis Cacoldi on row 3 with Cole Teal alongside the number 44. What can he do from that third row? Charlie Page and Harper Das on row number 4 with Jensen Biglands hopefully taking part in this one, but he wasn't out earlier and at the moment is not currently out on circuit in this one either. So we do hope Jensen's okay, and hopefully if it is anything, it's just mechanical gremlins that are causing him not to race this afternoon. Karts making their way round the Devil's Elbow and into the final section where they will come to an abrupt stop before their standing start. Now, Henry informed me that, of course, these are 2-stroke engines, even though I'm very used to 4-stroke Bambinos myself, but there we go. I've learned something here after the 3 years that I've commentated on the championship. I didn't know that they were 2-stroke. There we go. Shows how much I pay attention, really, to the karts. Here we go, then. We're about to get the Bambino final underway. Parents very swiftly off the grid. Riley Morrow on the inside line. Chester Fawkes on the outside on that front row. What can they do? Chester Fawkes winning the final at Warden Law. Lights go out. We're off and racing. Good start from the back of the grid. The number 33 of Charlie Page gets a fantastic start and straight away is up into P3 before they've come out of turn 1. Absolutely amazing start. Side by side at the back. The 44 of Cole Teal. Side by side with a 95 of Harper Das, who's actually this time made it to the grid. Didn't make it to the grid at the end of heat number 2. Went out on circuit, but then came immediately back into the pit lane. One of the karts, 2 of the karts going slowly. That is the 2 we were just talking about there. Didn't get the waft out of the corner as much as they wanted to. Down the hill they go then for the first time in towards the carousel. And again, Riley Morrow looking like he's leading the way. Austin Oman has managed to get himself up into P2 as well. A good start. Not the best start from Chester Fawkes. He's dropped down the order slightly. I think roughly in around P5 there on my screen. But everyone so far, nice and clean, nice and tidy. Henry, you're back in the commentary box?
Yes, I was sequestered down at motorsport-timing.co.uk looking for some grids for the rest of the races today. But apart from this race and the next one, there are none which makes me wonder. There's obviously some issues going on, post-race technicalities perhaps, that are being resolved. So hopefully there won't be a delay in proceedings. There's no delay out on the circuit as Morrow leads Oman. Austin Oman taking a little look up the inside. But nothing happening there. Behind them it is Charlie Page in third green. Fantastic. I mean, this is what gets me about Bambino, is how you can change. Look, in the first heat, or in the second heat this morning, Charlie Page made a bad start and was jettisoned off at the back of the pack very, very quickly indeed, and finished a long way behind everybody else. Couple of adjustments, you know, a little bit more pep in their step maybe, and he's right up with the lead battle.
Good.
McClelland, Fawkes, Cacoldi, Das, and Cole Teal has not retired.
Just come up as a retirement there.
Let's have a look. The number 44 kart. So, I mean, obviously, did we find out why? No, he's 2, 4, 6, yes. So in 7th place is Harper Das. So obviously, maybe something wrong with that kart. Like you said, it made it as far as the rolling lap of heat 2, and is out there in the final. But certainly, you can see, you know, the back of the camera shot. We've got to change
for third. Ethan McClelland looking like a go down the inside of Charlie Page. Does so, gets that move done. Charlie Page obviously starting from the back of the grid on the 4th row. P7 started. Fabulous start off the line, Henry.
Yes, I did. I was watching it from afar.
Oh, watching from afar. Yeah, absolutely a lightning start. So have to see what we can do from that position. Back here at the front, though, these two still locked in battle. Austin Oman wanting to get past in any given opportunity, and for the time being is just thinking again. I love the driving style of Bambino because they are so small, and the karts are a standard set. They really lean it in. There we go.
Yes. And Austin Oman. So Austin hasn't had a podium, finished 7th in last year's championship. Of course, the podium at Warden Law was Chester Fawkes, Riley Morrow and Harper Das. Das isn't going to make the podium in this round. Oh, 3 wide. Are we going to make it 4 wide? Almost. Oh! A collective ooh. As, 3 wide round that corner won't work. Somehow they almost made it work. And they all continue. They've lost a bit of ground, however. That was the 18 of Kirkcaldy, the 23 of McClelland. At the back of that group, that would be the 33 of Page, I believe.
Making a Bambino sandwich.
Yes, a Bambino sandwich. There is number 7 Kart of Austin Oman. Having a little look at the inside of Riley Murrow. There, look at that, down the hill, cascading towards the paddock. And there's Paddock Bend. Oman drives it in deep. Doesn't lose too much momentum on the exit of the corner. Through Club Corner, up Dragon Straight. Now, at this point, you're saying 7 minutes ago, defending. That's not on, but that's just the Bambino racing line. Oh, and wheel to wheel between McClelland and Kirkcaldy. Look across.
What are you doing? What are you doing, man?
And, Kirkcaldy said, and McClelland says, well, I'm overtaking you.
Only just.
Chris Walker from kartpicks.net.
All right.
Gave me a McVitie's Digestive Caramel Millionaire Slice.
Oh, excellent.
Would you like it?
I'd love it.
It's a token of my appreciation.
Oh.
There we go. Murrow, Oman. Well, I did make you dress a chili pepper on the paddock show.
True that.
Everyone was saying what kind of chili pepper. It was a bell pepper.
It was a bell pepper.
Yes.
Never mind. Back to the
you
racing.
Can have a millionaire shortbread to make it up.
I will.
Apology accepted. Right. Into Paddock Bend. Oman chasing Murrow. Fawkes, McClelland, Kirkcaldy, Page. The top 2. Nose to tail. Through turn 2. Uphill, and you can hear these Coma engines just sort of like wheezing under the strain of going up the hill to the top of the circuit, down through Spoon, now down towards Carousel. I mean, if you're going to name a corner Carousel after one of the most famous corners on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it better be a good corner. And I have to say that corner here at Gangos, it is worthy of the name Carousel, have to say. Downhill entrance and then off camber, mid-corner, uphill exit. Here we go. Into Devil's Elbow. The battle of the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th still goes on between Fawkes, McClelland, Kirkcaldy and Page. There they go, out to Paddock Bend. Did you enjoy that McVitie's Digestive Caramel Millionaire Slice, Anthony Jordan?
It was lovely.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you very much. Still not forgiven for the chili incident.
Oh, no. Here we go. Up the hill once again. Oman looks to the inside. Still looks to the inside, but he just hasn't got the grunt, the oomph, the chutzpah.
I don't think any of them have got the oomph. If
well, no, it's Bambino. Bambino racing. Waft is not the essential part of a Bambino setup.
Momentum
and just learning.
Yes. Yeah.
Momentum, and there is Chester Fawkes. Now, Chester Fawkes, in the final at Warden Law, came out of nowhere to dominate it. He's got 5 minutes to go. He's about, 3/10 up on Ethan McClelland in the number 23 kart and Lewis Kirkcaldy, Scotsman, in kart number 18. It's probably a little bit too late, but they're 2.5 seconds down on the 3.3 seconds down on the 2 leaders. And of course, the 2 leaders, they are slipstreaming and working together, so they are pulling away.
They're pushing each other along, really, aren't they? So it's understandable that he's not catching, and it's understandable that the drivers behind are catching. So, and again, here, Kirkcaldy around the outside, brings it back in, looks potentially to go down the inside of McClelland, but everyone just holding position. They are working together now that they've closed into each other. I say that, they're slowly pulling out the slipstream, but looking at sector times and looking at lap times overall, I mean, our top 2 are in the 101s, the rest of the field are in the 102s and 103s.
Yep. It's that's one thing about Bambino, that once you break away, you do tend to stay away. So Fawkes is now, his job is to defend 3rd place, because the top 2, unless there's a dramatic incident of any sort of description, which I can't see happening, this is the fight for the final podium position. Murrow and Oman 4.1 seconds up the road now. And round the the inside goes Ethan McClellan, and here comes Lewis Caldy to make it 3 wide. Oh, wheel to wheel, inches apart. Oh, you can almost see the smoke coming off the tyres, and they make it work. And Fawkes on the high line sweeps around the outside at turn number 2, holds on to 3rd position, even though he lost it initially. And we thought he was going to lose not only 3rd, but 4th place as well, but then used that extra momentum as Kirkcaldy and McClellan went literally wheel to wheel back into P3, and Charlie Page in 6th position is trying to fight himself back in. Oh, Ethan McClellan puts a wheel on the grass coming out of the corner.
Well, that can really slow one of these karts down.
Yeah, yes. Because they're not exactly going hyperspeed to start with.
No, they can get stuck in a gravel trap quite easily. Well, lots of things can get stuck in a gravel trap quite easily, but let's say a gravel driveway.
Yes.
Yeah.
A gravel driveway, okay.
Yeah, they can get stuck.
Yeah. And here we go. Now, Kirkcaldy and McClellan have got a good run on Chester Fawkes, but because they haven't got the power to go around the outside, so they've got to try and force their nose at the inside if possible. There we go. No. And Fawkes holding on to the racing line, holding on to 3rd position. Murrow and Oman lead the way. Battle of the race lead. Austin Oman at the inside of Riley Murrow, and squeezes Riley Murrow wide. Coming out of carousel. Great stuff there from Austin Oman. Oman went through the entirety of last season without getting a podium. And does he want to try and make his first appearance at the British podium a victory on the top step? But Murrow fights straight back. Just under 2 minutes to go, plus a lap. But Austin Oman really showing that he has got the pace to make the manoeuvre.
Yeah, obviously seeded driver in Bambino, of course, running the number 7.
The only seeded driver in the field is Harper Das, but he's not using the number 10.
No.
Which he is entitled to.
Yep.
But he is using the 95 instead. Lightning McQueen's number.
Ka-chow.
Exactly. And when you're a Bambino, Lightning McQueen is like a hero.
Is a legend.
Yeah. Oh my word, that was...
He's really trying at his Harper Das.
You mean Austin Oman?
Austin Oman, sorry.
Sorry, no, that's fine. I mean, yeah, he is. He's got no shortage of minerals on the young lad. But what he is short of is track position.
Because he's just... Yeah, he keeps going for those moves that we're seeing. And rightly so. They're
aggressive moves.
They are moves. And it's just they're not finishing them. That's the problem that we're seeing. It takes everything that you need, commitment to make the move stick, and he is trying, bless him, and he will find that gap. I've got a feeling, because he's looking very quick out there.
Next time by, it'll be the last lap board. What does he do? As long as Riley Murrow hugs that white line like a Bambino driver in their favourite cuddly toy at night, he's going to hug it as close to him as possible. It's going to be very, very tricky for Austin Oman to do anything about that. They're cutched up together. This is where everyone knows how to cuddle, but only the Welsh know how to cutch.
Which is cuddle in Welsh?
No, it's a cutch.
Right.
You know, it's a special hug. Like, you know, it's a Welsh. It's a cutch, and they're cutched up together at the front.
They are indeed. Timer strike 0 then. Last lap board will be out this time for these two drivers, and here comes Austin Oman down the inside, and that was well timed.
But Murrow's going to have the momentum. Murrow trying the outside going into paddock bend.
But he's not going to have track position.
Watch this now, the crossover. Crossover moves on. It's going to be side by side, and Murrow's going to have the inside line. They start the last lap. Murrow retakes the lead into club corner. It's game on. Ding, ding, ring the dinner bell.
This is brilliant stuff from these two. Across the line, though, crucially, Austin Oman crossed the loop first.
Yes. So if history was due to repeat itself this time around, then Oman would take the win, even though by the time they got to turn 1, Murrow was back in front.
And that would be his first final win?
It'd be either of these two drivers. Neither of them have won a final yet.
Yep.
But Murrow, he's won heat races, won plenty of heat races, lead the championship. He'll want to get that first final win. Oman, here we go, up the hill towards turn 6 and 7. Oh, Murrow was... Now, this is where Oman dives inside. Not close enough this time. It's going to be a last lap lunge into Paddock Bend, if it's going to happen at all. I think Oman's running out of time. Has Murrow defended enough? The crossover move into the final corner, not quite happening.
Oh, but he's got a good run out of the final corner. No, it's not enough.
Oh, Riley Murrow. Well defended there for Riley Murrow. Superb racing between the top two. Murrow and Austin Oman take the top two positions. Chester Fawkes holds off Ethan McClellan, Lewis Cacaldi and Charlie Page for the final podium position. Got to say, that was excellent driving there from Murrow Oman for the win, and obviously for Fawkes for third place. There is and again they get a round of applause from the observer out on circuit. Wheel-to-wheel action there in the Bambino final. So Murrow, the championship leader coming into this round, takes his first win in the British Championship. Austin Oman doing his championship credentials, no harm whatsoever. He takes second place, his first trip onto the podium as well. Chester Fawkes, winner in round one, has to make do with third in round three. Ethan McClelland, Lewis Cacaldi, Charlie Page and Harper Das are the other finishers. Cole Teal sadly retired on the opening lap, and Jensen Biglands failed to take the start. Maybe young driver not too well after yesterday, and he is hopefully going to be back the next round. Wish him well. There is a view of the dummy grid as the IAME cadets make their way out onto it. Once again, the Snowdonia Mountains behind the circuit. We're up here in Conwy, next near Denbighshire, and of course just down the road from the circuit is Ruthin. And for those of you with a bit of historic motor racing knowledge, Ruthin is the hometown of the late great Tom Price, Wales's most recent Formula One driver, who raced for the Shadow team in the 1970s, won the Race of Champions, beat Nicky Lauda at Silverstone in the Race of Champions in, I think, 1975, and was killed in the South African Grand Prix back in March 1977. And to commemorate his achievements and his life, none other than Bernie Ecclestone helped fund a brilliant, very emotive memorial in the town centre of Tom's hometown of Ruthin, just down the road from Glenagorse here. But enough of the history lesson. It's the future that matters at the moment, and Anthony is with your winners.
10 years down in our winners' bay, Riley Murrow. Well done, congratulations, your first race win.
Thank you. It was very hard.
Yeah, difficult out there. You had a great fight with Austin, didn't you? How's that one?
Austin's a good driver. He's been doing it quite a bit longer than me, so anyway, I would have to defend if I wanted to keep up.
Well, you did a very good job of holding off Austin. It was a very long race on that one, but very well done. Who would you like to thank?
My dad.
Yeah, is he on the spanners?
Yes.
Does he do a good job?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's Father's Day as well, so you're going to give him a big hug. Good man, good man. Well done. Congratulations, Riley Murrow.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well, plenty more races to come for. Finals to go. IAME Cadet are getting themselves lined up, so we'll head back up to the common room.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony. Here is a look at the dummy grid for race number 15 of the day. It's the IAME Cadet final. The third round of the championship coming into this weekend. Jensen Graham was your championship leader, but after the heats and pre-finals, he is no longer the championship leader. Jesse Phillips was second in the point standings, followed by George Edgar, Kit Malofsky, Henry Domain, and Riley Cranham. That's your championship top six. George Edgar and Kanishk Rao will start on the front row of the grid for the final. There were penalties after the pre-final for Kit Balofsky and for Henry Domain. So they'll be starting, well, Domain is due to start on the 7th row of the grid, Belofsky on the 10th. Now, as we look at some of the contenders, a little history lesson. Well, the Fusion Motorsport team have won the last 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 finals in the British Championship, dating all the way back to the start of the 2021 season. The last time an ORM driver won a final, that was Nathan Tye Jr., the penultimate round of the 2020 Championship in October of 2020 at PF International. So can the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team break that 9 final win streak for Fusion Motorsport? Now, believe it or not, in the new era of the motorsport, the current era of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, which is from 2019 onwards, we have been to Glenagore several times, but never with the IAMEs. And so this is the first time the IAME cadets have been to Glenagore for the British Championship. There's Jake Walker, who's overseeing George Edgar. Now, the Fusion crew overseeing there. There's in the background some of the Ollie Rowland Motorsport crew. But there is Kanishk Rao, number 22 driver for ORM. Jake Walker is George Edgar's mechanic. Edgar, who has a win in this class. He won the opening round of the 2021 season at Shennington. That's his only win so far. Kanishk Rao has never stood on a British Championship podium, but he will start this one from second. Jacob Ashcroft, another driver, 8th the championship last year, hasn't scored a podium finish in the British Championship yet. Here's the number 26 kart of Jesse Phillips. Jesse won the Warden Law final. There's the number 66 kart of Teddy J. Porter. No, Teddy, don't stand on the rear tyre, son. Imagine if he's balanced perfectly. Hopefully it doesn't unbalance the kart or bend a rear hub or something like that. There's Riley Cranham getting himself psyched up. Well, of the Kit Belofsky has got 3 wins in the British Championship. That ties him with Harley Keeble and Harry Burgoyne Jr. on the all-time win list. Zach Drummond has 4 wins. In terms of the team event, and in terms of the teams, Fusion have got 13 final wins, Oliver Rowland Motorsport 11, but of course Fusion have won the last 9 finals. There is a glance at Austin Newstead and his mechanic. There's the number 54 kart, Will Green, Jamie Green racing driver. Now, I'm thinking that Will Green's had a bit of a growth spurt, and he's now on the weight limit, which is why they're taking the graphics kit off. Ah, Kart Mechanic Bingo. Okay, great trainers. Oh, no, hang on, cameraman, don't disappear. Kart Mechanic Bingo, like beautifully coloured bright orange trainers.
And socks.
Oh, look at that. And he's got the pose as well. If he's got an earpiece in, and he's got the radio on the back, the only thing he's missing is that is Kart Mechanic Bingo. Ding, ding, we have a winner, ladies and gentlemen.
And he hasn't got the sunglasses.
Jensen Graham's mechanic. He's had a terrible weekend, Jensen, but the mechanic is on point. Well done. Haircut, fake tan, jacket, team shirt.
He did have the
earpiece in, tucked round the back, shorts. Garishly coloured trainers, but no apron, and no sunglasses. But there is no sun here; it's cloudy, so you can forgive
them for that.
You can forgive him. Congratulations, though, to Jensen Graham's mechanic. If only he'd worked on getting the wagon going a little bit better this weekend.
Well, I'm glad you said that, not me.
He's got himself looking absolutely on point. Mechanic looks fresh. Kart. Yeah. So anyway, looking forward. So there we go. That's what we're about. Kart Mechanic Bingo, ladies and gentlemen. You know, any self-respecting kart mechanic has to have those elements about them. Now, there is Blair Smith's mechanic, the young Scotsman. Blair Smith, it's his best starting position. He'll start on the outside of row 3 for this one. A couple of last words of encouragement. Jacob Ashcroft, row number 2, the 8th seed. And Kanishk Rao, newcomer to the ORM setup this year. He has got a fantastic opportunity to, well, get onto the podium Noah Baglin, who has been one of the standout, most improved drivers of the season so far, was, you know, second in the final at Warden Law, but, you know, he was aggrieved to have not won that final. But we're going to look at Jesse Phillips, second in the championship, coming in. We have here. So, Prynhawn da, good afternoon. Croeso I Glanagos. Welcome to Glanagos. Round Pimed, Pencamporiaeth, Karting Bryndenig, Wera Tools Motorsport UK 2022. Round 5 of the 2022 Motorsport UK British Wera Tools British Kart Championship.
Right.
Diolch yn fawr, Anthony.
Yeah. Well, all the noise. Yeah, what was I supposed to reply to that?
Well, no, I'm just saying thank you very much.
Oh.
Diolch yn fawr.
There we go. Karts are up then, and we're about to get this final underway then here at Glannygore. It is the 15th race of the weekend and the final time for IAME Cadet. Let's, I think, go over
look at the grid.
The starting lineup for this final because, it's going to be a good one. Pole position, George Edgar, Kanish Rao on that front row. Noah Baglin and Jacob Ashcroft will round out row 2.
Jesse Phillips and Blair Smith on row 3, Teddy J. Porter and Archie Lovett row 4.
Row number 5, Riley Cranham and Ethan Woodward, Lewis Islin and Sky Parker on row 6.
Then it's Anthony Wachowski, Henry Domain, Austin Newstead and Jensen Graham.
Will Green and Henry Carter on row 9, Kip Bolowski and Leith Card on row 10.
Aaron Richardson and Leonardo Gorski, Kazra Kamiab and Edward Haynes.
Henry Clark and Harley Hodgson Wells on row 13. Joseph Smith and Jarlath Sayre on row 14.
Then the rest of the field, Jensen Ackerman, Harley Musk, Jonty Rastrick, Colby Patterson and Luca Narroway. 31 drivers, 15 minutes, plus 1 lap. Oh, and a problem. That isn't a brake cut. Jacob Ashcroft. Oh, no. Jacob Ashcroft, you can look. He's beckoning the marker over. The engine is cut out. The engine's cut out. You can see the desperation on his face. And the lights are out. We're off and racing.
I don't think they have.
Oh, no, we're not. No. Sorry. Oh, dear. See there, the false start flag. But, so we'll do another rolling up, but Jacob Ashcroft from 4th on the grid. The engine is obviously cut out. He was frantically beckoning to the marshal visor. You could see the anguish in his eyes. Now, is the kart still there? Oh, no. Yes it is. And no, Jacob Ashcroft will not take the start. Now, I wonder, in Wharton Law, these karts were oiling up. With a slow rolling lap, that does not help the carbs, and the plugs are oiling up big time.
Oh, that was another kart.
Well, this has been the problem. Lots and lots of drivers have been afflicted by this. It's why you can see George Edgar. He's getting on with it. And this time the lights are out. We are off and racing.
Yep, so good start then from the front row. And that looks like then there was potentially 2 karts up, because I don't think that kart that we saw getting pushed off at the top of the turn 7 section was Jacob Ashcroft. I think that potentially could have been Blair Smith, the number 45, who's also showing up on our timing tower as not going across the line.
No, that was the problem. You could see that Kanish Rao was pointing, and Noah Baglin was pointing frantically forward. There's off the number 54 kart of Will Green. You could, frantically, they were saying, go, don't slow down. And to be fair to George Edgar, he picked up the pace. And this has been, this is the British Championship. Obviously, Army Cadet, they have a rules package, they have certain carbs they have to use, things like that. It's obviously not a new carb this year, and it's turning into something of a lottery of whether you can actually get the karts to start the race. Oh my word, Teddy J. Porter into the barrier, into the banking, coming out of turn number 1, and our camera caught that beautifully. Porter is okay, and he punched the steering wheel. Well, Anthony, Oliver Rowland Motorsport, they've had their strongest round of the championship for some time this weekend.
Yeah.
At the end of the day yesterday, they were primed, they were dominating the front of the grid. And suddenly, 3 of the top 5 ORM drivers on the grid are out of the race before we finish lap number 2. George Edgar leads, and it's the 2 surviving front-running ORM karts of Kanish Rao and Noah Baglin running in 2nd and 3rd, and then it's the Fusion Hordes. Phillips in 4th, Cranham in 5th, Islin in 6th, Sky Parker up into 7th on her home circuit. Woodward, Lovett, erstwhile championship leader Jensen Graham cracks the top 10. Further back, Kip Bolowski is up from 19th to 14th, and Henry Domain from 14th to 11th.
Well, there we go. What can you say about that? They were having such a fantastic day, like you're saying. It's all got P-Tong and
contact
down the inside. Yeah, the 26, Jesse Phillips, getting down the inside, and now it's because they're just nerfing out the ORM karts now here, our Fusion. They think, you had good heats, but you're not going to have the final.
Yeah, it's numerical superiority. This circuit, the front half of this circuit is good for slipstreaming here, and you're just going to use the numerical advantage to work together. And poor old Kanish Rao has just been manoeuvred. Well, he was just been moved out of the race lead down to third. So we've got George Edgar and Jesse Phillips now running 1-2. Kanishk Rao and Noah Baglin third and fourth. Then you've got Riley Cranham, Lewis Islin, Sky Parker are up next. With Archie Lovett in 8th, Woodward 9th, Henry Domain already back into the top 10.
Here we go then, out of the final corner, crossing the line. You're not going to see these two do anything to each other. George Edgar and Jesse Phillips, now they're at the front. They will just work together and pull away from the main pack. Here now, you've got Kanish Rao, Noah Baglin. They are also line astern, but they're going to have to close up to close into those two drivers who are ahead, because if they don't, they will just disappear. They need to get on it straight away because they've got a huge pack of Fusion carts behind as well. Islin, Cranham, Parker, they're all there as well. You've got to be so careful. Like we always say in every single round when it's cadet racing, it is 50 miles an hour game of chess.
Exactly. And again, there's only two colours on a chessboard, black and white. There's only two colours. Well, there's multiple colours here, but again, this is it's two teams fighting neck and neck. The tactical element of this cannot be overstated because it's all tactics. It's all manoeuvring your teammates into positions that help not only you but help your team. Cranham with the fastest lap of the race. So Kanish Rao gets manoeuvred out of 4th place by Lewis Islin. Up the hill, George Edgar and Jesse Phillips. Noah Baglin holding on to 3rd. Just looking down, the leading non-Fusion ORM driver is privateer Edward Haynes in a fantastic 17th position at the moment. We've got 30 karts still running. Henry Clark in 30th, Will Green after that spin he had is 29th, and Harley Musk 28th. John T. Restrick 27th, Luca Narrow is 26th, Colby Patterson 25th, Joseph Smith 24th.
Aliseo also with a great race, up 11 positions, now into P17 instead of Edward Haynes has gone up into P16 now as well. So, you know, those two, running very well.
And considering that at Shennington, when we had 36 entries, which wasn't enough to get everyone into the A final, but it wasn't enough to have a repechage. 2 drivers just went home at the end of the heats. Jarlath Sayer was one of those drivers. He's now top half of the grid in the final itself. So great progress from Jarlath.
Back here at the front, and again, I don't expect to see those two do any moves until the last lap.
That's spot on, Anthony.
Baglin, he's right there now. He's lost his teammate, Kanish Rao. Kanish Rao now down a couple of places. He's got the company of Lewis Islin and Riley Cranham. Kit Bolowski with the fastest lap of the race. Kit is currently P12, up 7 positions from his original starting spot. 9 minutes to go then, plus that 1 lap, and really all eyes are going to be on what happens in 3rd place.
Well, Baglin has... Islin and Cranham, they will push Baglin a little bit. No, they won't. They're going to pass him.
There you go.
And Noah Baglin out of 3rd. He's holding on to 4th, but he's going to get pushed back to 4th by the number 18 kart of Cranham. And now 3 wide between the 3 ORM teammates, Kanish Rao, Henry Domain and Baglin. That's cost them all a lot of ground. And looks like Kit Bolowski up the inside, as well as driver with the white race suit. Fusion driver's got the white race suits. I think that may have been Kit Bolowski,
Well, there we go. It just shows, doesn't it, that you've got to work together in this. You are part of 2 big teams that really dominate this grid, and you really have to spend the time to work together. Yes, it's a long old race, and yes, we all know that every single one of these drivers wants to win, but you're not going to win by overtaking mid-lap after mid-lap after mid-lap. You've got to work together.
That 3 wide Oliver Roller Motorsport going in, manoeuvre going into turn number 1 of the last lap has pushed Baglin and Rao back from about 5th and 6th place to 11th and 12th. And the leading ORM kart is now Archie Lovett in, get this, 8th place. Kit Bolowski passing Ethan Woodward for 6th position. Jensen Graham, well, in addition to his mechanic looking on point, he has actually now got that number 27 kart working very well. And Graham from 16th on the grid up to 5th at the minute.
Yep, exactly that. 7 minutes to go then. And back down the inside there.
That was Henry Domain.
It was, yeah, the number 5 from P9, now up into P8, getting past Archie Lovett and Kip Bolowski, I think.
Oh,
no, it wasn't Kip Bolowski. Kip Bolowski's gone, yes.
He's up into 6th position now. So we've got...
it was Ethan Woodward, sorry, they've got past.
A Fusion Motorsport top 6 now. But we've got 6.5 minutes to go, Anthony. Plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
And Henry Domain won both heat races yesterday and was in contention for the win in the pre-final this morning until about half a lap to go, and him and Kip Bolowski had their coming together.
Yep.
So even though he's the subsequent penalty for that incident meant that Domain started out of position, he is fighting his way back up. The problem is Edgar and Phillips have got a 1.3 second gap over Islin and Cranham, who have got another 1 second gap over Bolowski and Graham, and then it is Domain another half second back him. So even though Domain's kart is quick, he is start of lap 12, he's 3 seconds behind the race leaders.
Yeah, there we go. So there's lots of work to do in these last 6 minutes of racing. So plenty of time to get everything sorted out. A little bit of side-by-side action there. And Domain still working well in his position. Who's he got close by? Still Archie Lovett in the 88, who's his closest teammate.
Yep.
You just see him there, part of that ORM Fusion sandwich.
They've got Ethan Woodward between them.
They do.
But looking at the gap, Domain 3.03 seconds behind race leader George Edgar at the end of lap number 11. We've still got just over 5 minutes plus a lap to go. Let's see what the gap is between Edgar and Domain now. It's 2.89 seconds between Edgar in first and Domain in second. Now, Domain does have help from behind.
Yep.
So, you know, co-opetition. Ethan Woodward will work with Henry Domain to get up to the 2 drivers in front of them with Kip Bolowski and Jensen Graham.
Oh, Kip Bolowski, 5 second time penalty.
Wow. I'm not quite sure what that was for. There's been an awful lot of dicing and jumping and dicing. So Bolowski, who was 4th in the championship coming into this round, he won the opening round at Shennington. Got a pen. I have to say, Kip Bolowski is, Jarlath Sayer out of the race after driving from 28th up to about 16th position. That is terrible luck for the Jamie Green racing driver. Yeah. I have to say that Bolowski, easily one of the quickest, if not the quickest driver in the class over the course of a single lap. However, points mean prizes. And to get maximum points, you need to minimise penalties.
Yep.
Bolowski is racking up penalty after penalty, which is not great, have to say.
No, it's not, because yes, you can have your car up in that top 5 in most rounds.
But I can understand, you know, Bolowski obviously after whatever was decided after the pre-final, with the penalties thing. So Bolowski obviously is starting down on the 10th row of the grid. So to get to front, he has to be aggressive. Now that's great.
Yep.
Aggression is fantastic. The problem with aggression is that when you're being ultra aggressive, the line between getting a move right and just getting it wrong ever so slightly. Ooh, the number 23 kart having a
that's
moment.
Colby Patterson.
Yeah, down at the back of the field having a moment. But of course, when you're being extra aggressive to make up those positions to get yourself into contention, the fine line between great move and a little bit of over-exuberance is that little bit finer, and Bolowski just tripping over that line.
I've got to say, Lewis Islin and Riley Cranham have closed in on George Edgar and Jesse Phillips.
Yes.
They have severely closed that gap. It's, it closed even more now. It's not much, let's put it that way. Not much at all. They'll be in striking distance probably in the next couple of laps as well. So in terms of lap times overall, about the same.
And of course, Islin is a race winner. Not in IAME, in Cadet Honda. Islin has got a race win. He's got a couple of podiums in Honda Cadet, not in IAME Cadet. He's moved over to that class this year. So Islin knows how to win these things. 2.5 minutes to go, and they're closing. I have to say, Riley Cranham in kart number 18, never been near a podium or never finished on the podium in the British Championship. But he's certainly got the pace. Very, very controlled, smooth driving. Now you can see you can see Cranham in kart number 18, a taller driver. He's got to move himself around in the seat a bit more than Islin, just to help with the weight distribution.
And you see he's really tucking in there as much as possible to try and get his head below Islin's there, just to get the slipstream, and pulling out of the slipstream there, trying to get the switch back, but it's not going to work. So not going for the move just yet, but eyeing up the sort of track position. Now, but what do they do in this situation? Do they catch up to the back of the two in front and then carry on that momentum and get past, or do they sit behind and work together as a four?
You've got to, if you've got the extra momentum, you've got to make the move quickly. If you sit, you lose that momentum and you just start trundling around at the same speed as the two leaders.
Look at that, they're close up.
They've caught them. Now, if I was Lewis Islin, I've got to go now.
Yeah.
I've got to go now into Spoon Curve at the start of this lap, if he's close enough. Cranham has now got to get himself on that rear bumper of his teammate Islin. Push, push, push. Up the hill, not going to be close enough to make a move yet, but even downhill into the carousel. As soon as you catch them, you've got to go past them or you lose that momentum.
Henry Domain's got himself up into 5th place now as well, up 9 places. So if these start scrapping, he's going to be in a prime position to close in straight away. Keep an eye on that one, but he's got 3 Fusion drivers behind. Woodward, Graham and Bolofsky. Bolofsky with the 5-second time penalty, so remember that one. Then it's 3 ORMs. Kanish Rao, love it, Baglin. They're all there. If these start scrapping, to which they will, 30 seconds left to go, that whole pack will close in.
Now, the problem is that Islin and Cranham, they've lost that momentum. Now, they're not running a tenth or two quicker than the race leaders. They're running at the same pace. There is Domain leading. Belofsky, Graham, here we go. A little bit of a movement up front. And Cranham looking around the outside of Islin, up the inside rather. Cranham into P3.
Yep.
Now George Edgar starts to defend. Game on, the clock strikes 0. 1.5 laps to go. Check the gap, ladies and gentlemen. Henry Domain in 5th position is 3.1 seconds behind this battle on screen. Is there time for him to catch him? There's a move for P2.
Yep, Cranham now down on the inside of Jesse Phillips, so Cranham now into P2, just George Edgar to go, but George is a very quick driver here and knows how to defend well. Into the final corner then, the timer strikes 0, last lap board out this time, ring the dinner bell. I don't think the group behind are going to catch despite everything that these 4 drivers will do.
No, there's still 2.5 seconds down, I don't think it's room enough. Edgar, Cranham signaling to Edgar saying go, go, go. I think George Edgar's going to go, I'm not sure I believe you, Riley. Because this is the battle for the win. It's the last lap of the final of the British Championship. And I think if I leave the door open, you're going to go for it. Well, we shall see. George Edgar, about 16 months on from his maiden win, and thus far his only win in the British Championship, has got half a lap. Oh, he defends going into turn 7. That's going to cost him momentum down the hill. But this is a one-line racetrack. It's Edgar, Cranham, then Islin and Phillips.
He's going to have to do it into the final corner, but no, Edgar
Crossover.
crosses it off. He can't do it, bit of contact between them, and it's side by side for 3rd. Edgar will take the win from Cranham, Islin, then Jesse Phillips. Wow, those top 4, absolutely. Well, again, it shows teamwork works well round any track in cadet racing.
Absolutely. George Edgar, 2nd win at the British Championship, 3rd podium overall. Riley Cranham, and this is of course unofficial, of course, 1st ever British Championship podium. Lewis Islin, his 3rd podium, but his 1st in IAME Cadet. And the championship standings, Jesse Phillips unofficially leads George Edgar by 1 single point. At the end of that race, the 3rd round of the 7-round British Championships, it's Edgar, Cranham, Islin, Phillips, Domain, Bolofsky, Graham. There is a look at the finishing order behind the top 12. Wachowski, Henry Carter, Laith Khan, Edward Haynes. Great drive from Edward Haynes. 16th place as the leading non-fusion or ORM driver. Further back, sadly, we saw Teddy J. Porter retire in spectacular fashion. Jarlath Sayer, after a great drive from 28th up into about 16th position, he had a mechanical issue Jacob Ashcroft and Blair Smith failing to take the start. There is the Jacob Ashcroft kart being pushed forlornly away. And I mean, I don't know why Smith and Ashcroft, there could have been a multitude of reasons why they couldn't take the start, but on previous form, karts have been retiring on the opening lap, on the rolling lap of IAME races because they're oiling up, because the carb is letting too much fuel. When the engines are idling and running at a very slow speed, the carb just lets a little bit too much fuel into the carb, and it just fouls the plug and just makes the engine die. And that was the problem there. Now, there's some of Wales's most famous residents. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. See you later. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. If you want a nice Welsh lamb dinner or a nice woody jumper, this is the place to come. But we will be hearing from the winner, George Edgar, very shortly. Anthony is making his way down to the pits. There is Barry Ashcroft pushing. And just what you do, he's looking over. It's just, you know. Now they've managed to get Blair's kart restarted. But of course, that's the problem. Sometimes the kart will... now maybe there's a different problem with Jacob Ashcroft's kart. Who knows? Like I said, I'm talking about the boiling up. I mean, I'm assuming that they did, but obviously I haven't got official word of that. There's Teddy J. Porter's kart, and Teddy's a lucky boy. But Anthony is with your race winner, George Edgar, down the paddock about now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down with our race winner, George Edgar. George, again, another fabulous race there. Again, showing that teamwork is the way forward in this class.
Yeah, me and Jesse obviously managed to get a good start. I got overtook early on, but me and Jesse managed to push up and get through. Then we managed to push away onto the last lap. Riley and Lewis caught up, but managed to hold it because it was a good race.
Well, taking that race win there bumps you up in terms of points in the championship. You're now just 1 point away from leading the championship. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, obviously we've got to keep pushing. We're only just halfway through it, so we're a long way from the end, but still good.
It's a good place to be, though, isn't it? Who would you like to thank?
All the Fusion Motorsport, my mum, my dad, Jake Walker for mechanicking.
Excellent stuff. George Edgar, well done.
Thank you.
Excellent. Let's chat to our second place man, Riley Cranham. Riley, come on in. Well, for such a tall lad, you're nearly as tall as me and you're racing in cadets. What's going on here?
Don't know. I've only just turned 11, so...
There we go. What a race result that is. I mean, you're taking home second place. Talk us through that one, because you were in fourth for the majority of that one, came through, and we were saying, is it going to be a work together and close up with the top two, or are you just going to try and get past? And you went for the second of the two options.
So at the start, I started P9 because I didn't have the best pre-final. And then me and Lewis got together while Jesse and George got together at the front. And me and Lewis started closing in quickly, and then as we got to the front, it was last lap, and last lap was all or nothing.
Well, it was a mega race still, so congratulations. Who would you like to thank?
My family, my mum and dad, Chris the cameraman, Fusion Motorsport, the Elite Driver Management, my mechanic, and my mechanic this weekend as well.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Well, well done. Congratulations, second place.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Let's chat to our third place man, Mr. Lewis Islin. Come on in. Lewis, again, another brilliant race from you. Again, teamwork, Fusion 1, 2, 3. A nice result, but tell us, you can tell me, what did you put in the fuel?
Well, like, it's amazing to see the team working together, like, yeah. But I just can't explain it. I didn't expect to get all the way up to that group because they were so far ahead, but because we all worked together, it paid off.
Teamwork makes the dream work, doesn't it? So, fantastic result again. You're going to be celebrating later on in the tent?
Yeah, I've got to be.
Good stuff. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Fusion Motorsport Elite Driver Management, my family for helping me, and by the way, Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day.
And Riley for helping me.
Excellent. Good stuff. You've got to get the teamwork in. Brilliant stuff. Well done, Lewis.
And Shocks Racing Engines. You've got Dan over there. Hello. My mechanic, by the way. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, Lewis. Then you go and celebrate now with your team.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff there from our 3 drivers in the top 3. Again, showing that teamwork does indeed make the dream work. A lot of drivers will have to learn that going forward in this season. More racing yet to come. KZ2, they're coming up next.
So, a slight change in the running order, I believe. KZ2 final up next. Quick check some of the comments. Kerry Roberts says, Down, die have all Cymraeg. Saying, well done you with the Welsh. Well, diolch yn fawr, Kerry, diolch yn fawr. I can only apologise for my co-commentator Anthony's lack of Welsh, but unfortunately can't help it, but he's English. There we go. Never mind. So, KZ2. It's Rhys Ushima on pole position. He's not Welsh, he's American, and he's a Formula 3 driver. A guest round here. Charlie Turner, he's not Welsh either. He's the championship leader. He's in kart number 4 on the outside of row number 1. This is one of the best KZ2 grids we've had in a long time, if not ever, in the British Championship. My commentator and karting wife, Anthony, will hopefully be supplying me with grids, or us with grids, as we await him to return after interviewing. Now, you can see him on screen. There he is. He's still faffing about, is he? Is that? Yes, he's still faffing about in the grid. He's opening the gate now, coming onto the grid. Let's have a look at him mincing his way up through the grid there, trying to look cool. He's got his fresh haircut on. He's got his nice white shirt. Yeah, there he is, just walking on the right-hand side of your screen there. He's got his Simon Cowell-style waistline with the belt done up just underneath his nipples. There we go. Now let's see if he's going to turn right. Yes. To go and see Ian Rogers at timing and scoring. There's Rhys Ushima and his Piers Sexton Racing mechanic. The last time Rhys raced around the British Championship was the opening round of 2019 at PFI when he was in X30. And the Piers Sexton Racing team, again, all credit to them for getting 4 karts prepped and set up ready for this round. There's Miles Murphy. Hello, Miles. Miles is a crash helmet designer extraordinaire, for those of you that weren't aware of that. He designs the crash helmet liveries for many, many drivers, including Sergio Perez, George Russell, I think. But also, if he wins, he gets to give his supporter, Luke, a free crash helmet. There's Bradley Barrett, number 6 Sodi Vitesse driver on the right there, just getting his race suit on. Brad is going to be starting on the second row. There's Caden McQueen. His cart, there's the O plate of Shane Daly. And my karting wife has returned to the commentary box after his little guest spot on the live stream earlier. How are you, Anthony? There's Jack Dewar on screen there. Yeah. He's Australian, in case you didn't know.
He is. He's also got koala on the back of his helmet, did you know?
Yeah, but apparently koala's not the problem. It's
Vegemite.
Vegemite? Love Vegemite.
No, Vegemite's terrible.
No, it's great.
Nice thumbs up there.
Do you come from a land down under? She just smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich. She said, you come from a land down under. Dun, dun,
Now,
dun, dun, dun.
I may get outed by the entire Australian continent here, if I say.
Australia, if he upsets you, let us know in the chat and I shall give him a beating live on air.
Vegemite is just Marmite, isn't it?
For your own safety, Anthony, I would...
it is, isn't it?
It's related.
No, it's the same thing. They're both terrible.
Oh, dear. You don't... I mean... Okay, we're going to stop everything. We're going to forget the karting. Marmite, love it or hate it. There we go. Please let us know on the thing.
Hate it.
Oh, Anthony, is it?
It smells vile.
Oh, no.
It looks vile.
Marmite on toast. The chili Marmite. Oh, that was really good. That peanut butter Marmite, that's another one that's really good. I mean, the chili Marmite, that'd sort you out in the morning.
I mean, I feel like we're slightly off topic here. KZ2 is on the grid.
I know, but you mentioned Vegemite. You upset all our Antipodean friends. Oh, apologies once again. So, history lesson. Glenagorse has not held a round of the KZ2 British Championships at the start of 2019. James Glenister won the opening round at Shannington. Charlie Turner won round 2 at Warden Law. Glenister is now the modern era all-time winner, all-time win leader in KZ2. 4 wins. Ryan Cannon has 3, 2 wins apiece for Fabian Federer, Dan Kelly and Adam Gleer. 1 win each for Charlie Turner, Brad Barrett, Scott Allen and Joe Charlton. Let's have a little look. The comments are coming in now. You've triggered a few people. Sebastian guessing Vegemite sucks.
There we go. I agree.
Truth, mate.
Sebastian, thank you very much. Henry, stop wailing about Marmite.
Right, let's do some karting, shall we? KZ2, the starting lineup.
Yes, indeed. And what a starting lineup it is. Rhys Ushijima starting on pole position in this one. Charlie Turner alongside Tom Adams and Miles Murphy. Row number 2.
Row 3, Bradley Barrett and Derek Morgan. Row 4, Katie McQueen and Joe Charlton. Row number 5, Shane Daly and Morgan Porter. James Glenister and Lewis Halliday go from row 6. Row 7 is Rafael Villagomez and Ashley Lewis. Row 7, Hannah Lang and Jack Doohan. Then it's Charlie Cole and Dan Kelly, Dan Gould and Lee Ward. Row 11 is Stefan Bostaniewicz and Spencer Shinner. Josh Price starts from row number 12. Well, we started the season at Shannington. James Glenister won from Dan Kelly and Charlie Turner. Turner turned the tables at Ward Law to win, with Tom Adams second and Sam Ward, who's not with us this weekend, in third. So, Ushijima, one of 4 guest drivers, who is, well, I mean, not a surprise, but I mean, they're celebrated drivers in Formula 3, and we got more people. Vegemite is awesome. There we go, says Sheldon. Now, Anthony.
Yes.
If Jack Doohan gets on the podium,
yep,
will you ask him whether he thinks Vegemite is awesome?
I will ask him if Vegemite is awesome.
There we go. Well, you're a man of the people, Anthony. You want to know this. The people wants to know. Anyway, there's Rhys Ushijima, who's practicing his starts there. And he now will put himself into start. So it's Ushijima, Turner. Oh, we're all having a little practice start, are we? Okay, why not? Not quite sure what the rule book says about things like that, but we're going to do it anyway.
I mean, when in Rome.
When in Rome. Well, when in Wales.
When in Wales.
Yes. Now, there is Josh Price. Let's see. Hope he can get the karts. If anyone needs a practice start, it's Josh Price. So, Ushijima, there he is, kart number 31. The only time we're going to see him this year, the only time we're going to see him and Doohan and Villagomez, while they're having a break from their regular activities in FIA Formula 2, Formula 3, and at in GT4 Championship. Okay, green flag waves the back of the grid. All eyes on the gantry. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a great start from Rhys Ushijima, who holds on to lead. Everybody away smoothly, including at the back of the grid, Josh Price for the first time. Thank goodness for that. Let's hope Josh can have a nice race now. Through turn number 2, up the hill they flash. And it is Ushijima leading from Turner, Adams, Murphy up at the 4th, then Barrett 5th.
Yep, great.
No, that's Morgan in 5th, I apologise. Barrett is 6th.
Yeah.
Good, clean start, Anthony. Rafael Villagomez gets a warning flag. Well, I'm not quite sure why that is. Maybe it's because he didn't have his race suit on for his photo, his driver photo.
Maybe.
I don't know, could be. Who knows?
Who knows? Out of the final section then, around the final corner, we'll end lap 1. Rhys Ushijima will lead the way for KZ2, race 16 of the weekend from Charlie Turner. Tom Adams still there in 3rd place from Miles Murphy. Derek Morgan, Bradley Barrett in 6th place. Joe Charlton, Katie McQueen, Porter and Halliday the top 10. Rest of the field slotting in. Jack Doohan just off the top 10. Currently P13. He's got Ashley Lewis just in front. And Shane Daly, the O-plate, not the best of starts. He's dropped 2 places.
Ushijima's got a problem.
No!
Is he missed a gear? Was that a missed gear?
I think it was a missed gear. I think it was a missed gear.
And I mean, fair play to everyone who's following the reactions. Oh no, Josh Price is off. Well, I mean, you can't really nominate somebody for driver of the day when they haven't done much driving. But if anybody needs a toolkit to help, it's Josh Price. Now, Ushijima sort of signalling there. Now, what is the problem? A clutch problem, maybe?
I think it was just missed a gear. I mean, you saw how the kart reacted. It dropped, and then it instantly came back, meaning it was just like, oh no, bang, bang, okay, go.
Well, Derek Morgan is up in the 3rd place now, of course. He's going to be the one that's watching this. If it's a one-off problem, like a missed gear, like you said, Anthony, then he hasn't got to worry. But if it is sort of an underlying gremlin that may or may not may reappear and rear its ugly head again, Morgan is going to have the lightning reactions to avoid running into the back of Ushijima. There is Barrett trying to pass Miles Murphy. So in the midst of all that, we've now got Turner, Ushijima and Morgan in your top 3. Murphy, Barrett and Charlton round out the top 6. Then it's Morgan Porter from Caden McQueen, Tom Adams, who's dropped a little bit. No, not a great start for Adams. It must have been, like you said, maybe a one-off problem. Ushijima now gathering himself together. Fast lap going after Charlie Turner.
I mean, it happened at the most technical part of the circuit as well, so the chances of it being that is, highly likely, just because, so much is happening. You just think, oh, no, yeah. I'm sure oh no wasn't what came out of his mouth when it happened.
Came out of his mouth.
Something came out, yeah.
And, well, here's a question, Mr. Jordan.
Go on.
Charlie Turner.
Yep.
Is leading this race.
He is indeed.
Rhys Ushijima behind him.
Yep.
Is not in contention for the championship.
He is not.
A guest driver.
Yep.
Still scoring points.
Yep.
But not a championship. If you're Turner, do you let Rhys go, knowing that you're not really costing yourself any championship points to your rivals? Or do you fight and run the risk of maybe a contretemps?
Well, I personally would, I'd fight it. Because then you can come back and say, I had a battle with a Formula 3 driver in KZ2.
Yes,
and won.
But then at the end of the season, and you've lost the championship by 5 points, do you then regret saying
Worth it.
Worth it. Fair enough.
It.
Not a problem at all. Anthony Jordan, the commentator, not the kart racer, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's a valid point. Well, we're going to find out. I mean, obviously, I'm saying I'm being a little bit facetious with that. Obviously, Charlie Turner, he's not going to let anyone go. But when if Ushijima gets a nose at the inside, would Turner give him a little bit more room than he would?
Because he is a smart driver, is Charlie. He's a smart driver.
Yep.
And if he can see who it is, then yes, down
Speaking
the inside.
of smart drivers, there's Dan Kelly.
Yes.
Passing Caden McQueen, and there's the battle of a 4th place. Yes, Anthony.
Dan Kelly was disqualified in Heat 2.
He was?
He was, yes.
Oh.
So he's had a lot of work to do.
Oh, really? I didn't realise he was excluded from Heat 2.
Yes, he was.
Oh, dear. Never mind. It's been a bad weekend. He's going to try and remedy that by starting at the back for his heats. But he is now up into 12th place, just behind Jack Doohan. Morgan Porter, Heat 2 winner, running 5th here behind Bradley Barrett. Porter looks to the inside, no. So it's Charlie Turner leading from Rhys Ushijima and Derek Morgan, privateer driver Derek Morgan, on the right chassis, and it is the right chassis for this moment in time. Derek, it's his first season as a gearbox driver, and we've had a switcheroo.
We have.
Yes, Anthony.
Yes.
Somehow, out of our sight, Rhys Ushijima has taken it.
And he's gone off.
Oh, no. That is Bogdanovic,
yes,
who's wearing Rhys Ushijima's old
race suit.
I got caught out with that at the paddock show last night, and yes, but heart attack over. Back to the racing. Porter challenging Barrett, and they are both putting the pressure on Derek Morgan in 3rd. Now, I didn't see where Ushijima went for the move, but he's not known he made the move. Oh, there's Porter sort of giving Brad Barrett a little bit of a nudge on the rear end. Just a little tap saying, hello, I'm here. Now, here goes the rest of the field behind him, and you can see Porter looking aggressive there. Is he going to dive to the inside? No, Barrett covers his line. But it's Ushijima, Turner, Morgan, Barrett, Porter, Murphy, Charlton, Halliday, Adams and Daly. One driver who I'm a little bit disappointed with is James Glenister. Really, 13th and sort of not at the races, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Won the opening round.
Yeah.
Round 2 wasn't great in the final, but then again, that was a bit of a lottery with a tyre choice.
Yeah.
Oh no! Is
That's
that Ushijima?
No, that's Stefan Bosniewicz again.
Getting out of the way.
Getting out of the way. Okay.
Right. Now we've both made the same mistake.
Yes, there we go.
I mean, I thought
makes me feel better.
I thought the only people that were allowed to swap race suits was the Mad Croc team.
Yeah,
because they've got 87 race suits with Stilp written on the back of them.
Yeah.
But it's a Pierre Sexton racing problem as well.
Duct tape is a wonderful thing.
Yes. But so Ushijima leads by nearly a full second over Turner. Turner is half a second in front of Morgan, who is now a full second in front of this battle. So do you know what? Derek Morgan is looking really, really strong here, Anthony.
He is. He's got some great pace out there, the privateer driver. You know, he's gained 3 places already. Started 6th on the front row, on the third row, I should say. You know, just cracking on with it. And Porter get it done. Now, is that again? His tyres are still okay, as Hannah Lang. It's not gone well for Hannah this season at all. And she's really going to have to step it up going into the second half of this one.
Yeah, and I mean, she was running in the top 15 though, so she was, you know, midfield. But just again, unfortunately, the MK Racing team, who took their first podium in the British Championship with Sam Ward last time out, sadly Hannah out of the race. So we are down to.
Oh dear, and that's Joe Charlton.
No, it's Lewis Halliday.
It's the
other Energy Course kart who is facing the wrong way around. So that was a spin coming out of Devil's Elbow. 7 minutes plus a lap to go. So Halliday will drop to 20th. Bostonievich, I think, has retired, or he's 2 laps down. There is Jack Doohan. So we haven't really seen much of Jack Doohan in this race. There is the number 32 kart. He is chasing the 22 of Glenister, who has suddenly popped up into the top 10. Daly is the old plate in 9th, and Tom Adams, the number 17 kart, runs in 8th place. So let's see what Jack Doohan has got to say. And of course, he retired from the opening heat, which then, of course, put him back in the middle of the pack, and he is struggling to get through. The next kart behind him is Dan Kelly. And here comes Glenister. So Glenister is saving all his good speed for the last race of the day. Now, behind them, Caden McQueen fading a little bit as the race goes on. He's behind Charlie Cole. Ashley Lewis is 15th, and then Dan Gould 16th. Rafael Villagomez is down to 18th position. Not quite sure what's happened there, but here's Jack Doohan. Let's have a look at the Aussie Wonder Kid. Potentially a future Formula 1 driver.
Potentially. I mean,
certainly got the name and maybe the support and the backing. But seats are at a premium at the very top table. But certainly young Jack Doohan is set for a very long and successful career in motorsport, and I'm sure a podium at Glanagors Park in North Wales would be a highlight as he passes Shane Daly.
He does indeed, yeah. Up the Dragon Straight through turn 2, gets that move done and moves up now into P10. And again, a good race from this one. We're 5.5 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap, so still plenty of time left in this race, and as we've seen, plenty can happen in a very quick amount of time, or in a very short amount of time, I should say, in KZ2. Miss a gear, it can happen.
Yeah, which we've seen it happen. There goes Dan Kelly passing Shane Daly, so Kelly moving up into 11th place. So the battle on your screen is the number 32 of Jack Doohan running in 10th place. 9th is James Glenister, and Glenister is trying to close in on his teammate Tom Adams in 8th position in the number 17 kart, and Adams meanwhile is trying to work his way around the number 37 More Racing Demon Tweaks entry of Miles Murphy. You're not missing anything at the front, ladies and gentlemen. Charlie Turner is 1.6 seconds behind Rhys Ushijima. However, Turner has now been caught by Derek Morgan and Morgan Porter.
Yes, he has.
So Porter took a long time to get past Bradley Barrett. Once he passed the Sodi Vitesse driver, he is motored up the road, and now he's going to try and tackle Derek Morgan and Charlie Turner for a place on the podium.
Well, he's going to try, but you have to remember, like Morgan Porter, you know, he did miss out half of his first heat, so, you know, his tyres are just that little bit fresher.
It is a little bit fresher.
Little fresher, but I mean, he may have used them a lot more while coming through the pack in Heat 2.
Yes, because he's certainly passing Bradley Barrett. He had to be very aggressive on that manoeuvre, but let's have a little look. We've got 4 minutes to go. There's your race leader, Ushijima, through turn number 1, club corner. Turner, Morgan, Porter, Barrett. Then a gap back to Joe Charlton in 6th position. Porter, the key is I think Morgan Porter has even got the pace to probably, I mean, if it was those two karts, if Turner and Morgan weren't in between Porter and Ushijima, then Porter's probably got the pace to catch Ushijima for the race lead. The problem is, though, time is ticking, and of course, every single corner Porter spends behind Morgan, he makes the move. And so every single corner he spends behind these two drivers, or now these one driver, it's costing him time.
Yeah.
But he's now onto the podium, is Morgan.
It's very true, yeah. He's working that Kart Republic chassis to its limits. And, you know, we've seen, especially from last year with double junior champion,
yes,
the Kart Republic chassis works pretty well.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's
a fine line of it working brilliantly and not working at all.
And I think that in seniors, in senior X30 and senior Rotax specifically, the Kart Republic chassis isn't quite there yet, and that's what the team is saying.
Right.
That's what Argent is saying. Look, the kart's good. I mean, in juniors, it's an absolute weapon, as proved last year. In seniors, they've just got to find that sweet spot. But I mean, Morgan Porter has found it in KZ2 because he's now motoring away from Derek Morgan, and he is cruising up to pull up on your bump, baby, as what Morgan Porter's about to do to Charlie Turner.
Right.
That was a Grace Jones song.
Was it?
Yes.
Excellent. No one asked.
Pull up to the bumper, baby.
Excellent. 2 minutes to go then, plus one lap. And like you say, he has just done just that, hasn't he? Morgan Porter is right on the tail end of Charlie Turner now as they go through. Gap now for the race lead, 2.5 seconds, and there's the move. A blink and you'd have missed it, and just straight down the inside there.
Right.
Morgan Porter takes first or second place.
I think it's too much. We've got 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Porter is 3 seconds behind the race leader. I mean, Turner might try, and I don't think Charlie Turner's got an answer for Morgan Porter. The question is, how much of the gap can Porter close? I think that's too far. I mean, that's wishful thinking, that is. Of mine, trying to say that he could catch Reese Tsushima.
You're saying it. He's already pulled a kart length away from Turner.
Yes, but he's got, well, it all depends if Reese, Reese has missed one gear. All it takes, you miss a gear, and that's it. So let's have a little look. 40.65 last time around for Reese Tsushima, 40.71 for Morgan Porter. I mean, if nothing else, Porter is going to absolutely blitz probably his own personal best lap. Well, no, 40.40 is Porter's best lap. Here's a battle.
Yeah, here's a nice little scrap here. Who is this?
It's Dan Kelly.
It is.
And friends.
It is, yeah. Got Shane Daly, James Glenister, Dan Gould, Charlie Cole, Spencer Shinner there as well.
Yep. Oh, and there's Tom Adams and Dan Kelly. And Tom Adams, on 2018 British champion Dan Kelly, at the inside. Take that, son.
Don't mind if I do.
That will push, put Tom back into 9th place. Kelly, who's got a couple of war wounds on the front of his kart, and he did have a warning flag earlier on, but Kelly's back to 10th, and Daly 11th, Glenn is the 12th, Gould is there in 13th, and Charlie Cole in the red and white Birol ART kart, just going through your screen there, the back of this group in 14th. We've seen Shinner and Halliday are next in line. Now, Caden McQueen has dropped back to 18th place. I think Caden very strong at the front. Now Jack Doohan on Miles Murphy. Now, of course, I mean, Miles Murphy's probably Jack Doohan's a potential client of mine.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to go to... Oh, there you go.
I'll take the commission for your next crash helmet.
Yes.
But he's thinking, well, if I defend and have him off, then I'm never going to get his job. Never get his work. But here comes, here's Doohan. Crossover move going uphill. And Doohan up over the back end of Miles Murphy's kart. It's a piggyback around there. And still Murphy defending. I think Miles Murphy's thinking, well, I've got about 4 or 5 Formula 1 drivers on my books, so I don't need one more. I don't need a potential future Formula 1 driver. But Doohan has got the bit between his teeth, and that was at over 80 miles an hour. He tried the crossover move there, and he's giving Miles a little bit of a hurry up there, and he's backed them up, and now Doohan's got a problem. Miles Murphy's the one with the problem. Murphy on the outside now at turn number 1. Doohan runs him wide. Doohan runs him wide through turn number 1, and that's cost Murphy. I think Murphy's got a problem, and Jack Doohan loses a place as well. We've got to checkered flag. What happened there? That was after the checkered flag. So the last lap, wow, Doohan, wow, bit of afters there. Tsushima takes the win from Morgan Porter with Charlie Turner in 3rd, Derek Morgan in 4th, Bradley Barrett 5th, Joe Charlton in 6th. The battle we watched, the checkered flag at the end of the race, there was a battle for 7th place. Miles Murphy took it with Jack Doohan in 8th. Then Adams in 9th, Kelly 10th, Daly 11th, Glennis the 12th, Gould 13th, Charlie Cole was 14th, and then Spencer Shinner in 50th. Apologies if I missed the actual checkered flag coming out there. I don't think we caught the winners crossing the start-finish line. So I was getting too engrossed in the battle, the rather tasty battle for 7th place between Miles Murphy and Jack Doohan. So one of our 4 guest drivers, Rhys Ushijima, takes the race win. Now, for those of you that like a statistic, and as you all know, I love a good statistic, Rhys now becomes just the 2nd non-British born driver to win a round of the British Championships in KZ2. The first, Fabian Federer, back in 2019, who won the 2 opening rounds at Rissington for the SRP racing team. Fabian, as you know, is French or Swiss or Italian. One of those 3. I'll check. But Rhys Ushijima representing the USA. I think his dad is Japanese and his mum is American. And there is poor old Hannah Lang, who is having to just get her kart back to... Oh no, these KZ2 karts, they're heavy once you've got to get them going. She is just pushing her kart back onto the track. The MK Racing team out of luck in this one. Stefan Bosdanjevic finished 21st, a couple of laps down. Rafael Villagomez was 17th. The Mexican driver, Jack Doohan, our Australian driver, 8th. And of course, Rhys Ushijima, the American, P1. Oh, yeah. Hannah Lang just told the boss what the problem was, and you can see the shrug of the shoulder. Oh, not again. Oh, helpful Marshall. Probably underestimating how much the back end of that KZ2 kart weighs. But saying, oh, it was going really well until it wasn't going. But Hannah Lang has been in the KZ2 gearbox class for a good 6 or 7 seasons now. She's a very experienced driver at this level of karting, and again, the podiums will come eventually. The Formula K chassis, it does work. Sam Ward's proved that this year, and Hannah has been one of the longest serving members of the KZ2 British Championship community. And there is just a brief look at Dayton Coulthard's motorhome, or it's this little race truck with a viewing gantry on the top of it. We've got 2 races to go, ladies and gentlemen. The first of them will be Junior X30. But before we get to that, Anthony Jordan is down in the paddock with our KZ2 winner.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, again, another fabulous race for the KZ2s here around Glanigors. Rhys Ushijima, you were invited back as a guest. You weren't supposed to win the damn race.
Yeah, no, I mean, it started out as a bit of training, you know, doing the shifter stuff. But, you know, I'm really fortunate to be able to come back and, you know, give the team a good result. You know, I've been working with them for 4 years. You know, and to finally win a British Championship round is something special.
Well, it's a good welcome back to the championship, of course, because when was the last year you raced in this championship?
2019.
Yeah, so not that long ago. So a nice welcome back, and coming back to Wales, and your first time here as well.
Yeah, 100%. I really like the track. It was a bit of a trip to get up here, but I really enjoyed the weekend here, and you know, I'm glad it didn't rain. But you know, I'm really thankful to all the team involved. You know, Piers taught me from the ground up, and you know, I'm glad to be able to give them something back.
No, brilliant stuff, and like I say, it's great preparation, isn't it, for the racing? You know, it's just something that a lot of drivers want to come back to and enjoy, isn't it? But anyone you'd like to thank for this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, of course, Piers Sexton, man who taught me everything. You know, my parents, they're back home watching, but everyone involved, Scott, all the mechanics I've had all the years, and everyone who's been involved in the process. So, thank you very much.
Congratulations, Rhys Ushijima. Well done for that.
Thank you.
Excellent. Let's have a chat with our second place man, Morgan Porter. Morgan, come on in. Now, Morgan, we had a quick chat just before we came to this interview. I was saying, oh, is it more the tyres? But you were like, no, it's a bit of everything, really, isn't it?
Well, obviously I would have liked to finish the first heat, but an incident caused me to not finish it. But yeah, so I suppose 10 laps different. I don't know if there's a lot in it, really, but I still had to make my way through, and I'm really happy. Starting 10th definitely wasn't easy, but picked them off one by one.
Well, it's bumped you up in the points a little bit more as well, going for the rest of the season. Are we feeling confident going into the next round?
Definitely. The pace that we've got in the race is very, very strong, so I'm looking forward to Rissington.
And I can say the Kart Republic chassis is looking strong, really, around most circuits. So is it working well for you?
No, it's definitely working well. Works like a treat, really. It's one of those karts that just works the tyre in the right way and turns it on the right point for me, where I was able to settle in and just get my rhythm going, and that was it. Yep.
Oh, well, brilliant stuff. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Tom at Moore Racing and my dad and the Spanners.
Excellent. We'll have some more of that, won't we? There we go. Did you see what I did there?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, good man. Good. Well done. Well done. Second place man there, Morgan Porter. Let's get Charlie Turner in. Charlie, again, a tough weekend, but still another podium. Was it nice to race with some Formula 3 drivers out there, though?
To be honest, they're just other drivers to me, if I'm honest. But of course, it's nice to race against them and learn a lot from them as well, to be honest. But I think third was the best we could manage today. We've not really had the pace, to be honest with you, all weekend. The track didn't suit our kart. But I'm pleased to come away with a podium. Obviously, solid points for the championship, and obviously we'll take a view for Rissington.
Yeah, so you're still leading the championship, so you're still comfortable in that point of view. But like you say, it's just racing for you, isn't it? You're here to enjoy yourself, and that's the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Just keep enjoying myself and obviously keep hoping to get top 3 every time. That's the main goal. But like I said, we just didn't really have the pace in the final. I had a good start, got into the lead and lost to second. Then towards the end, the car just became a bit of a handful to drive. And then obviously Porter missed a race in the first one. Again, he had fresher tyres going to that one. It was hard. I was expecting him at some point to come past me, but no, he got past me, and I thought in the end there was a bit of a gap for fourth, and I thought I'll just take third and take the points.
Yeah, definitely so. It's been an absolutely fantastic race and a fantastic track to race at as well. I mean, it's tough. It's very easy to probably miss a gear around here as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, multiple times. I missed so many gear changes around this place, but it's a really nice track to drive around, really nice scenery. But yeah, now my main focus now is focused on Rissington and obviously Kim Bolton.
No, brilliant stuff. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Everyone at Rush Performance, Brian Rush, team manager, Olive being a great mechanic, and my dad for a great job of track support.
Well done. Charlie Turner, third place. Congratulations.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there from our top 3. A brilliant result for the KZ2 classes. They're going to be relaxing, enjoying their champagne a little bit later on. Junior X30 that they're about to take to the grid.
Well, thank you, Anthony. 2 races to go. And the next race up is Junior X30. Junior X30, 31 karts on the grid, led by Fionn McLaughlin. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen for Fusion Motorsport, championship leader Gabriel Stilp will start alongside Fionn on the front row. Macaulay Bishop will go from row number 2 with Brandon Carr on the outside of row 2. So the X30s haven't been to Glenagorse in the modern era of the British Championship. But a recap of the season, Henry Jocelyn, who is racing in the FIA Academy this weekend, so he's using this as his drop round. He was the opening round winner from Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Gabriel Stilp. Stilp won the second round at Wardenlaw from Fionn McLaughlin and Brandon Carr. In fact, looking back, so the last 6 finals have been won by different teams. Stilp for Croc Promotion, Jocelyn for McBarrett Racing, and then last season, Sam Shaw for Premium Karting, Dan Ginchard for Argenti Motorsport, Harry Burgoyne Jr. for Strawberry, and then Oliver Stewart at the second round, at the round 4 of the 2021 Championship at Larkhall for the Jade Racing team. You'll notice one name on that list missing, and that's the Fusion Motorsport team. Another name missing, Dan Holland Racing. Now, in this class, Fusion and Dan Holland, well, Fusion, the most successful team in this class in terms of final wins. They have 6 final wins. Dan Holland have 4. They're tied for second on the all-time list with Strawberry Racing. If Gabriel Stilp wins for Crop Promotions, that will be their 4th win overall. But certainly, Fusion and Dan Holland, 2 of the most successful teams from all classes in the paddock, not had the rub of the green in Junior X30 last season or so. There's Jack Nettleship. And the number 69 kart of Ethan Spanswick, the Anglo-Moldovan driver. There is fast Freddie Lloyd and his mechanic Reg Dewey. There's Zach Green, Ryland Ashberg, Leo Robinson. The number 14 kart of Jack Hobson and Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Looking across the grid there, so 31 drivers all set to battle. Engines are fired. Here we go, out onto the circuit. The starting lineup is as follows. We'll have to rattle through this very quickly indeed. Fionn McLaughlin and Gabriel Stilp on row 1. Macaulay Bishop and Brandon Carr, row 2.
Harry Burgoyne Jr. on row 3 with Cian Geraghty alongside Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Josh Agenbar.
Then it's Jack Hobson and Freddie Lloyd, Zach Green and Ethan Spanswick, your top 12.
Ryland Ashberg and Jack Nattleship, Leo Robinson and Lewis Bird on the next 2.
The top 20 rounded up by Wes Swain, Taylor Orridge, Mondi Jr. Canini and Isaac Phelps.
Nathan Clifford, Leo Brown, Sam Longley and Finn McDermott on row 12.
Rounding out the rest of the field, Fred Green, Charlie Morrison-Jones, Chloe Chong, Joey Brown, Dayton Coulthard, Jack Cox and Morgan Moore, 31 drivers, and just in time to see them coming out of Devil's Elbow down the hill towards Paddock Bend. Anthony, this could be an absolute cracker.
Well, yes, it very much could be an absolute cracker. Out of the final corner, across the start-finish line, green flags out, we're off and racing. Great start from the front two. They break away straight away. There's a bit of a concertina in the back of shot there, 3 wide in the mid-pack as they come up through turns number 2 and someone straight off.
It's a big crash.
It's a big hit. It's one of the Fusion karts.
I couldn't quite see who that was. That could be, looking but who was the Fusion driver starting down the middle of the pack? Possibly Wesley Swain. Possibly Wes Swain, or possibly even Leo Robinson. Well, we'll get a number check next time by. It's Swain. Swain is off and out. I think Taylor Orridge has had a problem as well. But I've noticed that that's twice now in two junior X30 races that the pole sitter has really been jumped at the start. You know, obviously coming out of that, it's a short run from Paddock Bend to the start of the start line, and you're on a tighter trajectory from the pole sitting spot, which is obviously a problem. So Wesley Swain walking away from his kart. Stilp leads.
Scary incident that. It's such a fast part of the circuit.
Yeah, and just, you know, the outside, you can see the marbles on the outside of the circuit.
As soon as you get on there, you can't stop.
Yep, and of course he went skating across them into the tyres, but he's okay.
Yeah, he's out the kart, he's walking away, which is good to see, but he took it out on his gloves.
Down through the end of lap number 2. Stilp leads from Carr, McLaughlin, Agenbar, Bishop, Burgoyne Jr., Hobson, Pratt-Thompson, Geraghty, Lloyd, Nettleship, Bird, Canini, Spanswick and Ashberg, your top 15. 30 drivers still running up the hill out of the carousel through turns 6 and 7.
Doing a good job here is Stilp. He's had a tough weekend, I think, so far, but it's nice to see him on top. Fastest lap on the last lap. 42.46, crosses the line. Again, more improvements there. So 12 minutes to go then, leading by about 0.8 of a second from Brandon Carr. Now, Brandon was at the sharp end of the stick earlier on in Heat 2,
yes,
or the pre-final, sorry, I should say. You know, so Brandon, very, very quick driver. He said he had struggled this year. We spoke to him during the paddock show lunchtime, and you know, he was saying that it has been a tough year. It's been up and down, but you know, he wants to bring it back, and he's done a lot of work with his karts. He does a lot of a spanner in himself, so that could be a reason why it's not been so great this year. Stick to the driving, Brandon.
Yeah, but Brandon, but to be fair to him, he does like getting involved in the tools.
He does. He does, definitely so. And yeah, great to see drivers getting involved in that, because it's not just all about the driving. If you know how to make it work, look at Jenson Button, for example. You know, Formula One driver, but an incredibly smart engineer as well.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a well-known phrase, you don't get many silly, stupid racing drivers, because, you know, what they're asked to do is so very, very sort of adult, and, you know, it's so many different elements to it. Oh, Brandon Kart almost puts a wheel off track there coming out of the carousel. But they've got to engineer their own karts, their own setups, you know, react to them and like control. It's not just a simple case of, you know, one pedal, two pedal steer. There's a lot more to it than that. As Macaulay Bishop now fighting off Harry Burgoyne Jr. That is for 5th position. But Josh Agenbar up into the top 4 in that number 16 premium karting entry, having a very, very strong race at the moment.
Really is. There is Macaulay Bishop in a bit of a premium strawberry sandwich. Yep. There you go, that works well. Premium strawberry sandwich.
Premium strawberry. That's there, about £4.75 from Sainsbury's there.
Lou Robinson, though, fastest lap of the race, 42.20, currently in 17th place. So not the best we've seen the Algerian driver do this year. He's definitely been more up that sharp end of the stick, but for the time being, he has having a good race so far in P17. I'm sure we'll see him claw back with 10 minutes to go. Paulie Bishop under pressure here in 5th place from Harry Burgoyne Jr., the Scottish driver, really showing his stripes here in Wales. And up the hill they go in towards turn number 2, and no moves there. All just staying line astern. Josh Agenbar, again, very impressive drive this weekend as well from Josh.
Yep. Again, you know, quietly going about his business.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the championship standings.
Go on.
And Agenbar is 16th.
Sorry, change.
Hello.
As Burgoyne Jr. has got past Bishop.
Yeah, so Agenbar 16th the point standings, you know, coming into this weekend. He's obviously going to improve a lot on that. One or two drivers that aren't here this weekend. Alfie Garford for premium karting, not here this weekend. Neither's Henry Gregory. Now, maybe exams are coming into it. We are in exam season in the UK for these young drivers. So, and we've seen one or two drivers missing out. Oh, no, Agenbar now getting squeezed wide there by Burgoyne Jr. So, Burgoyne Jr. Moves up into 4th position. The top 3, still McLaughlin and Kart. It's a little bit sedate. Have to say, a little bit sedate.
Well, again, like they say, they probably watched the cadet race and thought, yeah, you know what, let's give that a go. Just kind of break away a little bit, and you know, then we'll batter a little bit later on.
Well, I mean, let's see. Look, but certainly Burgoyne Jr., he's picked up a couple of places, and he's now going to try and get himself into contention, because that top 3, you can see the gap.
Yep.
You can see the gap. We're on lap number 9, and the top 3 have got a gap of 9/10 of a second. No, 1.3 seconds. Over. Oh, and Macaulay Bishop there getting a bit of a love tap from his teammate in the Down Holland Racing team, Cameron Pratt-Thompson. And now Pratt-Thompson loses a place to Jack Hobson.
Yeah, the BMR
so Hobson picks up a spot. Geraghty in 9th place for the MDL team. Freddie Lloyd rounds out the top 10. Then it's, I would say, best performance of the season so far from Mondi Junior Canini. Oh, and that is Fred Green.
It is, yeah.
Out of the race from 19th position.
That's a shame. The Green name has not had a good weekend, has it?
No, I mean we saw Jarla Sayer in the, you know, in the Jamie Green Racing number 49 retire from the IAME race, and still battling going on behind. Now Pratt-Thompson is trying to hold off Hobson back up the inside. That looked like, it was a lunge. It was a successful lunge.
It was, yes.
And not only did Pratt-Thompson lose the 1 place to Hobson, he lost a 2nd place to Cian Geraghty, who capitalised nicely on that.
Yeah, Geraghty having a brilliant race in this one, up to P9. He has dropped 3 places, bear in mind, so he is recovering, but he's doing just that, so he's working hard at it. 7 minutes to go then, plus that 1 lap. Taylor Orridge with a warning flag, the 99 car currently in P20. Just noticed Jack Cox up 11 places in this one. He's in P19. He's having a stellar race.
The number 91 of Jack Cox, well, he was with the MDL Motorsport team. Has he moved, or is he still? I think he's still with them. I'm not quite sure. He's down as having no team.
Yes.
He's down as like a. But well, we'll see about that. But I mean, he's having a good run no matter what. Leo Robinson down in 15th. They're surprised by that lack of pace there, but Leo said at the paddock show that he hasn't been here for a long time.
Yep. Well,
but up at the front, Stilp leads by 1.3 seconds over McLaughlin. McLaughlin is only 2/10 in front of Brandon Carr, but they've now got a 1.8 second lead over this group on your screens now, led by Harry Burgoyne Jr. in 5th place, with Bishop in 4th place, for Burgoyne Jr. Bishop in 5th, Agambar in 6th, then it's Hobson, Getty and Pratt Thompson. Behind this battle, there's another 1 second gap back to Freddie Lloyd in 10th place, who's all on his own in 10th. But the best battle amongst the leaders, I think, is now developing into this one, Anthony.
Yes.
Between Theo McLaughlin in 2nd and Brandon Carr in 3rd.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay,
Brandon Carr was 2nd, wasn't he, a few laps ago?
No.
No?
No, don't think so.
No? Okay, fine.
No, he's been sat there in 3rd.
Okay.
Down.
Carry on.
I mean, you made me think now. I'm trying to rack my adult brain. So I think, man, I know it's always been McLaughlin. No, do you know what? You were. Yes, you were right.
Yeah.
He was 2nd briefly. So McLaughlin has fought back into 2nd place. Apology accepted, Anthony.
Apology, yeah, okay. Right, so well, there you go. 6 minutes to go then. Yeah, it is closing in. Looking at the lap times, well, Brandon Carr was a schmickle faster on that last one. In terms of best lap times,
oh dear,
got
5 second penalty for Dayton Coulthard.
Ah, dear me.
Who is running 27th at the moment.
Well, he's got a very distinctive crash helmet, so if anyone had a...
I think it's probably because he's got a Scottish crash helmet and we're in Wales. That's the reason for the penalty.
It could very well be.
I mean, we're saying that in jest. We don't know what the penalty...
We have no idea.
No, so we'll make up a nonsense reason, just to,
lighten the mood.
Yes. We don't know what the penalty was for. Obviously, some sort of driving-related incident. Now, we are completing lap number 14. Stilp maintains that 1.27 second advantage.
So look out of the final corner. Back onto the start-finish straight, just showing how violent that inside curb is and how everyone is avoiding it.
Yep, and of course, if you want to make a massive last corner lunge, you've got to use that curb.
Oh, yes.
And I have seen many a driver get on that curb and it literally bounces them across the track into the poor driver they were trying to overtake.
Now, I off the top of my head, is Macaulay Bishop and that big group behind catching?
They are not. No.
Okay.
Bishop and Agambar have both now moved past Burgoyne Jr., but the gap between the top 3 in this 4th place battle, it was 1.7 seconds. It's now 2.4.
Well, Jack Hobson just managed to get past Burgoyne Jr. around that final corner. We just saw that off camera. So he's now up into P6, up 3 positions.
Well, I did notice, so coming a lap ago, when we were at this point in the circuit and we were looking at this camera shot, there's an observer there, and just as the top 3 went out, I saw the observer take a step back, and that was because I think Bishop went in on Burgoyne Jr. and had a bit of a lunge, and that then unsettled Burgoyne Jr. and has lost a few places because of it. But I think, yes, there was a case of observer stepping back means that the bunch of karts he was looking at were shaping up to have an accident.
Yeah.
They didn't, but there was certainly moves afoot, and that move put Bishop forward and Burgoyne backwards.
Plenty of people watching on the side stands there, either on the gantry or down on the little decking area at the cafe here at Glannygores, watching along this Junior X30 final, race 17 of the weekend. 3 minutes to go then, plus that 1 additional lap. And you do know you're in trouble when you spot one of the officials suddenly reach up to their ear and hold one of the cans. And you just think, oh no.
yes.
You go for an overtake, you turn and look, and you see a hand on an ear. You just think, oh no.
What did I do wrong?
Yeah.
So Bishop now, what a move there from Jack Hobson up the inside of Josh Agambar for 5th position at Paddock Bend. Now the signal, I've just overtaken you, but now I'm going to signal.
Yeah.
To say, come on, work together.
Yep, let's see if we can close that gap. And no, not working together, because back down the inside there goes Agambar and Pratt Thompson. Going Junior looking to come through as well, does so. So Hobson lost 3 places in 1 corner there.
Yep. Just after putting on a really good move, but he fights back.
He does fight back.
And that's going to allow Cian Geraghty to get through and pass Burgoyne Jr. as well. 2 minutes to go. Little brief look down the order behind the top. Well, behind this battle, Freddie Lloyd still runs in 10th. but he has now been caught by Leo Robinson 11th, Zach Green 12th, Lewis Bird 13th, Taylor Orridge 14th, Eden Spanswick 15th, then Nathan Clifford, Mondi Junior Canini, Jack Cox, Ryland Ashberg, Leo Brown, Charlie Morrison-Jones, Sam Longley, Isaac Phelps, Joey Brown, Dayton Coulthard, Chloe Chong. Jack Nettleship has dropped all the way back to 2017, must have had an off or a problem of some description. Morgan Moore and Flynn McDermott are the final two drivers still running.
Yes, indeed. There we go.
Sun shining.
Sun has come back out. And a warning flag for Jack Cox there, a 91. Well, he's had a good races, Jack. He's up to P19, 12 places gained. We spoke about him earlier with his major move, so he's got to be careful, obviously, doing that. You know, you can come through the pack, yep, absolutely no dramas. Got to do it cleanly. Got to keep your nose clean around this circuit with the big curbs and everything like that, and the hardness to overtake. It's very easy to accidentally maybe knock your nose cone a little bit. So, but it's just a warning flag so far.
Mondi Junior Canini gets that Praga kart sideways. I mean, Mondi is entered as a privateer this round, but he's
the most progged up person I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. I mean, but he's now about to lose a place to Ryan Ashberg, and Ashberg, who is a privateer, 100%, now moves. And Mondi Junior Canini is sort of struggling a little bit now in the latter stage of this race. He was on the fringe of the top 10. There is two more of the Jade Racing Team entries, the 35 of Isaac Phelps and the 15 of Charlie Morrison-Jones in that scrap. Up the hill, and that's Jack Cox, the number 91. Yes, still with MDL Racing. MDL Mark Dave Litchfield's racing team. And there is another move. There goes Cox, passing the 35 kart of Isaac Phelps for what is 20th position. So the clock strikes 0. There's Chloe Chong and the number 18 Dan Holland racing kart, and it's action aplenty up at the front. And is this the battle for 4th place?
Yes, it is. Yeah. No, it's not. It's a little further back, actually.
Yeah, Macaulay Bishop in 4th, and
it's
Cameron Pratt Thompson in 5th. They've escaped this battle.
Yeah.
So this is the battle.
It's 6 backwards. Yeah. So it's Agama, Hobson, Burgoyne Jr. and Geraghty in this group. And yeah, like you say, Pratt Thompson's managed to get away from them. Oh dear, big contact.
Sam Longley.
And Sam Longley right at our cameraman's point.
Now that's Dad Cameraman,
isn't it? That's Dad Cameraman.
Dad Cameraman has been on the spot for 3 major incidents today. There's a move. That was, Josh Agamar got it all wrong going into the paddock. Just left the door wide open. Sam Longley is okay.
Yeah, he was climbing out of the cart there,
yes,
wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely fine. But how's our cameraman more than anything? He's okay.
Well, the cameraman is how's the camera? How's the camera?
Well, yeah, exactly.
That's more important.
No. Final lap time.
Final lap, and still, well, of all the junior X30 races we've had this year, this has been the most spread out. We've got a battle for 2nd place. Stilp is going to take the win. Checkered flag is out. Who's going to take 2nd? McLaughlin just takes 2nd from Carr. And now we come across the line. We follow the 5th and 6th place battle across the line. Bishop runs in 4th. Pratt Thompson is 5th. Hobson is 6th. 7th for Burgoyne Jr. 8th for Agambar. 9th for Cian Geraghty. Then Leo Robinson, Zach Green, Freddie Lloyd, Taylor Orridge, Lewis Bird, Eden Spanswick, Nathan Clifford, Ryland Ashberg, Jack Cox, Isaac Phelps, Joey Brown, your top 20. Dayton Coulthard crossed the line in 21st, the 5-second penalty, which sadly will drop him back to last position. But behind Dayton on track was Mondi Junior Canini, Chloe Chong, Charlie Morrison-Jones, Jack Nettleship, Leo Brown, Morgan Moore, and Flynn McDermott. Sam Longley retiring from the race. So, let's have a look. There's, oh dear, rear bumper off. Sam Longley just has a look at it. Now it's gone back end first into the tyres. There is Fred Green's kart. Unfortunately, I don't think we have a replay of Sam Longley's incident. But the main thing is he is okay. There's Wesley Swain. Now, of course, Andy Potter, his mechanic, has got a long old trek to get Wes Swain's kart back on track. That was the first lap. So, a little bit of flora and fauna that got caught in where Swain's kart is being taken back to its rightful place on the outside of the circuit. As we have one race to go at the end of this one, it's Senior X30. And again, the official just asking Wes if he's okay. Just yeah, checking any pain. No, I'm okay, fine. And just, you can see the amount of marbles on the outside of the circuit there. And of course, once you do get out wide onto those marbles, you lose so much grip, and you're really a passenger, and you're going very, very quickly. And even in these junior karts, you're doing over 70 miles an hour while you get to that point of the circuit. And then it is just a very short and bumpy ride into the tyre barriers, which did their job, pleased to say. And the recovery mission continues. Anthony Jordan will be with Gabriel Stilp, Fionn McLaughlin and Brandon Kart down in the pits very shortly. So we're going to hear from Anthony and Gabriel down in the pits.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, another brilliant race out here at Glanigors, and Gabriel Stilp. Well, you just kind of drove away with that one. No dramas.
Yeah, I got a good start, and I had a bit of a gap at the start, and I just managed to pull away. And it wasn't very easy, but it might have looked it, but it wasn't.
Now, be honest. Have you put something on the tyres?
No, we just changed engine for the final.
Yeah. So well, a strategy that worked out quite well. I mean, yeah, it's been a pretty good weekend so far. Glanigors, you're quite comfortable with this circuit, aren't you?
Yeah, last weekend we won, but we got a penalty for crashing with Macaulay. But this weekend we didn't have any trouble, so it was all good.
No dramas, came away with it. Who'd you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mechanic, everyone in Croc, Grice especially, and all my sponsors, and Caden for helping me.
Well, brilliant. Well done, Gabriel Stilp. Congratulations, first place.
Thanks.
Excellent. Let's have a chat to Fionn McLaughlin then, wherever Fionn has gone. Fionn, come on. Come on, Fionn, take a stand here. I think we had a chat earlier on in the week, didn't we? We said, how are you going to come away again with this one? Second place, it's not a race win, but you've got to be happy with that one, surely?
Not really happy with this one. I didn't get a great start. Well, I feel like he jumped it, but we'll just see if it's second place is good for the points, so we'll take it.
It's a long championship. There are plenty more places to go. Like we say, and Glanigors, it's a tough old circuit. How many times have you raced it before?
2018 was the last time I was here. So.
Wow. Okay, so a bit of space between your last time here. So, you know, you can forgive yourself a little bit for that. But, you know, it is a tough old track. But who would you like to thank?
Fusion Motorsport, Aventus Players, my dad, my mum, just everyone that's helped me this weekend.
Yeah, it was a brilliant result, and congratulations. Come back stronger on the next one, and hopefully a race win on the next one.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff there. Well done there to Fionn McLaughlin. Brandon Carr, come on over. Again, another... Well, you become a bit of a Mr. Consistency, aren't you, with third places?
Yeah, it's good. It's good points, but just getting a bit frustrating now. But just got to keep chipping away. It'll come one day.
Yeah, again, it is just time, isn't it? Time and patience. But are you still doing the spannering on your own kart still?
Yeah, I just help out here and there when everything gets a bit hectic, but just leave them to it. They get it sorted.
Yeah, exactly that. Glanigors, like we were saying, we've said it quite a lot this weekend. It is a tough old circuit. A lot of people, it's their first time racing here, or if they haven't raced it before, it's been a few years. When was the last time you were here?
I wasn't here last weekend, so a couple of years ago.
Yeah. So a long time ago. So, you know, it takes a while to bring it back into the circuit. But like you say, a podium position, you can take that one. Like you said, it's good points, and you can go away from this one and happy. Are we ready for the next round?
Yeah. Take it as it comes.
Going for another third, yeah?
Yeah. At least third.
It's better than fourth. Yeah. But anyway, who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Ollie Walker, my mum, my dad, Ash, KR, and just everyone who's helped to get me here.
Well done, Brandon Carr, third place.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for our Junior X30 grid. One more race to go. The sun's come back out. It's time for Senior X30.
So, thank you, Anthony. One race to go. It is Senior X30. Have we saved the best for last? Well, hope so, because that's a Junior X30 race. In terms of the battles for the race lead, it was a bit of a non-starter. Stilp making the best start and just keeping everybody else safely behind him. Looking at the starting lineup, looks like we've got Thomas Fleming on the front row of the grid on pole position. Fleming in Senior X30 has got a total of 3 wins and a podium. The best all-time, well, Danny Curl with 8 wins, Clayton Ravenscroft with 5. Fleming is next up on 3 race wins, then 2 wins each for Turner, Thomas Turner, Mark Kimber, Caden McQueen, and a win apiece for Gus Lawrence, Callum Bradshaw, Alexandro Serenetti, and Harry Platten. Cly Atkins also winning the most recent round of the championship. Now, in recent the recent finals, Harry Platten won the opening round from Thomas Fleming and Marcus Littlewood. Then Cly Atkins won at Wardenlaw from Aaron Walker and Harry Platten. There is Gabe Balanka, one of our 2 Australians in this weekend's entry list. Of course, Jack Doohan being the other one. Bradley Pennell, number 22, PF International driver. Let's see who that was there. A little bit further up. GP plate of Harry Platten behind the O plate of Gus Lawrence. No, the 49 was Finley Harrison. There's our friend with the buggy hat. There's Mark Litchfield chatting away there. Gus Lawrence just getting his crash helmet on. So you have returned one more time, Anthony.
I have indeed, yes.
You can have a little. I'm just going to, you just guide them through the grid for a moment.
Oh, well, okay, fine. All right. Ciao. Right, so there we go then. Final race of the day that we have here. And like I say, Bart Harrison, Thomas Fleming starting on the front row. And we'll remind ourselves of what happened in the pre-final. Thomas Fleming, Bart Harrison, of course, will have taken that one. No penalties for those drivers. There was a disqualification. Connor Clifford disqualified. Oliver Greetham with a retirement. Archie Tillett, Brad Pennell, and Marcus Littlewood all with penalties. Also, that allowed, most importantly, Ally Atkins to come back up the order a bit. Finished in P9 after those penalties, so a bit of work to do. There is the 15 of Aaron Walker, the Strawberry Racing team. There is Aaron. Getting himself ready, primed and ready. Henry, you're back in the commentary box. I appreciate you leaving the commentary box for that brief moment. Thank you very much. That was very kind of you.
Well, that's right. I was just checking the weather quickly, and there is a bit of cloud, but a bit of sunshine as well. I know Caden McQueen, fresh from a disappointing KZ2 final. He's now there giving Cly Atkins a couple of bits of advice for the start. Obviously, he is with the aviators on. Advice is always dished out with the aviators.
David Johnson, cool there. In probably what looks to be like one of the world's most uncomfortable seating positions, but apparently it's actually quite comfy.
Is it? Well, I mean, any seating position for me is quite comfy because I like sitting down.
Yeah,
again, I'm old.
There you go. There you go.
So we've got 20 drivers. Now, in my absence, oh look, there's Tom Fleming. He's got to put his gloves on, but he's giving himself a couple of little bits of. Now we've got, because I think that Mr. Clifford.
Yeah, Connor Clifford is not here. Was disqualified from the pre-final
for putting his nose cone back on.
Yes.
I think that was what I saw on one of the screens earlier. That is a big no-no.
And yeah, it is a big no-no. I mean, there are so many cameras around this circuit. You're not going to...
Yep, we've had a couple of times this year. Rocco Shenton.
Yeah.
But it's not an exclusion from the race. It's excluded from the weekend.
Meeting. Yeah.
Yes.
You're gone.
Don't collect go. Don't collect 200. Just leave.
5-second time penalty or not take part at all.
Yes.
I'd take the 5 seconds.
I'd take the 5 seconds. There is Alistair Cresswell. Now, Alistair Cresswell, he had that big incident in the pre-final.
He did, yeah.
Starting at the back.
Hopefully he doesn't carbon copy that. I don't think our cameraman up there can take it anymore.
Ovation. Here we go. Should we have a look at the grid?
Yeah, we've not actually looked at the grid yet,
It's going to be Thomas Fleming and Bart Harrison on row 1, Gus Lawrence and Aaron Walker on row 2, then Harry Platten and Sam Heading row 3, Sam Shaw and Harvey Rybee row 4, Cly Atkins and Louis Johnson-Cool row 5, then Archie Tillett, Harry Cottrell, Brad Pennell, Finley Harrison, Marcus Littlewood, Nat Thomas, Oscar Joyce, Gabe Belanca, Alistair Cresswell, Oliver Greetham. There's your grid. Here's your front row, here's your first corner, and here's the reverse run down Dragon Straight, and Fleming converts pole position.
Oh no! I thought we were going to get another one.
I was going to say, that was Harry Cottrell, exit stage left.
Oh dear me. Oh dear.
So, Fleming, now, yes, we're having palpitations and we're not on the camera. Imagine how, there is Gabe Belanca in the number 51 kart. Really, it's a tough transition from the Aussie Pro Tour, which is the Rotax arm of the, that's what they call the Rotax Championship in Australia, the Aussie Pro Tour. And it's a great championship, but I have to say, in terms of just sheer competitiveness from top to bottom, nowhere beats the British Championship.
Oh, yes. Oh, definitely so. There we go then. Up the hill they go in towards turn number 2. And Fleming leads the way comfortably. 3/10 has managed to pull out from Platten. Hey, Platten, look at this. He's back in it.
Yep, after a terrible day yesterday.
Yeah.
If things are spread out and you do have a slight power issue, you'll go backwards in a hurry. But at the moment, it looks like Harry Platten and his team have solved the problem.
Yeah, because he's pulling away from Gus Lawrence there.
Now, down the hill, out of turn 4, into the carousel. Under sunny skies here at Glanagorse Park, it's Fleming, Platten, Lawrence, Harrison, Walker. So the championship leader, Aaron Walker, still leads the championship at this stage, but only by 3 points over Bart Harrison. Harrison proving that consistency is absolutely key. Harrison is running 4th at the moment. He's still right there, and that's a great shot as they crest the rise going into Spoon Curb, and you can just see the karts are all understeering and they're like sliding and braking. Great angle to show the kart control. There's Kalai, and the left rear of the kart sitting down as he came out of turn number 1. That is the absolute worst place that you could want to have a tyre go down. It's the worst tyre, left rear, when you're going flat out through a right-handed bend, where the left rear has got all the load on it, and the tyres went flat, and Archie Tillett will become the first retirement of this Senior X30 final.
Well, there we go. That's not what you want to see, is it? Especially after a full weekend, you don't want to get to the final and then it go out in like the first 2 laps. It's not a nice feeling, is it?
Yeah, and that could be simply the bead might have just come off the rim or something like that. Yeah,
exactly.
The valve stem just popped out.
Yeah.
But it happened in a hurry. He almost had he went off, he caught it. Good kart control from Tillett. But meanwhile, the gap at the front, it was 6/10. It was 6/10 of a second. It's now down to just under 5/10. So Platten is closing in ever so slightly on Thomas Fleming.
But we have seen this from Thomas Fleming, where he can get away early, but then it slowly falls away.
Yeah.
Is that tyre pressures?
Well, in the pre-final, it was because he put a wheel off coming out of carousel.
Well, yes.
But then he wasn't able to pull away again. But of course, yeah, the karts are set up to perform at different levels. There's Alistair Cresswell making a move. Notice there, that was Alistair Cresswell passing Oliver Greetham for 13th position. As we look down the hill, there's Cresswell, has passed the S8 Racing the kart of Oliver Greetham. And it's just so good to see Alex Short back in the paddock in rude health. Behind them is Finley Harrison, Oscar Joyce and Gabe Balanka. All the way up and down this field, right from first to last. There's battles aplenty. Fleming has now increased his lead again.
Yes,
to
he has.
0.7 of a second over Platten. Lawrence is sitting in Platten's wheel tracks. Harrison is fourth, then Kalai Atkins and Sam Heading. Then a bit of a gap back to Aaron Walker. Oh, there is our championship leader, Aaron Walker. As I say that, Walker retiring, and I'm just... Is that a left rear puncture as well?
I think you're right. Yeah,
that's the second left rear tyre that has gone down in this race, in this class. That's a that's a coincidence, quite possibly.
Maybe something on the exit curve of turn one.
Yeah. I mean, these tyres they've been undergoing a lot of stress, a lot of load this weekend. Wow, that is a turn for the books. So championship leader Aaron Walker retires. That means that Bart Harrison will now move into the championship lead. But Kalai Atkins, you're about to see a graphic come up on your screen that we've just seen in the commentary box. 5-second penalty.
Yeah, it's not gone well. It's not gone well at all for Kalai Atkins this weekend.
Producer James just gave me an absolute corker.
It's not a corker, it's terrible.
Kalai collided.
A second now as they cross the line, but Gus Lawrence has caught up to the back of Harry Platten, and he tried to go for a move through compression and Devil's Elbow, but it failed really, and now he's got the pressure as well from Bart Harrison behind. They're all starting to close in now. And again, could this be, again, a tyre pressures thing? You know, the tyres were due to come in early on and then drop off nearer the end, because it just feels like that's what we're seeing here from the front rows. And, you know, even though the fact that the gap is now over a second now between Fleming and Platten, is that just because Platten's had to go a little bit defensive as Lawrence absolutely sends it down the inside and almost straight off the track the other end?
I mean, he was almost, he was almost the timekeeping out there. Was Gus Lawrence, but a good move. How much time has it cost him? Well, 6.5 minutes to go, so we're into the second half of this race. Platten fights back. Platten back in front.
Now, Lawrence, you saw the hand gestures from Lawrence. As soon as he got past, he went, right, okay, thank you, let's go. And he didn't.
But that's good. Gus Lawrence is going to start getting frustrated now. Because he's thinking, okay, Harry, I've been sat behind you for about 8 minutes now, and you're not quick enough to catch the race leader.
No.
So let me have a go in second, and maybe you can push me along, or I can tow you up to the leader.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to, in that situation. I mean, okay, I can't. You know, if I as an ex-driver, that would be what I would do. I would say, okay, Gus, you have a go.
But
but there's a but. There's a but.
There's always a but, and that but is, you know, Platten's not had the best weekend.
Fighting tooth and nail for it over the last 6 minutes of this race, which will make me very unpopular. But the gap is 1.6 seconds. So the screen on the left hand, the timing bar on the left hand side of your screen is a little bit old. It's out of date. It's also there's a bit of a technical issue there. So Fleming leads by 1.6 seconds over Platten, Lawrence, Harrison, Atkins, and Heading. That's the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth on your screens now. Sam Shaw in seventh. I'm having a little look there. Sam Shaw, who's got game, has got game.
Yep.
He is in seventh place. Then another big gap back to Marcus Littlewood in eighth, and he is in a battle with Brad Pennell, Louis Johnson-Cool, Arthur Cresswell, and Harvey Ryby. That is the battle for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Then another gap back to another battle between Oscar Joyce in 13th, Nat Thomas in 14th, Finley Harrison in 15th, Gabe Balanka in 16th, and Oliver Greetham investigation.
Right, okay. Okay, cool, good.
He's an Arsenal fan, yes.
Yes.
So, Platten, Lawrence, Harrison, Atkins, Heading. In that order, snaking their way down the hill through compression corner, Devil's Elbow. There's a look at that. So Aaron Walker was leading the championship until he retired. Harrison and Platten now take over top spot. Fleming would be fourth, 13 points separating the top four after 3 out of 7 rounds. Bodes very well for the second half of the season. Now, Kalai Atkins is 5th on the road as well. Add 5 seconds to his time, and that would put him 8th.
I've got a feeling.
Okay, I got a feeling.
Yeah,
that tonight's going to be
It wasn't a
good...
cue to start singing.
No,
it wasn't a cue
wasn't
to
it?
start
Oh.
singing. No.
Oh.
I have a feeling that this battle that we're seeing here is, like my favourite saying, an elastic band.
Oh, yes, yes,
It's
yes.
stretching. It is
Yes.
stretching, 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 and then on the last lap it will twang, and then Lawrence will go through, Harrison will go through. Because I feel that there is still that gremlin somewhere in the system for Platten. He's doing very, very well to keep it in second place.
2 minutes to go, he's looking over his shoulder.
Yeah.
In a cadet race, that's understandable.
Yeah.
In a senior race, that's a sign of something not being quite right.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, it's not got full potential, that car, I don't think.
Our friend Rusty's been back on. With
Right.
the, now, that's... Hello, Mr. Scoozer. Let's just say that.
Yes.
Your identity has been rumbled. Ex-MLC Motorsport driver Casper Scoozer, also known as Rusty. Sam Shaw's mate. It's all good fun, apparently.
There we go. Up the top of the circuit now, through Spoon, back down the hill. And Bart Harrison now going slightly defensive there from Kalai Atkins. But you have to remember, Kalai has that 5-second time penalty.
Yep, but if Kalai keeps pushing away, I mean, there is a potential. At the moment, Sam Heading in the number 7 kart is, let's have a little look, Sam Heading is 4 seconds in front. If they keep pushing on, they've got to pull out another second in hand over Sam Shaw. Kalai Atkins could potentially finish this race, get a 5-second penalty and only lose 1 position.
Yeah. Cresswell's had a pretty decent race, up 10 positions. The number 33 is now into P9 in the top 10, so that's a good result. Marcus Littlewood, good result as well, currently P8.
Yep, and we're not seeing much of our race leader Thomas Fleming because
we're not,
he's just cleared off. He's kept it on the tarmac, you know, he's kept all 4 wheels on the grey stuff, avoided the green stuff, and yeah, is cruising to what would be a 4th win in Senior X30.
Keep a close eye on the screens now, ladies and gentlemen, because that timer has become very, very slow. And now we're going to start to see the battle coming in, because Gus Lawrence now wants to get past Platten, and he is probably going to do so if Platten is still nursing that issue. He's not going to have the power to get out of these corners to stop any potential overtake from happening if it does come his way, and it is starting to come his way. No one looking down the inside here at turn 7. Everyone's staying line astern, so Platten's still holding into it. He's doing an absolutely fabulous job in his kart. If that's got an issue, he's doing brilliantly. And the rest of the field just trying their best to stick with it, stay behind. Final lap board comes out. Fleming leads. Platten, Lawrence, Harrison, Atkins and Heading. But who is going to come out finishing second?
Well, again, Platten has certainly got the advantage in terms of track position. Now, this is going to help Gus Lawrence. The fact that Bart Harrison is defending.
Yeah.
Harrison starts defending. That will free up Gus Lawrence a little bit. Gus Lawrence checks over his shoulder. So now Gus knows that he's not got anyone right behind him. He can now attack Platten without worrying about somebody doing it, somebody making a move from behind. But he's got a couple of corners left. Thomas Fleming for the Dan Holland Racing Team takes the win. Who's going to take second place? Platten holds on for P2. Lawrence is 3rd. Harrison, your new championship leader, is 4th. Kalai Atkins rounds out the top 5. Sam Heading in 6th. Sam Shaw in 7th. 8th for Marcus Littlewood. 9th, great recovery from Alison Cresswell. Oh dear. There is an S8 racing kart, and it's the kart belonging to Oliver Greetham coming across the line with its NASA panel flailing about in the breeze. But Fleming, win number 4 in Senior X30 for Thomas Fleming, and that helps push him back into the top 5 in the championship. And of Platten, Lawrence, Harrison, Atkins heading your top 6. Now, Finley Harrison wants up and out of that kart quickly. Number 49 kart. Good to see Finley back in this class. He racing Rotax this year. There is the number 59 S8 racing kart of Greetham. Oh, yes. Younger members of our paddock. That was Mr. Restrick, one of those drivers. Briefly getting on screen. Anthony is on his way down to the paddock now to interview our top 3. There is a look at the Park Ferme. There is Anthony striding manfully down the paddock. And very shortly we will be hearing from Thomas Fleming, who will be happier than usual. He's a happy little soul generally. Here's Tom Fleming. There he is. You can see in the back giving his mechanic Jonathan Paler a big, big hug and an embrace. Oh, Harry Platten there looking a little bit sort of nonplussed. You can see Tom Grice is behind the cameraman there. The red stripes on his jacket. Of course, Grice providing the engines for your race winner, Thomas Fleming. And let's have a look also for Harry Platten. So there's Stephen Lemian, the mechanic for Gus Lawrence, just getting Gus's kart up on a trolley. Bex, our media lady, taking a photo of Harry Platten. But Anthony Jordan is down with our winners now. Well, that was a brief look at Anthony Jordan. Quite literally a freeze frame of Anthony Jordan. We'll catch him again. Let's have a little look. So do the countdown once again. And, oh, he step forward into the light. Now, yep, ready. We're going to see it. 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, back with our race winner. Sorry if there was any break-up there, but yeah, no, a great result on that one, first place, and yeah, a nice congratulations for you. Well done.
Thank you very much. Celebrations definitely in order after this weekend. The track is brutal around here, so physically it's been the most demanding we've had so far, but yeah, couldn't have asked for a better weekend in terms of points, really. We've definitely had to fight hard for it, but you know, the team's been really putting out the setups this weekend, learning from last week, doing a bit of testing in the LGM, and yeah, our hard work's definitely paid off.
Yeah, like I say, it's been a tough first half of the season, really, hasn't it? But it's great to see you back on top, because you've always got a nice cheesy smell on your face, and you always go, oh, what day?
Yeah, oh, what's a day? Yeah, no, we never really get you know, the start of the season right most of the time. This year's actually been the best year out of all of them, because, you know, Shennington, although we had one bad score, we got some pretty decent scores. Warden Law, we'll put that behind us and not remember that weekend. But, you know, we're in a better position than we were this time last year. But yeah, I guess I like round number 3.
Yeah, it's a nice round number, is 3, isn't it? There we go. Risington is next for IAME, I think. Maybe, no, I could be completely wrong there, but yeah. Are we ready for the next round?
Of course we're ready.
Of course I am.
Yeah, no, I really like Risington. It's a good little circuit, bit small, and it'll be similar to this, where it's a bit hard to overtake, and the racing's going to get a bit scrappy, but we're prepared to fight for sure.
You're on it. Cool. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Got to thank big man JP for being top boy in the Spanners yet again. Sean Carter for the naughty setups. SC Racing doing really well this year, and yeah, my dad for coming here on Father's Day, watch me, he's going to be so happy. I can't wait to see the smile on his face. And my family back at home supporting me. And yeah, as well as my girlfriend.
Perfect stuff. Well done, Thomas Fleming.
Alex Bowler.
Right, cheers. Excellent. Let's bring Harry Platten in. Harry, that was, I think, from our point of view, that looked like a really tough race, but you managed it well. You came away with P2.
Yeah, I mean, obviously every race is hard, but that was like physically, mentally, obviously keeping the drivers behind you. It is hard, but we were quick enough in the main places to maintain P2. We weren't as fast as Tom, and fair play to him. He done really well, driven really well all weekend. Yeah, it wasn't enough, but obviously 3 podiums out of 3, we can't ask for much more.
No, definitely so. And you were speaking to me yesterday about, you know, the kart, there was issues with it, you're changing lots of things with it. Was it nursing an issue still today, or was the issue kind of sorted?
I mean, this morning in practice felt unreal. The whole thing felt unreal, and to be honest, all we changed was tyre. And then put the race tyre back on, and we struggled again. So hopefully that's all it is, and we have found the problem, but it just made life really hard. Obviously, P1 at the first round, P3 at the second round, P2 at the third round. It is really good, and we can't ask for much more.
Well, a second place here puts you second in the championship as well, so coming away with that one, great points, and we're looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, obviously every sort of finish goes towards the championship, and you want to do as well as you can, but I couldn't do it without everyone behind me, my family, my dad, my mum, girlfriend, friends,
everyone. But just unfortunate really, because the lad who was in front of me didn't quite seem to want to go forward the time they crash, and that's the last thing you want in a championship situation, finishing third or potentially crashing and having damage or finishing last. So it's yeah, third was okay for us today, the best result of the year, I think.
He had a lot of very, very, very good racing, but I mean, overtaking is very difficult here. So we see the talent shine through. That compromise between outright speed and setup has been good. I mean, yeah, some very good racing. It's great to have, I mean, talk about the calibre of the British Championship. There's a reason that you have FIA Formula 2 and Formula 3 drivers coming back to this championship to keep themselves in shape. And that's because this is the best national championship anywhere in the country.
Best of the best.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for joining us. Yes, Wales. Martin Heath.
Yeah.
Heath, yes, we're still here.
No,
we're going to the World Cup, yes.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you very much to everyone joining us on the stream. What's next for Motorsport UK? Well, it'll be the Rotax O-Plate that will be taking part at Mansell Raceway next weekend. Make sure you don't miss that. And for all the future action, we'll stay tuned and we'll see you later on. But from us here at Glanigor, Henry.
Ciao for now.
Ciao for now.